What do you think is the strongest aspect of your team?
हमारा गन पावर आई गेस, क्योंकि ज़्यादातर हम उसी पे रिलाई करते हैं।
आई थिंक सबसे ज़्यादा जो हमारा अच्छा पॉइंट है वो होगा किल्स निकालना। मतलब अच्छी जगह जाके हमारे प्लेयर्स किल निकाल सकते हैं। बेशक अगर वो IGL है, सपोर्ट है या फ्रैगर है, उसको पता होता है कौन से एंगल पे ज़्यादा रोटेशंस आएंगी, कौन से एंगल पे ज़्यादा किल्स आएंगे, तो उस तौर पे वो आराम से किल्स निकाल सकते हैं।
Why do you prefer holding?
हमारा हर प्लेयर के अंदर क्लोज रेंज गन पावर बहुत है। टॉकिंग अबाउट ब्लेड, रिव्यूज़ या जॉनी, तीनों के पास क्लोज रेंज पावर हद से ज़्यादा। सो व्हेन अ टीम पुशेस अस, हमें पता होता है कि हमारे दोनों फ्रैगर्स जो होंगे वो आराम से फर्स्ट 2 नॉक्स निकाल लेंगे विदाउट गेटिंग नॉक। फिर इट्स अप टू द सपोर्टर्स टू नेड एंड एवरीथिंग। तो जब वो टाइम आता है तो वे रेडी, हम तैयार होते हैं इस काम के लिए और हम परफॉर्म करके उनको वाइप कर देते हैं।
The flashiest, craziest moments in a tournament are the ones that nobody sees coming. Everybody loves a good clutch. When the odds are against you and so is the world, how do you turn the tables? You learn from the people who've done it again and again, Stalwart Esports. This is a team that's really good at holding their ground.
3 बंदे हैं लग गए इसमें। और उसका मैं आ रहा हूँ, एल कट गया।
But let's say for some reason they are forced to abandon their holding and move out into the open, it isn't a problem for them. Even if they lose a player or two in the process of rotating, Stalwarts are really good at surviving as a solo or duo squad. Holding the zone and clutching games are probably the 2 best things that one can learn from them. How do they do it? A lot of it depends on the individual strengths of the players. Crypto is the star player of the team. He was the top fragger in PMCO Pakistan and was in the top 5 fraggers of PMPL South Asia. This support player's immense firepower is what enables Stalwart to defend compounds effectively. The other important player is Blade, one of the best close-range entry fraggers. He can fight multiple enemies at once as he has the highest chance of pulling off a 1v2 or a 1v3 clutch. Other players like Johnny can also entry frag along with Blade and provide him backup. Whereas their leader, UZM, is a rotation genius who can snipe well and create quick off angles. Last but not the least, Reviews is their 5th man, who didn't play much in PMPL but was instrumental in their success in PMCO. The job of Johnny, UZM and Reviews is to create favourable conditions for Crypto and Blade to shine. The team strategy and execution is fairly straightforward. They get a good spot in the centre of the zone and then frag as much as possible. Defending comes naturally to them, so if they capture a compound, they turn it into a fortress. As the circle keeps on shrinking, they also move to other compounds which are as close to the center as possible. As long as they have cover, they can keep taking pot shots or try to steal frags here and there. This trick often works for them up until the 3rd or the 4th circle, where the circle is big enough to allow movement without bumping into other squads. The real problem begins after the 5th circle when all the teams are compressed close to each other. If the last few zones close around Stalwart's position, there's a good chance that they'll win the chicken dinner. Unfortunately, however, zone prediction isn't their strongest suite. If the zone shifts away from them, they often have trouble moving in and lose a couple of members while rotating. This is when their solo or duo survival skills come in handy. In such situations, they try to enter the edge of the zone, try to wiggle some room for themselves and create makeshift cover which they can play off of. If a particular opponent is already present in the center of the zone where they have an advantage, they avoid fighting that opponent and instead try to prevent the other teams from entering the zone and become the gatekeepers. If they can survive the edge and elevate the pressure, they try to move to the center. They don't voluntarily like being on the edge, but they'd stay there if their entry path is blocked and they've got no other choice. Let's take a closer look at this with an example from PMPL South Asia Finals, Day 2, Match 7 on Erangel. In the 4th circle, Stalwart are on the Observatory, the highest location on the military island from where they can see everything. Arguably the best location that one could get. But the 5th circle hard shifts away from them, thus rendering this advantage useless. Now they must move. But they're not the only ones displaced by the circle. Look at all these other teams that must also move along with them. Zeus Esports happen to have one house under their control. As soon as DEADEYES guys rush with their vehicles and get killed by Zeus, Stalwart Esports take note. They already know that Zeus doesn't have all their members alive and are a weaker target, so they rush in and take control immediately. Once they get control, they eliminate T2K as well. We already know that their defense is rock solid, so while they have cover and while they're inside the zone, They take pot shots at anyone and everyone in their line of sight to grab as many kill points as possible. Eventually, the circle does force them to leave that house and move into the open areas. They move deeper inside and prone down to use the natural elevation of the ground as cover and park buggies together for extra safety. The 7th circle moves towards Carnage Esports. Like we said before, they won't engage with the team that already has the zone advantage. Instead, they'll try to finish off the other zone screwed teams first. This is when Blade's heavy firepower opens things up as he pulls off a 1v3 raid on High Voltage.
As well, High Voltage are barely surviving, taking both of them down. Blade is just an absolute animal. Extreme has been spotted as well, and he is taking a little bit of shots onto him, and that's going to be Extreme taking an exit from the game.
And then some more to take the chicken dinner. This example shows both sides of the coin, when they have the zone to themselves and when they don't. They calmly use their rock-solid defense aggressively enough to turn it into an offensive force. Let's take another example where we see their clutch power. On the same day, in the 11th game on Miramar, they find themselves in a 2v4 situation against A1 Esports but still clutch the chicken dinner. Crypto and UZM were the last player standing for their team. They third party between A1 Esports and DRS to eliminate DRS, but they were still up against A1 Esports that had all 4 players intact. 9boy was down near a tree, while the rest of his team was on the edge of the zone. Since the circle was shrinking, they would have had to abandon their high ground and get deeper into the circle. Naturally, they moved towards the only piece of cover in the zone, the tree where their teammate already was. Stalwart did not need to move much, and they assumed a defensive stance. They caught A1 Esports players mid-transition as they were traversing the large chunk of open land and got 2 knocks in quick succession, equalizing the situation to a 2 versus 2. From that point on, they had the game in the bag. In this game, they used defensive crossfires and held their ground, not giving A1 any opportunities while leveling the playing field in their favor.
Bit too much. That nade might be close, and yes, it is. It's going to be finding its mark. Stalwart are looking quite strong. They have turned the tables in their favor, and this is what I'm talking about. The final bullet has been connected, and that's going to be Stalwart clutching the entire.
To sum it up, Stalwart can defend their ground well if they have the zone to themselves. If they don't have the zone, they tend to struggle a bit and lose a player or two. But luckily for them, they're also the kind of team that can tug along even with a man disadvantage. This is the kind of never say die attitude that champions are made of. Will you be using the same strategy in the upcoming South Asia Championship as well?
Obviously हमारी strategies बहुत different होंगी. हमारी strategies वही होंगी जिसमें हमें पता होगा that we can't make a mistake. तो हम कोई भी extra move या risky plays ना नहीं करेंगे. Obviously we're gonna only take the fights or do everything which benefits us. Nothing that gives us a disadvantage in the game.
We look forward to seeing you bring back glory to PK at the South Asia Championship.
In the PMPL finals, we didn't get a single chicken dinner. Yeah, but that's okay. We'll try next time. We'll get a chicken dinner for sure. We got a lot of seconds, so next time we'll try for #1 for sure. Hi, I'm Rick and I play as support for 7C Esports. First, 7C was started by like 3 people, and we reached PMCO at that time. It was like 1 or 2 years ago, I think about like half a year. So at that time, we didn't have like any sponsors, or like it was just like run by friends and like people who we knew from the game. So we didn't have like proper team at that time. So after that, we reached PMCO, and like the current IGL of our team, Turu Love, he was playing classics, and like when he was playing classic, he met our like current CEO of our organization, Drogo. And at that time, like he didn't have a device, so he was playing from the second lineup as an IGL. Our team 7C Esports got #3rd in PMPL finals without a chicken dinner. So the good thing about that is we are like good in the kill department, but the bad thing that I would say was if you look at the kill department, we were very good, but if you look at the placement points, we were like not up to the mark. So we have to rectify and we have to work on our placement points, and just to keep the balance between the kill points and the placement to have a better chance of getting #1 next time. So since we have like different players from 3 different regions, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh and Nepal, at first we are like having a tough time communicating and giving proper callouts. So Hindi was the language that we used to communicate in, and like all the players give callouts in Hindi. So with time and with practice, we like managed to communicate very well. And a big part will be like flying all the players to the boot camp. That also helped build a lot of synergy and communication like between the players. The coordination between fear and love, our filter interfagger and our filter/interfagger and our IGL is sometimes like Tom and Jerry. They tend to quarrel sometimes, but most of the times they are in form and they tend to take like very good bold decisions when it comes to like slamming to a compound in the last zone, or like taking like different types of hybrid rotations, you can say. So like they're very good in that. We are the oldest team of Nepal, and we have like evolved over the past of like the span of like almost like 2 years. So at first when we were starting, we were not like exposed to playing to the zones of PMCO and PMPL, because they're like very different from the zones that we play from the local tournaments and scrims. So that was like a big challenge for us, but over time we played scrims, tournaments, and we gained a lot of experience from the best teams. And during the time of December and October of 2020, I think I consider that like that was like the peak time for us. No, definitely not. We rather focus on ourselves and like how we can improvise our rotations, how we can make our like holding like our the way we take fights. So we focus more on that, and they know us in and out, and the same with us, we also know them in and out. So if they want to take a fight, we are welcome, they are welcome. We'll take a fight and we'll definitely win. Our team 7C Esports is like an perfect example which shows that gaming has no boundaries. We have players from 3 different regions, and gaming is the thing that brought us together, and it shows that gaming has no boundaries, and PUBG is the game that brought us all together. And gaming is more than a game to us, it's more than a hobby to us. It's like an emotion. It brings different sorts of people from different backgrounds together to play a game that have the same respect and love for the game. The expectations that our team keeps that hopefully we'll get #1, and we're studying each and every team every day, and we'll make the plans and rotations according to that, and hopefully we'll get #1 and hopefully a chicken dinner this time. So yeah.
The things that makes me come into this game, my hunger to win the matches and to take my team to the top. And even if we have a bad day, next day we get up and we grind more, and we have the same passion. Hi, I'm DEADEYES. I'm the IGL for the team DEADEYES guys. Being a professional player, I have to spend 10 to 12 hours a day for practice. Before I used to play for fun, but right now, as we won many tournaments, and the fans are also expecting more from us. Responsibilities is on our shoulders, to represent our country, So right now I'm a bit more focused and organized than ever, and that has helped me in my personal life. So yeah, it definitely has given me good positive vibes. Like I said, we practice 10 to 12 hours a day. We play like 3 to 4 scrims or tournaments a day, and not only physically, but we have been preparing ourselves mentally as well. I tell my teams to meditate 10 to 15 minutes a day. There is a pressure on us, but we are somehow dealing with it. When we were 1 point behind from being third, at the time I had like some kind of disappointment. in me, and I don't really feel much bad, or I don't really feel sad because we are always going for first position, and during that time, first and second had huge lead from us. So yeah, next time we're gonna do it better. As new teams are added from the wildcard region and the other region, as a veteran, I know how the game works, as I've already played with 9 teams already, and the only thing they bring here is like unpredictably sorts of things which we will know in 1 or 2 games, and of course we have more gun power than them. So yeah, just by looking their 1-2 game, we can definitely tackle them. The things that makes me come into this game is my hunger to win the matches and to take my team to the top. And even if we have a bad day, next day we get up and we grind more, and we have the same passion. Everyone is like a brother to me, but Hungry Rocks has a special place in my heart because he's a simple guy, and he always comes forward when it comes to help the team. And of course, when I scold during the games, he don't reply or talk back to me. He's like innocent guy. Yeah. When one player is added in my team, first I try to play with our old style and make him a bit familiar with our strategy. And after he's comfortable, I try to play according to his style, after knowing him. As you know, we won previous PMPL league stage, but looking from then to now, all the teams have improved a lot. They have improved like drastically. You can see changes in them. And all of you know Zeus, they came 3rd in global tournament. They're also added in South Asia region now, and the competition is like really tough right now. Talking about the burnout, we don't really feel that way because lots of tournaments are going on. There is pressure, but we get breaks in between, and of course we make ourselves ready for the next tournament. The ideal definition of a good team is always sticking together till the end, and even during the failures, having each other's back. As we couldn't perform well in the previous PMPL, fans and followers have been expecting more from us, and for that, we have been grinding every day, and our team is ready for the South Asia Championship, and we'll definitely make our country proud, and we are going for the first position. We're going for the trophy.
We just made it in time. Damn, that was close. Hello, I'm Killer Whitey, and I'm the assaulter of PN crew. PUBG खेलेपछि चाहिँ धेरै अप्स एन्ड डाउन्सहरू आयो, लाइक धेरै टिमहरू मैले चेन्ज गरेँ, माथि लाइक T3 बाट T2 सम्म पनि धेरै टिम्सहरू लाइक चेन्ज भयो, मैले धेरै चेन्ज गरेँ, तर लाइक मैले सबभन्दा मिस गर्ने लाइनअप चाहिँ मेरो INVको लाइनअप थियो पहिलाको। सो त्यो चाहिँ मलाई एकदम बेस्ट लाइनअप लाग्थ्यो, तर जहाँनिर सो गर्नु पर्थ्यो त्यहाँनिर चाहिँ सो गर्न सकेन हामीले, त्यही भएर अनि त्यहाँबाट चाहिँ मैले INVको लिभ गरेँ। सो PMCO मैले कप्सबाट खेलेँ र अहिले PMCOमा राम्रो पर्फर्मेन्स आएपछि मैले PMPL चाहिँ PNमा जोइन गरेँ र अहिले PNबाट कन्टिन्यू गरिरहेको छ आफ्नो जर्नी। पहिला म गेमलाई चाहिँ फनको रूपमा मात्र खेल्थेँ, सो मेरो प्यारेन्ट्सहरू पनि मलाई त्यति सपोर्ट गर्नुहुन्न थियो, किनकि लाइक टाइम मात्र वेस्ट भइरहेको थियो, केही उपलब्ध भइरहेको थिएन त्यो गेमबाट भनेर। तर बिस्तारी चाहिँ मैले केही गर्न सक्छु टाइपको लाग्यो, त्यही भएर मैले आफ्नो साइकलहरू बेचेँ अनि पैसाहरू कलेक्ट गरेर चाहिँ एउटा मोबाइल लिएँ मम ड्याडको हेल्पबाट। अनि त्यहाँबाट मैले स्यालेरीहरू लिन थालेँ, अनि लाइक स्यालेरीहरू पाउन थालेँ, टुर्नामेन्ट्सहरू जित्न थालेँ, सो लाइक अर्निङ्सहरू पनि भयो। एन्ड मेरो प्यारेन्ट्सहरू पनि त्यहाँबाट चाहिँ एकदम सपोर्टिभ हुनुभयो, मलाई चाहिँ खेल्न दिनुभयो, केही पनि भन्नु भएन, लाइक अहिलेसम्म सपोर्टिभ नै हुनुहुन्छ मेरो प्यारेन्ट्सहरू चाहिँ गेमिङमा पनि। पिएनक्यू चाहिँ एक्जिस्ट गरिरहेको छ र हामीले चाहिँ आउने दिनहरूमा चाहिँ पिएनक्यूलाई अझै स्ट्रङ बनाउँदै लागेछौँ र यो आउने रिजनल फाइनल्समा पनि हामीले चाहिँ पिएनक्यूलाई चाहिँ रिप्रेजेन्ट गरेर एउटा स्ट्रङ रूपमा चाहिँ रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्नेछौँ पिएनक्यूलाई चाहिँ। हामी चाहिँ आफूमध्ये खुसी पनि थियौँ किनकि च्याम्पियनसिपको लागि क्वालिफाई भयौँ भनेर चाहिँ हामी खुसी थियौँ, तर हाम्रो लास्ट डेको पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ त्यति राम्रो गएको थिएन। सो हामी चाहिँ हल्का स्याड पनि थियौँ किनकि त्यो दिन हामीले राम्रो गरेको भए चाहिँ हामी सायद टप 3 भएर क्वालिफाई गर्न सक्थ्यौँ होला, तर हामीले चाहिँ गेमहरू बिगाऱ्यौँ। सो त्यस्तो खुसी पनि थिएनौँ, तर वी आर स्टिल प्राउड अफ आवरसेल्फ। सन्देश चाहिँ हाम्रो टिमको ब्याकबोन हो। उसले चाहिँ धेरै ठुलो टुर्नामेन्टहरू पिएमसिओदेखि लिएर पिएमपिएल हरेक टुर्नामेन्टमा चाहिँ ऊ फ्र्यागिङ लिस्टमा हुन्छ र उसलाई चाहिँ हाम्रो तर्फबाट धेरै रेस्पेक्ट पनि छ। तर अब इन्डिभिजुअल पर्फर्मेन्स भन्दा पनि हामी चाहिँ टिम पर्फर्मेन्समा चाहिँ फोकस गरेर अगाडि बढ्दैछौँ। हाम्रो चाहिँ टिमहरूमध्ये एउटा म्युचुअल अन्डरस्ट्यान्डिङ छ। सो प्लेयर्सहरूमध्ये एउटा म्युचुअल अन्डरस्ट्यान्डिङ छ, हामीलाई थाहा छ हाम्रो क्यापेबिलिटी के छ, त्यही अनुसार चाहिँ हामी अगाडि बढ्दैछौँ र हाम्रो टिमलाई चाहिँ स्ट्रङ बनाउने। स्काइलाइट इन्भाइटेड टिमको कुरा गर्नुपर्दा चाहिँ हाम्रो स्काइलाइट गेमिङ हाम्रो नेपालको टिम जसले चाहिँ हाम्रो नेपालको झन्डालाई टपमा लगेर आएका थिए र उनीहरूलाई चाहिँ हाम्रो रेस्पेक्ट पनि छ। र त्यसपछि कुरा गर्ने हो भने हाम्रो वाइल्ड कार्ड जति बाहिर रिजनको जति पनि टिमहरू छ त्यो टिम्सहरूमा चाहिँ एकदम लाइक कम्पिटिसन धेरै टफ हुनेवाला छ त्यो टिमहरू बिचमा, किनकि तिनीहरूसँग धेरै एक्सपिरियन्सहरू पनि छ र तिनीहरूले डोमिनेट पनि गरिरहेको छ। सो तिनीहरूसँग योपालिको रिजनल फाइनल चाहिँ एकदम टफ हुनेवाला छ भन्ने चाहिँ हामी चाहिँ स्क्रिम्सहरू नेपाली टिम्सहरूसँग खेल्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ एउटा मेटा बिल्डअप गर्छ, किनकि हामीले चाहिँ लाइक रेगुलरली खेलिरहेको हुन्छ उनीहरूसँग, अलमोस्ट भनौँ न डेली नै खेलिरहेको हुन्छ। सो लाइक उनीहरूको मेटा हामीलाई थाहा हुन्छ, हाम्रो मेटाहरू उनीहरूलाई थाहा हुन्छ, हामी एकअर्काको बारेमा सबै कुरा थाहा हुन्छ हामीलाई। सो माथि लेभलमा पुग्ने बेला यदि बाहिरको अरू टिम्सहरू पनि आउँछ भने उनीहरूले पनि हाम्रै मेटालाई फलो गर्नुपर्छ र हाम्रै मेटा एडप्ट गर्न चाहिँ उनीहरूले ट्राई गर्नुपर्छ, किनकि लाइक धेरै नेपाली टिम्सहरू भयो भने चाहिँ उनीहरूले पनि हाम्रै मेटाहरू चाहिँ एडप्ट गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ। जस्तो हामीलाई सजिलो हुन्छ त्यो मेटाहरू एडप्ट गर्नको लागि हायर लेभलमा पुगेपछि, किनकि हामीले पहिलेदेखि त्यही टिमहरूसँग चाहिँ स्क्रिम्सहरूमा प्र्याक्टिस गरेर हुन्छ। तर बाहिरको टिम्सहरूलाई चाहिँ गाह्रो हुन्छ, खेल्न सजिलो भयो भने कम्पिटिसन चाहिँ टफ नै हुन्छ। एसियन च्याम्पियनसिप पछिको हाम्रो प्लान भनेको चाहिँ हामीलाई एउटा ग्लोबल स्टेजमा पुगेर चाहिँ हाम्रो कन्ट्रीलाई रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्नु चाहिँ हाम्रो सपना रहेको छ र त्यसलाई पुरा गर्नलाई चाहिँ हामीले धेरै ग्राइन्ड पनि गर्नेछौँ र हामीले योपालि सकेनौँ भने हामी अर्को पालि पनि ट्राई गर्ने नै छौँ अभियसली। अनि योभन्दा स्ट्रङ्गर रूपमा चाहिँ अर्को पालि देखिनेछौँ।
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. This is day number 3 that we're going to be stepping into. It is of course a 4-day affair. 24 matches is what we had in total, but now that number has been brought down to a half, which is of course 12 matches remaining. 6 matches today, 6 tomorrow, and it is going to be a saga that will continue on. But along with all of that, it is a humongous thanks to OPPO F9 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Wook up your fun. I'm your host, Blotter. Joining us on the analyst desk once again are going to be none other than the duo Super Johnny and Ocean Sharma.
Thank you for the warm welcome again, and we are super excited for this day to begin. I mean, there's a lot that is going to happen today.
Oh yes, it is going to be.
I mean, third day is the day of twists and turns. Always it happens, because you know the teams that are at the 9 to 16, they would want to just get in the top 8. The teams that are at the top position, first, second, third, fourth, they have their own rivalries going on amongst themselves. So it's gonna be a good day.
Most certainly, dude. Because again, I mean, we bring the conversation back to yesterday. Is where we of course did see teams from 9 to the 16th position holders that were just phenomenal, that were just so aggressive in the lobby. But eventually, now after that middle ground, after that battleground, now it is time to genuinely just step into the territory and showcase your perfect gameplay. With that, today is a special day because we are joined in with a special guest joining us all the way from Mongolia. This dude, I mean, you ought to know if you guys are joining us from Mongolian region. If you do not, that's absolutely fair and square as well. Please allow me to welcome none other than Raz Nova. Welcome to the stage,
Hello,
mate.
guys, and thank you so much for the great intro, and greetings from Mongolia to all PUBG Mobile fans around the world.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely, mate. But again, I mean, thank you so very much, of course, for taking another time and joining us on the stage. Now, of course, till now, what we've seen is a Mongolian domination stepping in name of course, Zeus Esports, Astra Academy. But overall, what team would you be rooting for?
Definitely. That's actually a good question. Thank you so much. And personally, I'm a fan of Zeus Esports, and they're looking fantastic as always. But I would be happy if any one of these three Mongolian teams to win the championship. Especially, I need to mention Astra Academy's outstanding performance. They're just killing it.
They most certainly are. I mean, they are on the top of the leaderboard right now, looking pretty phenomenal in terms of the lead that they've created. But alongside that, when it comes to the lead, the another thing that when it comes to numbers to talk about is going to be the prize pool, because we have a massive prize pool on the line for all these lads. It is going to be $150,000 at stake.
Yeah, definitely. The money along with like the pride brings a lot of pressure on these players. I mean, the players are definitely performing to the best of their abilities, but only one will walk away with those $40,000 that are there for the first position. Also, let's not forget to mention the MVP of the tournament, $2,000. That's for that one individual player who will be putting up an outstanding show, an amazing performance throughout the tournament. So far, it looks like, I mean, it is action with all the action that he has brought in the matches.
With the jump in action in that as well. But alongside that, I mean, going back to what Raz Nova was just mentioned, right?
Yeah.
Zeus Esports is also climbing that ladder, eh?
So that's the thing, right? As we just talked about it. So as much as competition is there in the first, second, third, fourth position in its own self, so much so competition is similar with the MVPs as well, like the players as well. So the competition is getting fierce in every corner.
Dude, I mean, again, Raz, you are certainly going to be on the top when it comes to the conversation about the MVP, because you are supporting a team that is just, you know, pushing their reins when it comes to the overall, when it comes to the MVP ranking and overall as well. But the overall ranking is something that Zeus has been slowly and steadily climbing across. With that, talking about how they do it, it is the kills that they bring to the table. It is the chicken dinners that they bring. And again, it is Astra Academy that showcased a wonderful day one performance.
Yeah.
Not just day one, I mean, they had a phenomenal performance on day two as well, just taking on DRS, grabbing the first position again for themselves, and then just holding on to that first spot. But as you mentioned, I mean, Zeus Esports, for them, it's all about those kills. For Stalwart Esports as well, it is all about those kill points, the 1 kill, 1 point. These guys like to stack those again and again in every single match, and that's how they will climb up the ladder and keep their positions.
Most certainly.
I would say there have been other teams as well. Because of the this point system, there have been a few teams that had really good games for themselves and they were able to climb really good. I'm talking about teams like Lit, right? Three really good games. Now they are at the 9th, 10th. Like, so that kind of is really good.
Well, absolutely. As you bring up the topic about teams themselves, let's have a look at the teams, the squads that are part of the 16-team lobby right now.
Yeah, and well, I mean, starting things off, we have DEADEYES, Lit Esports, a team that we have been talking about. They have had a phenomenal day yesterday, but today I believe they will look to keep the momentum going and somehow try and break into the top 8, because that is also one thing we will be discussing as we move forward and have a look at the standings so far, that the difference that is there between the 8th and the 9th position, the top 8 teams and the bottom 8. Along with that, we have Nightmare Gaming. We have seen some signs of life from this team, but nothing too major, so they are still struggling a little bit as far as the overall standings are considered, but let's see what they can do today.
Exactly, this is what happens, right? 50% games done, 50% remaining, so you can't just, you know, obviously say that they have shown signs of life, but will that be worth it? But these are a few teams that have, you know, shown amazing feats of gameplay. DRS and Zeus, I mean, that's amazing.
Yeah, and we have Raz's favorite team right here with us, Zeus Esports. Raz, a few word about your favorite players from the lineup.
Well, definitely it would be Godless for me.
Has to be.
So it's kind of like his style of saying that, you know, this team, this lad needs no introduction, nothing. It's just his style of saying, right? That's nice. But moving up forward, Astra Academy. So Raz, you know, also talked about this team as well. Like, this team is dominating. So if there's something, Raz, you would want to talk about Astra Academy and APES as well.
well, expected to be performed this well, especially action. He's just killing with the 35 kills and 5.8k damage. He's just killing it.
Yeah.
Well, do I hear a little bit of rivalry over there?
well, I mean, it happens. But 1952, like, you cannot rule them out of the competition.
Yeah.
And hey, T2K, well, is today and tomorrow their day? We'll have to find out, though.
Maybe. I mean, we never know. They have 12 matches to go. Maybe they can have an outstanding performance in every single game. And if they manage to do that, then they're going to be my new favorite team right after DRS.
If we answer everything in maybe, we can never forget 1952's conversation yesterday. In these last 2 days, when we asked them, are they going to change anything? They said, maybe. And
True. Exactly.
Maybe.
You certainly have to bring that conversation into those if sort of situations. And that's what it leads down towards. But boy, oh boy, we are in for some incredible plays when it comes to all of these teams. With that, just to bring you up to the storyline, let's bring on the overall rank, and that's going to be showcasing the kind of domination these teams have been able to do in the past 2 days.
Now, again, I mean, again, a question to Raz. Astra Academy on the 1st, Zeus Esports on 3rd, APES on the 6th position. All 3 teams from Mongolia doing so well right now. How happy are you looking at the standings?
Well, I must say I'm really happy with these results, and this is just the day 3, and we have 12 more matches. And to think about that, I think I have a really good expectation about this.
That's nice, that's nice. And Zeus, you know, obviously so it has been, in the last game, they always come down to the top 3, but today they'll have to do even better if they have to just, you know, start up tomorrow at a really good note. Because we know last time, TRS Zeus, they've had their rivalry. Now Astra Academy joins in, 1952 is coming up. But moving on forward, you know, this is where the conversation will be. I still remember, Lit Esports, they were at 15-16 position yesterday. Now they're at 9th position, 83 points. So we had this conversation previously as well. 9 to 16 is kind of easy to climb if you have some decent games. Some, like, you know, last 3 games were really good for themselves. But now comes the main challenge, getting in the top 8 and staying there.
Exactly, but now I believe there's like a 4th division as well. That's 13 to 16 at this point, because 48, 32 points. And then there's a difference between Train to Kill and High Voltage. 74 points is where High Voltage is right now on the 12th position. So it's going to be really tough job for these teams from 13 to 16 to actually first somehow manage to get into 9 to 12 and then get into the top 8.
Absolutely, Johnny, because yes, it is tough, but it is not the end. They've got 12 games remaining at this moment, and that could, of course, bring in a completely different affair. Now, this is the storyboard, as I like to call it, the overall ranking based on the team's performance. Let's bring it down to the MVP. There, you talk about individual plays, and this is where, once again, I'm sure Raz is going to be really, really happy to see those first 4 places, you know, taken over by the Mongolian domination.
Yeah, I mean, that's really awesome. As for the MVP run, I think Action is most likely to win the title. Don't get me wrong, players from Zeus performing really well, as you can see. But I just cannot deny Action's aggressive performance. And peace was never an option for an Action.
I like that. Peace was never an option.
Absolutely, but again, I mean... We do need to, you know, bring it down to the core itself. We do know for a fact that, Raz, when it comes to you, you are going to be rooting for Godless. Yes?
That was in my mind, that was in my mind, definitely. I was thinking, you know, Raz would be like, I'm happy. I would have been even happier if Godless was
happy. It's more of
that. Yeah, definitely. That's exactly as you said.
But boy, oh boy, thank you so very much, Raznova, for joining us along. And of course, I do believe you will be joining us tomorrow as well. But along with that, once again, thank you so very much for chiming in for the conversation. Certainly do enjoy the games. And again, keeping my fingers crossed that today, since you are here, Zeus is going to be able to dominate the entire lobby.
Definitely. And pleasure was mine. And thank you so much for having me. See you guys next time.
Thank you.
Absolutely, mate. Do look forward to it with that, dudes. I mean, we bring the conversation down to the gameplay itself. Well, today's games are certainly going to be exhilarating, but nobody, you know, it again brings us down to the conversation of the maybes and the ifs.
I mean, there are a lot of speculations now, like what is going to happen as far as the standings are concerned.
I'll give you a start, right? How lucky or unlucky is 3rd day or 3rd week for the teams? You guys remember PMGC, right? So that's like, we will be talking about those things for sure, but I guess we can have that conversation whilst we're talking about the teams for sure.
Absolutely, mate, because again, I mean, bring the storyline to the teams themselves. Right now, what we're going to be doing jamming in along is going to be a conversation based on 1952's awesome performance compared with Zeus Esports.
This is how it is, right? A survival time. That's I guess you were pointing out that previously as well. So I would like you put some light on the survival time thing.
I mean, so it's sort of this is the comparison between how the two teams like to play. Zeus Esports, we know they have an aggressive stance every single time they go into a match. On the other side, 1952, they tried the same thing when we saw them first in the first few days of PMPL South Asia Season 3, but not anymore. 1952, they have realized from their mistakes, they've learned from their experience, and now the thing that they go for is surviving every single game. On average, 1952, you can see them every single game they're going to be there somehow managing to keep themselves in the top 6, and that is a really good thing for the team.
Yeah, that's certainly true. But now, let's talk about the conversation. You can see, Zeus, if they spot someone, they would like to take the fight. Obviously, it's kind of a thing. But 1952, they have been taking those smart fights for themselves. That has been, helping them a lot. But Zeus has a different style and approach, and that is just to rush in, get those kill points, and take the players down. This is one more thing that you pointed out, and I would say, that's a really brilliant thing. 1952.
They like to gang up on their opponents. They aren't like usually. I mean, specifically yesterday, I noticed this from the side of Zeus. They were leaving Godless all alone as a player, just lurking on the sidelines, trying to catch people off guard who would normally be the ones backstabbing Zeus and taking them out with surprise. 1952 aren't like that. They won't leave a person behind. They will stay close to each other for in a distance from where support can be provided to the teammates. And as soon as they see someone, they are going all in on them. They won't take those individual fights, and that has worked out really nicely for this team.
Definitely it has, but look at this. Wherever Zeus is at a bad game, you can talk about game 8, 9 and 10. That's where 1952 has performed extremely well. So it's kind of one thing. They are not, looking for a competition, but if competition comes to them, they would love to, because in the last game only, you see Zeus got a few more points as compared to 1952, and that's when this team actually got in the 3rd position. Now, talking about threes, right? I'll keep it down to this one. PMGC, you guys remember. 3rd week is when Nova XGF did not qualify. 3rd day is when Class Digital went down. 3rd day is when, Zeus went up. So 3rd day actually makes up a lot of things in these kind of competitions.
In a nutshell, 3rd days of the tournaments are really hard for the people leading the leaderboard.
It's not easy. It's certainly not easy, because all the other teams are just looking at that opportunity and they are wanting to utilize it to the best of their ability. With that, talking about abilities being utilized, it is going to be LIT. I mean, Lit Esports, the way they played those games yesterday, they were phenomenal, climbing all the way from 16th position to 9th with the phenomenal kills and damage coming in through their favor.
Exactly. And if we're being honest, the Lit Esports we saw yesterday, specifically in the last 4 games, is the team that we expected from day one.
Yeah, and talk about the competition, right? So you would see, if we talk about the other teams that there are, they've had a KPM of 1 point something, but this team not. Then that's because the first day was not their day. Yesterday, they have started up building up the pace, building up momentum, and that's, I mean, we talked about it, this in the first day as well, when Zeus, in the final few games, they started, popping up, and that was, some teams try to understand the lobbies. For some, it's early, for some, it's late, and but once they do it, they like to go for the fights.
Also, a really good surprise from the side of Lit Esport is the fact that, I mean, we were expecting Hojuan and Chakshin to be the ones carrying the team forward, but no, it's Ziv11 from the team who is actually doing a wonderful job right now, and just making sure that the team is there towards the end, getting those kills somehow. Look at this, the first day, the first 6 games, barely managing to get any points in the first 5 matches, and then day 2, match 8 onwards is where we see the bounce from the side of Lit Esport.
Yeah, I mean, 9th, 10th and 12th. And 12th, obviously, they had a really, really good game for themselves. So there have been, it's kind of a thing. They've had good games, they've had bad games. Right now, if you talk about the numbers, there are a few good games, a lot more bad games. That's why, they have to just, change that, and they can do it today. Again, 12 games have happened. There are still 12 remaining. If they can just, turn it upside down, they can do even better. That team has the potential.
Yeah. Most certainly do. There's nothing stopping them from being able to topple over the entire lobby, but eventually it's going to be based on where exactly are these teams going to be moving on down to, where exactly is the zone going to be favoring them. With that, let's get the day started. Let's move on to the schedule. That's going to be bringing in the first game, and that's going to be on the map of Erangel.
I mean, Erangel has been quite interesting because usually we expect that the first few circles that we have on day one are sort of going to be the meta for the entire tournament, but that has not happened. The first day we were moving towards the side of Rozhok. Next day it's all over Query and Gatka.
Yeah.
So I have no idea where the circle is going to be today.
I would love to see it. I would love to, see where the circle goes in this one. Because obviously we saw a southern circle as well, almost like, and then we have seen the circles going just a bit up north. So there have been these changes for the teams. But I would want to see more or less, is there any team after 12 games that changes their drop location? It might not be working out for a few teams. They might just go for a desperate move. It might just happen. And third day again.
Exactly, because, you talk about those changes, right? We've seen yesterday's games based on Zeus Esports' play. They did bring in a lot of dynamic plays when it came down to that drop location.
They dropped down to shelter and then they moved to George.
Exactly. They are throwing everyone off their game plans because you start to wonder, all right, this team we know, the trajectory is perfectly lined up for their North Giorgio drop, right? And they're not doing that. They drop to, as Ocean mentioned, they drop to shelter and then drive to their Giorgio Pole location. So that was something really weird, but hey, it still worked out for them. They got those kills.
It does. I mean, you talk about Zeus Esports, the conversation is not that far away from the damage that they bring into the entire lobby, and that is what Zeus Esports is known for, bringing those kills, bringing in those damage points, and eventually taking over your opponents. That is what this team is good at. But today, let's find out how exactly is this going to pan out. With that, it is time to get the game started off. It is time to jump into the battleground, and to do so, we have to, of course, introduce the fantabulous personalities that are joining us virtually from two individual parts of the country. It is XP and Blay.
I do believe we might have a little bit of an audio issue over there. Your mouth seems to be moving, however, no sound was coming out. I think that should be fixed. Yes, as you did mention, it is going to be an exciting time again. Day 3, we've crossed the halfway mark here, Blay. And, ooh, things are getting icky and sticky. Can we hear you? Let me just have a look. I think we still have a little bit of an issue coming in. So, you know what? Have no fear. Because XP, your boy, is here. Anyway, it is going to be exciting. What I'm going to do is I'm going to channel. Wait a second. He's on this side. I'm going to channel his thoughts. Just give me all that. Just give me all that information, Blair, and I'm just going to blurt it out for you. So what he's saying is that XP is the best. Oh, thanks, buddy. That is actually awesome. No, I'm just messing around. So as this issue is going to get sorted out, it is going to be Erangel on day 3, and I did, listen to the analyst desk just now talking about Zeus Esports and the fact that they again do something different every now and then, which makes sense. You gotta keep everyone guessing. I mean, the example they gave, the drop down at the shelter and then the drive to George Paul. That's what you gotta do. You can't give your game plan to the other teams right at the beginning, right? I think, So, alrighty. Now, the thing is, I can hear him in my head over another app, but I guess I'm going to keep this party going right now, as we're going to have a quick little reconnect on Blaze Spot, a few technical issues. So, till then, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you're going to have to be content with me. And I'm actually glad I actually rocked that tie today. Did a little something different. I hope it actually matches off. This mic is kind of covering it up, but I did get pretty for y'all. But anyway, coming back to what is important, it is the South Asian Championship, and oh my goodness, a lot is on the line for all these teams. Now, we did kind of have a little glimpse into the overall standings and the fact that the Mongolian teams are all up there. The top 6 positions have been occupied by all these teams. Of course, APES are going to be at the lowest rung in the 6th position, but man, the other teams have been doing phenomenal, and it looks like I heard a little Blay, can we hear your melodious, beautiful voice now? Yes! No! Again, it's like when there's a problem, there's going to be something or the other after that. But again, all you do right now is, this is what you do, Blay. You look there and you look pretty. Just sit there and look pretty. I know it sounds a little weird saying that, especially since you have a little bit of a, I don't know if you check the mirror, but there's a little bit of a fungal growth under your nose. There you have it. He does know what I'm talking about. But let me say one thing. I do believe he does rock that stash really good. I was going to add a word before it, but I'm pretty sure all of you can already guess what I'm thinking of. It kind of rhymes with corn, so he does have a corn stash. But anyway, it is an exciting day. Again, I can't really wait for the games to get underway. Like I said, it is going to be Erangel first up, and poof, looks like Blay has disappeared. and I have the stage all by myself. All right, this is weird. This is weird. I know I'm supposed to be talking about the game. I know you want to hear some thoughts, but let me just enjoy this moment for a second. It's just me. There's no one around me. Even the analyst desk is gone. There's no block. I can do whatever I want. But of course, there are some voices in my ear telling me that no, you cannot do whatever you want. So what I'm going to do is quickly run down as to what you can expect on day 3. Now, we've already seen the teams are razor thin. The competition is razor thin. Everyone is neck to neck, especially up there. Now, Astra Academy, yes, they do have a considerable lead. However, we've seen in just a matter of one game, if a team does good with those double-digit kill points, man, they can really catapult themselves way up at the top of the table. And a team which kind of did that is, of course, 1952. Now, I've been talking about these boys for months now, ever since the South Asia Regional Finals. And again, it's like a Cinderella story, because at that time, they were the underdogs. They were the team that, you know, basically broke all the stigmatas, and they just came out gasping for that last straw that a drowning man kind of, you know, tries to grasp as he is drowning. And they made it to these finals, and they've kind of proven the point that, you know, they are meant to be here. These guys aren't someone you can just roll over, you can just bully into submission. Man, 2 chicken dinners and a consistent finishes pretty much all throughout this tournament just speaks for itself. But anyway, let me know one thing as the game is going to be underway shortly. What about you? Are you supporting your favorite teams out there? Because, you know, we do look at the chat every now and then, and there is a lot of love out there. There's a lot of rivalries breaking out as well, which is kind of exciting, and that is what the game is supposed to be about. But do it in limits. Let's be nice to one another, and with that, the big, beautiful C-130 is going to take to the skies, and I do believe my co-captain, let me just check, come in, Blake, are you there? Do you copy?
Yeah, I'm here now. It looks like everything's sorted out. The PC gods have been very kind indeed, and I'm not going to waste any more time. I guess everyone's just kind of fed up with you just going on a boring old monologue of your own.
Some people, a couple, they actually seem to enjoy it.
a couple out of 1,000. I'm not a big fan of those numbers. But let's talk about the plane path to XP. It's going to be starting from Georgie, and it's going to be heading towards Milta Power. Do you expect to see any changes taking place here?
Look, I mean, I'm going to be talking about Astra Academy. Now, we know that these boys love dropping down at Novo, so you can kind of expect them to jump off the plane over Milta. Now, the question is, again, is someone going to give them a run for their money at the drop spot? Because we did see T2K, Train to Kill, head in their direction that one time, although they were kind of... they were kind of surprised to see that, you know, Novo was already occupied that early on. But again, I believe it's going to be pretty easy for them. Now, my attention is going to come to Pochinki, because we are pretty much flying right above, and a couple of teams love dropping their play. 7C Esports, one of the conundrums for you personally, and of course, APES Incorporated. And I want to see me some action right about now.
And we could, right? You could see a lot of teams dropping there towards the Rozhok area. The one thing the desk alluded to was also the fact that Zeus just want to play spoiled sport with a lot of teams. This time around, it looks like they're going to be going towards their more common drops, but I don't think Zeus are a team who necessarily have like one zone or one area as their home location. But if there was one, I'd say South Georgie. They do like dropping there quite often, depending on how they expect the play zone to play on out. Speaking of teams, though, right? I was taking a gander at the. Let me bring up the results here real quickly here. Yeah, there we go. So this is something the desk touched upon quite a bit, is how, and we mentioned it as well, was how 1952 have been a big surprise. But apart from that, 2 teams who have been competent enough to compete with the top dogs in the form of Astra Academy and DRS Gaming have been PN Crew and of course DEADEYES guys. Now, both these teams have 1 chicken dinner apiece, and they're looking very solid as well. APES Incorporated, they're a team who, if you look at the results from the wildcard tournament, the PMCO wildcard Asia they played earlier, XP, they had like, I think 1 or 2 chicken dinners. That's it. They don't rely on chicken dinners, right? For them, it's all about the kills. But the team which I touched upon yesterday, beginning of day 1, is going to be Stalwart. They have the 3rd highest number of kills in the tournament and the 4th lowest number of placement points. So they are the true conundrum. We'll get back to that though, XP, because Sarga is getting hunted down and things aren't looking good here for T2K.
His position has not been given away. It does go now. He does get that 1 knock. However, Mark is again one of the first people to fall down in this game. This is like the 4th or the 5th time I've seen this. He's lucky though.
He's either the opening kill or the opening killer, right? And just call him the opener. Give him an award. All right, PUBG, like
the opener.
The opener, and it has to be Mark. But yeah, like just continuing my thought over there for Stalwart, like okay, I'm looking at the stats here, right? Astra Academy, 76 kills, impressive, by far the best. Second most number of kills is Zeus Esports on 64. Third is DRS-Gaming on 58. Tied with Stalwart on 58. Everyone else are below them. PN Crew on 55 is in the 5th place, right? And then you look at the placement points. Stalwart has 34 placement points, 58 kill points. It's almost double the number of placement points they have. And that is the 5th lowest. The only teams below them, lower than them, and when it comes to placement points are T2K, SDGaming, INVEsports, and Nightmare Gaming, who, let's be honest, have been struggling so far. So for Stalwart Esports, we spoke about how we would love to see them, get those kills. Sure, do your game, but have those 1 or 2, top placings, maybe a top 3 placing here and there today. That could easily catapult them to a top 5 in the span of just one game, in my opinion.
Just keeping Stalwart Esports in mind, let me paint you a little picture. Now, the majority of the maps that are played throughout the course of this tournament are going to be, of course, on Erangel. Now, every single time, now we did talk about a few things that are certain in life. Aha, you see, I got that word. I remembered certain. But anyway, a few things are certain in life. Death, taxes, and the fact that Stalwart Esports are going to drop down at military base, come hail or high water. Whether the plane path is all the way up north from Zarki to Kameshki, it doesn't matter. These boys are going to drive down. Now, yes, I guess their drop spot is not going to be contested, but what they do thereafter is pretty much out in the open. I mean, people can anticipate the moves that they're going to make, especially judging by, how the first circle is going to form. And speaking of circles, it is going to be pretty much central around the map with Rozok pretty much at the epicenter of all the action that is to come. There you have a look at it. So again, something different this time. Have a look at Uzum's position from Stalwart Esports. Normally, you wouldn't see this. You'd see the team rolling together in a convoy, making sure that, they cover each other's backs. But again, they need to do something different like that because I'm going to use the P word. They've become a little predictable, especially since everyone knows, all right, this is probably 9 out of 10 times the course that they are going to take coming into the circle, as a result of which they either get gate kept, and like I've said time in and time out, they get caught off in transition. So I think they got to mix it up. They got to literally ruffle something in their game plan bag and come up with something new.
I mean, you are talking about Stalwart here, right? And,
yes, sir.
And that's the thing. Like, I like this little bit of switch up here. They have kept Uzum towards the northern side of the bridge to ensure that they do have an escape route in case the circle does have a drastic shift. The second zone, that is. And fortunately for them this time around, or rather fortunately for Uzum, there isn't 1952 anywhere towards Ferry Pier. However, I do see Bay from SDGaming making his way into the play zone, and he is on a collision course with Uzum, although I don't expect Uzum to really show himself, considering he doesn't know how many members there are.
Absolutely, and just to add to your point, I don't think Bay is really going to be making it towards his position without checking his corners, because again, like I said, Stalwart Esports have been doing this pretty much 10 out of 10 times. So they are going to be wary that someone could be rolling down that bridge sooner or later. And I'm pretty sure since Uzum is going to try and keep an eye out, especially in those compounds, have a look. He's going to make sure that people are going to be anticipating the fact that, Stalwart Esports are going to be coming this way. So he's the guy, he's the scout. He's going to be that little voice in the back of their heads telling them whether it's a good idea or not. And again, just quickly switching over to SDGaming, you did kind of mention Bay's kind of moving closer to him. They have the same idea in their mind. So they're going to be playing a little slow, and they're going to be looking around as well. So again, it's like everybody knows what Stalwart Esports' playbook kind of looks like. And that is what, in my opinion, is the thorn on their side. And well, Bay doesn't have to worry about that, because I wish we could do that in real life though. I would have saved a lot of money.
What, just like flipping a car over automatically? Yeah.
Let's not talk about stuff already. I thought you were going to bring up my past, mate.
No, I'm not. Uzum though clearing out the close angles, and it looks like one of his teammates has managed to cross on over. So Stalwart Esports, yes, even though they have been very predictable so far, this time around they won't be facing any opposition, and they're going to use that opportunity to go in a little deeper into the mainland, although they got to be wary that SD are ahead of them. I'm sure Uzum would have heard a couple of his vehicles whizzing past behind him a while ago. Astra Academy, they're going to be taking a sweet time, XP. They're going to be they looted up towards Novo, took their sweet time, Circle moving on in. They don't even have to touch the blue. They're going to be crossing the bridge. However, they will be paranoid over whether there might be a team waiting for them, right? Just north of the bridge, just coming down south of Milta. But fortunately for them, no one's there. It's been a very, very pacifist approach coming in from both the teams, or from all the teams here in the server today, apart from, of course, Utsarga, who was taken on early on by Mr. Marky Mark. And there you have it. We have almost everyone looted up, they kitted up XP, and now they're waiting for the second play zone, which might be towards a little bit towards the south, still skirting a bit off the military island. However, the island has been abandoned right now. But looking at the play zone, no one really needs to make any drastic shifts or drastic rotations anytime soon, at least for the next 2 or 3 minutes.
At least for the next 2 or 3 minutes, but looks like Zeus are going to be laying down some lead in Skylightz Gaming's direction. Leon, you're not supposed to spin out like that, because if you do, you basically are showing your face to your opponents, and in the blink of an eye, your life can be snuffed out, as is exactly what has happened over here. Again, it's just amazing the way, you know, little mistakes, a little rock in the road can send your car spinning, or of course, you know, bullets basically shooting your tires out can make your car spin as well, as Leon has just learned the hard way. But you know, you were kind of talking about no action for the next 2 or 3 minutes. I still agree with you. That was something, you know, you'd see every now and then. But what it does is, Blay, that it basically gives a lot of information out to people. Now, they are all going to be keeping a keen eye. You know, everybody's going to be having those 4 times or 6 times scopes at the very least to make sure they can basically scour the land up ahead and, well, get any signs of movement. So I believe that it kind of makes it more exciting later on, because everyone's going to know where everyone is. And the question is, who's going to come out on top as far as tactical gameplay goes. So that is something that, you know, kind of pushes each team to perform better, in my opinion, than instead of just skirmishing early on.
DRS, second place team right now. They were neck to neck till the very end of day 2, XP, where they were just playing a game of leapfrog with Astra Academy. And right now, they're coming under fire from another Mongolian team, from APES. The DRS, of course, the champions of the PMPL South Asia finals. They have a point to prove here, and they seem to have met their match in the form of Astra Academy. And what is White doing? XP, the guy is... He's just taking a fight to DRS, and they have indeed confirmed the kill as well. DRS will have to just relinquish control of this hill. APES just, you know, banging their chests, declaring this hill is ours. We are the king of the hill. You come at us, you best not miss. And unfortunately for DRS, they missed a couple of the shots, and they will have to scurry away in their vehicles. APES, they maintain control of this particular hill.
Now, what happened there, if I just quickly bring up a little bit of tactical gameplay over there, was, you know, we did kind of see DRS get to that hill first. However, they were not securing their backs at all, and that is where the APES came rolling in from. Now, had one of them given out the information that, whoa, wait a second, there's actually a vehicle behind us, it could have been different. I'm pretty sure DRS's attention would have been towards their backsides, towards... APES coming in towards them. Again, you've got to keep that 360 vigil all about you, especially if you want to play King of the Hill, as another airdrop here is going to fall from the heavens above, and we're not surprised seeing AWMs now, right? They become like a household item, like.
I think it was smack on top of DRS. I could be mistaken, but I feel like that drop was...
silver lining for them, then.
Directly on top of DRS. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Right above Mafia Ninja. I'm sure APES are keeping their eyes on that particular drop as well. Right now, though, bit of a lull. Yes, we have had a few players drop, but it hasn't been full-fledged team fights, right? We saw how DRS are like, you know what, this fight isn't worth taking. And they were like, sure, we lose one player, but that's okay. We didn't lose 2 or 3. It wasn't like a do-or-die fight. They could, and I feel that's what separates a lot of the, you know, the top half of this of the lobby, so to speak, where they know when to take a fight and they know when to peel away. The only team who doesn't seem to know when to not take a fight is Zeus Esports, because they don't give a shit. They just don't give a damn. They're just gonna just keep pushing in and taking his fights, and you know what? I like that. I like how they're different teams who have different mentalities and different approaches to how they want to play the game, and you can't blame them. Chari in a bit of a scary spot, but it looks... That nade was beautiful, but Chari will pull off the great escape.
I mean, the fact that he heard that car backing away ever so slowly, and you know, that anticipation of where the vehicle would be when he actually chucked that grenade was amazing. But that is what 7C is all about, because we were talking about them yesterday as well. That it's like we know that they have the talent. We know that they're a talented bunch of people. However, sometimes they seem to fall off the radar. And you know, you were talking about Zeus going a bit crazy. I'm going to hold my thought right now, as it looks like Shifusa is going to deliver the hurt on Apes. White, he gets taken down. Sanchir is down on his knees as well.
Look at Suyok pushing in as well. This is so smart from Deadeye's guys, working in pairs, ensuring that the res doesn't come in. He's going to use a smoke as well, not getting over eager to confirm the kill. White's there behind the vehicle, will be finished off. Sanchir out in the open. Suyok should be careful, because he is going to be taking a couple of bullets from the distance, but another knock takes place. Kanik now down on his knees, and the Apes, well, it looks like they are finally being contested on this hill. DRS weren't able to do it, XP, but it looks like Deadeye's guys are more than capable. Sanchir left crawling out in the open. These are reses come in for Kanik, but look at Hungry Box pushing up, taking real estate for himself. He's going to be deploying a couple of nades as well, just cooking it and tossing in the direction of Apes.
If I may just add a quick point right now, have a look at Zeus Esports, the way they kind of transitioned towards the right. Remember, just moments ago, they were towards the left of the hill, and Deadeye's guys thought that, you know what, we're going to go right, that's going to be a big lane, so you could be in trouble, but that tree is going to provide cover as that grenade rolls down. But again, quick thinking on Zeus's part, they realize that there's some commotion going on over the hill. Deadeye's guys move to the right of our screens right now to take cover from them, but oh my goodness, Icy just kind of flipped the tables on them, as now they could gun them down from this side. Lovely, lovely transition over here, Blade.
It's sometimes very lonely at the top, XP, and right now Apes are feeling extremely alone, surrounded, beset on all sides, besieged on all sides with multiple members of Deadeye's guys, and like Zip pointed out as well, there are other teams hearing this commotion, and considering they're on top of this little mountain, it's not going to be very comfortable. Now, Hungrybox and Suyok are giving Apes the respect. They're not pushing in blindly. They're like, okay, it's still Hustle and Kanik. We can't just push on in and give them individual 1v1 duels. We've got a couple of kills here. It's okay. Let's peel away. Let's regroup with the rest of our teammates. And let's leave them right now. They have the man advantage. They have the two-man advantage, in fact, over Apes. So yes, for Apes, they still hold on to this particular part of the hill, XP, but at what cost?
I mean, I have to agree with you. There was that was perfectly said, because again, I like the fact that they were giving Apes Incorporated the respect that is due for such a high caliber team, and the fact that DE made that right decision to move back and regroup, because A, the circle is changing, which means teams are going to be transitioning around them, which means they are going to be hearing all those vehicles go by, and if you are caught all by a lonesome, it could be devastating, as there's a race going on between Assassin and Magnet, and who is going to come out on top? It's Magnet who takes the lead, as Assassin kind of steers off course. I just completely changed the game over here, Blake.
There's Joker as well. It's like the Formula 1 race or something, or rather like a cross-country rally. I don't think that's a sound that one's going to make, because it's not exactly traveling at 350 kilometers per hour. I'm not sure about the number of how fast F1 cars can go, because I am not very well versed with Formula 1 racing, but what I am well versed is with how precise these shots can be from Astra Academy. Now, they haven't lost anyone yet. It has been a comparatively quiet game for these Mongolians. But SD, they spot out Deadeye's guys, and Deadeye's guys just pushing their way into the compound. 3 members using 3 different vehicles, just making their way in. And they really haven't taken too much damage. And Nade's going to be a little too deep to deal much damage onto SD. And now SD, they are aware of the fact that there is a full squad of 4 right next door. And they are not going to be friendly neighbors.
Also, if you have a look at it, the backs are not entirely secure, because Nightmare could be in a haunting position behind them, trying to lay down some shots on them. I like the fact that they have deployed smokes, kind of anticipating that they could be shot at from a different direction as well. But if you have a look at the circle, we do have a few compounds to play with, but I love the fact that we have so many hills, and talking about hills, we do have a fight breaking out. It's going to be Skylightz Gaming trying to stop a little bit of an onslaught by 7C, as Memo almost got blown to the moon and back.
He doesn't have any health. That's like almost 0. It's like a millimeter of health, and there we go, Chari with the follow-up nade, and 7C, they were actually taking the fight to Skylightz Gaming, and Skylightz Gaming replying back. Chari crawling, his belly rubbed raw against the ground, crawling and tossing nades, looking to finish off the job with Amimo. At least the res has taken place. In the meantime, P and crew are harassing Zeus Esports as well. and his fights breaking out on multiple fronts as the play zone continues to shrink here. Meanwhile, the smoke has been deployed by his teammates, so he will have a semblance of cover for the time being at least. So he might make his escape here. But 7CXP, that got really hairy considering they had SG in a bad spot. I say that, and Turulov with a perfectly placed grenade. He's going to get another knock. Demons down, and the hunt is on. Only 2 members left standing at the moment for Skylightz Gaming. Although a rest could take place, but more nades getting tossed in. This is continuous, constant, unyielding
the second one is good.
bombardment.
The second one is good. The second one is good. It could be devastating. Oh, it's so close yet so far away, as Skylightz Gaming are still going to be in this game. But again, coming back to the point when Leon, sorry, I beg your pardon, when Memo kind of started that little assault, the problem was 7C just had that one angle to work with, and Skylightz Gaming, they kind of capitalized on the situation. And again, have a look at that little dip where that dossier was sparked. Forget that. I'm going to cover that action once it is on our screens once again, because it looks like, I beg your pardon, DRS, the real soldiers, are in a world of trouble. They are going to be opting for a little bit of French warfare, just deploying smokes to get out of harm's way, as it's INV who are putting on the pressure.
And DRS need to make a move, right? The circle is going to close on in, but 7C from the distance, Fear taking a couple of shots, but they are in turn getting shot at by T2K. Still 16 teams in contention, even though there are only 48 players left alive in the circle, in the play zone, in the server right now, XP. Zeus down to 1 member, 1952 down to 1 member as well. APES, Lit, SG, Astra Academy alive with just a couple of members standing as well. Some of the big dogs, they are struggling in game number 1 here of day number 3. There we go. Canic's going to be knocked down as well. APES down to 1 member. And DEADEYES guys, high voltage, they're looking very solid right now, racking up the kills. PN Crew getting mowed down by Stalwart Uzum. What a fantastic position to just lay down lead from. He's providing so much cover for his teammates, providing information as well. And Stalwart Esports, they are just making life miserable right now for PN Crew.
And looks like they can actually rack up the kills as well, because Nightmare might be heading in their direction. Have a look at that. Legend is going to be in a world of trouble, because at one end he does have Stalwart Esports. I like the fact that they're moving back in cover. They realize that, they're kind of overextended. They want to make sure that the backs are secure, and the back in this case being the giant hill behind them. Lovely, lovely way Stalwart Esports are playing. They're playing smart now, Blade. Now, we did kind of say that, they are amazing in gunfights, but it's the tactics, it's the little rotations that kind of is their Achilles heel. Not right now. They backed off in time, knowing that another squad is coming, and they aren't taking any chances. But what it does do is it gives PN Crew enough time to recuperate. Oh, that grenade almost knocking Rose off. Forward tosses. Mark comes out with his weapon, gets a few shots in, but Legend with his legendary M4 is going to put him down at the ground.
This was a fight that PN Crew had to take, right? They were getting pinned down from above by Stalwart and from the left-hand side by Nightmare Esports. And PN Crew, listen, it's do or die. If you keep remaining here, we're going to get mowed down by both Nightmare as well as Stalwart. And look at Stalwart making a play right now, XP. They know PN Crew's taking a fight with Nightmare, and that call was fantastic. Stalwart, they have their work. Well, it's so easy. It's been done for. PN Crew taking so much damage while wiping out Nightmare, which was the right call, mind you. But Stalwart, they played that one to perfection. They peek out the moment they know PN Crew have a couple of members down, that they're bleeding out in the open, and they get control of this ridge. Fantastic stuff coming out from Pakistanis here.
Lovely. They are reading the kill feed to perfection. And also have a look. They realized, all right, we gave it about 10-15 seconds. We didn't get those shots that we wanted. They came back to cover. Again, they realized that, anyone could be coming in from the northwestern position. So let me tell you one thing. These guys have literally done their homework, and they are a whole different team today. They're in a whole different ballpark, it seems like, as XBZ from INV is going to get shot from the distance, as Siyog is going to be blown to smithereens by a member from SDGaming. It's going to be, they're going to vie for control of this compound. This compound is going to be pivotal as to what's going to happen next. But high voltage, mind you, Blade, they might be outside the circle, but their position is pretty interesting because they are on that slope, which means their backsides are covered unless someone comes out to the summit, which means they can put all their attention towards SD.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. That compound is... Winter, that's not good, and that's going to force him to push in and try and take cover on his rock, but that is incredible cover fire being provided by Chad, who's going to find Gyalzin. The RS pinned down behind the rock, and Winter, the man has no fear. He's taking nades from left and right. He's going to get another knock. He's done his job. It's one man left standing for DRS, and it's AJ, and he's out in the blue. He's taking so much damage as well. He's got to use the first aid kit. I don't think he's even got time. DRS Gaming SDGaming will be eliminated here unless I'm very much mistaken. Yes, they will indeed. What a play coming in there from INV to take out one of the top dogs, getting eliminated in 9th position. Now Shifu Sir, he knows SD are nearby, but are they aware of the lone surviving member of Astra Academy in the vicinity, just lurking around? Yes, they are. On top's gonna find Pika. The timing couldn't have been worse. I've cursed them. Astra Academy will bid us goodbye to 8th position. 7 teams left in contention.
It's going to be exciting because, again, we did kind of mention this compound, which kind of seems like SD are going to be in control since, well, they have the biggest house under their command. However, that is not always the case because DEADEYES, guys, they are looking brilliant. Right now, Crypto against Failing Market, trying his best to lay down a few shots and get his rates up a bit higher as he does spot someone in the distance, but I think INV's Chad is going to be safe for the time being. Right now, high voltage, we were talking about the fact that they are going to have to push in. Well, the blue zone is going to kind of force them as well, but now DEADEYES, guys, I did kind of think that he is going to get shot at from that angle. Ooh. As the yoke takes him down, and the grenade is going to be a double whammy as Bay, well, just gave them a long kiss goodnight.
A long, painful kiss goodnight indeed. And SD, they are holding on to this compound like lives depend on it. And maybe it does. Maybe it does. INV, in the meantime, almost getting, eliminated with that beautifully placed nade. 7C as well joining them down to the final 4 teams. Still a lot of, the teams alive right now, actually. They have a lot of members still alive and kicking. I say that though, and Suyogan on top. Bot being knocked down. Now, Aresh should be coming in. There is no one in the immediate vicinity, and all 4 teams are in the play zone, but the play zone is actually going to favor DEADEYES, guys. So for SD, they've held on to the compound for what seems like forever, but eventually they will have to move down a little bit and kind of make their way into where DEADEYES guys have fortified themselves. However, I'm sure they should have some smokes to kind of cover the path. What they need to be wary of, XP, unless I'm very much mistaken, is Stalwart Esports and, of course, P and Crew in the vicinity.
Amen. However, as soon as Stalwart do open up on P and Crew, this is when SD need to move in on DEADEYES guys' position. They need to deploy those smoke blooms to conceal themselves from Stalwart Esports, and it looks like that is going to be the case because Siyog is going to throw a wrench in their plans as one grenade finds not 1, not 2, but 3 members from SD, and oh my goodness, off screen, that is exactly what they were doing. Smoke was deployed. They were rushing in, but Ken Beebe's going to the last man standing. Crypto sees the commotion happening, but he's going to be a bit too late getting off, dismounting from his vehicle as he gets taken down. Now Blade could be the one man that is going to be the difference over here as Bay unfortunately is going to be bleeding on his knees. Oh my goodness, I couldn't have called this better myself.
DEADEYES guys, they are like, all right, come at me, boys. And they are just mowing everyone down, all 4 left alive. Now for Stalwart, yes, they have lost a member, but they have managed to occupy a pretty decent spot here. They have a little bit of a broken wall for cover, but that cover is not going to last for very much longer. Now for DEADEYES guys, even though they have 4 alive to XP, they need to be wary of the fact that P and Crew could sneak on in. That nade could be perfect. It's been lobbed in, but it is not going to find Hungry Boss. Actually, it is going to be a smoke which is being deployed, and Stalwart are playing this one to perfection, zigging and zagging, dodging the bullets, pushing in through the smoke. Ozum has been taken down. In the meantime, Johnny's been found out as well, and DEADEYES guys, actually, it is going to be Legend from P and Crew helping them out. Stalwart gets eliminated, and DEADEYES guys, in a span of a heartbeat, wipe out every single player in the server. What a game from DEADEYES guys as they claim their chicken dinner.
That was beautiful. That was a well-deserved chicken dinner over there. The fact that they held on to their location, and if you realize at the end, Shifu, although they had a team coming towards them in the form of Messi, trying to basically snuff their lives out, he still had his vision on towards P and Crew. Because I was thinking, if P and Crew, if Legend was given enough time to pick up his fallen comrade, it could have been something different. But again, Stalwart Esports, they did a good job as well, holding on right till the end. The boy, oh boy, DEADEYES guys, when these guys, it's that Iogurkali spirit, right? When they want to fortify a position, like I said before, come hail, come high water, come whatever, they are going to fight till the last drop of blood, and well, they just walked away the winners.
Yeah, like if it comes down to actual warfare, if you want anyone to hold down a particular important place, so to speak, you put a Gurkha there, right? And these guys really delivered the way they were to hold things down. Stalwart Esports, they do manage to get the kills and more importantly the placement points, but that's not our business to break down. We're going to be going to a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be back with a wonderful analyst desk.
Keeping it real. I'm calling shots.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. We are on day number 3 and it is a wonderful turn of events where we were talking about other teams performing and dominating. Well, that's what the case has been based on just this first game. With that, let's move on, of course, to the analyst and ask what do they think about this game, Deeds?
I mean, we called it. We called
pretty
it.
much
I
on
mean,
point.
it has been the history with every single major tournament that day 3 is the hardest on the teams that are specifically, I mean, the top 7, the top 6 of the leaderboard. But this time, I'm really happy with the performances that were put to display by DEADEYES guys and Stalwart Esports.
I mean, day 3 brings the competition closer, and that is what we actually, saw. And I'm pretty sure, I think it's all thanks to the grenade that actually just,
Oh, yes.
True. With that, let's move on the conversation, move on to the MVP coming in from this game. That is going to be showcasing who was the one who climbed up when it came to the ladder of the MVP ranking.
Well, Legend coming up here. 188 healing done, 1 assist, 2446 survival time, 759 damage, and 6 kills coming for this individual.
This has to be from the fight against Stalwart Esports and Nightmare Gaming.
Yes.
That fight was a nightmare and all sort of things. I mean, you're stuck in a corner, your teammates are down, you are getting shot at from both directions. Stalwart on the high ground, Nightmare in the back, but still, Legend and his teammates, they managed to pull through somehow.
Yeah, and Green Crew did really good, but talking about his contribution, it just shows in a few things. Look at this, the damage stat is not that much, but he's just, taking it in the other areas. As you can see, his survival percentage is pretty good, kills as well. But talking about top players, well, Shifu, 5 kills, Suyog, 5 kills, Crypto, 2 kills. Well, these are the teams, I mean, DE, PN Crew, and Stalwart that actually showcase amazing gameplay, obviously, in the top 5 for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. And look at Crypto. I mean, he does have just 2 kills for himself, but the 732 damage, that is something that I want to focus on, because Stalwart Esports, this time, them controlling that squad house was really, really important. And they did it quite nicely. I believe they could have secured the kills from the side of PN Crew a little bit more efficiently had they gone down the slope and around the ridge to pick off the 2 remaining players, but they decided to play it safe, go back into the house and then play it for the late game stage, and it worked out. They had a good finish.
Well, Legend with 20 utilities and Extreme with the longest distance skill, so it just shows, it's good to see Extreme coming up in the stats once in a while, because obviously that lad has a lot of potential for his own self.
Well, I mean, High Voltage had a good game as well. They certainly did walk away with decent amount of points, decent amount of kills. So eventually, when you talk about the plays coming in from, well, the top first half of the leaderboard, those teams were not able to showcase that performance. But overall, when it came down to Stalwart, right, this team had been stuck yesterday on that 8th position. With this play, it is going to be changing. Hopefully.
I mean, hopefully it can change for them, because, I mean, the teams that are close to them are also sort of competing for the top A stance. PN Crew is one of the neighbors of Stalwart Esports, right? They're in the overall leaderboard. I'm talking about this. But as we did mention, and you said it right now, the teams on the second page of the leaderboard are the ones doing really well. This time we had INV right there in the top finishes, and SDGaming also did really well for themselves.
This is what it means, right? Astra Academy, 1952, Zeus was there as well, onto that area. DRS was here. So it kind of means that day 3 is closing the gap in the competition that there is. Then comes the day 4 that actually is going to just, is going to keep everyone on their toes for sure.
Absolutely. With that, when you talk about this game zone, well, it was, again, me and Ocean were having that conversation, a very comfortable, right? Exactly, comfortable circle coming in to this game.
Exactly, a really standard game. You can see just for the first circle, almost every team was inside the zone. They did not have to just, panic with the rotations or something. The circle showcasing the central shift. So teams kind of know from Pochinki to the backsides of farm is where the circle's going to just, form up. And that is where a lot of teams, in fact, APES, DRS. So in these kind of circles, if it's a standard circle, teams in the center kind of have to be ready for the fights, because there might be a lot of rotations that will be happening, and that can actually take down the players, and that did happen.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of it accounts for the changes that have been made on the game as well, because if you remember earlier in the days, the southern side of Pochinki to farm, it was completely flat. Now you do have those ridges and those mountains coming into play, and they can actually account for a lot, as we did see a lot of teams try and push into DEADEYES guys' position from the high ground advantage that was there towards the ending stages of the game, but hardly anyone was able to make it through to the other side. And It really does get quite interesting because now again, as we do see the shifts of the circles coming in, there weren't necessarily so-called hard shifts in the early stages. In the later stages, it's something that the players are used to as well. They know how to deal with, but then again, the death traps are always going to be there.
I mean, they'll always just stay there. Plus, in the later stages, a lot of utility usage was being done. Obviously, a few players just using smokes for their advantage, a few using grenades or maybe Molotov just coming down. So I guess we'll be seeing more of those fights again and again.
Absolutely. Let's recap this entire game through, of course, the OPPO F19 Pro moments.
And I mean, especially in these moments, the one we are going to make for are going to be those aforementioned grenades that Ocean just said.
And PN Crew's rush and Stalwart onto the backside. Well, that was a Zeus spray that I was talking about, right, previously as well. So those were a lot of fights that did happen here and there. But now look at this. Third zone, still 16 teams, like 16-minute marker. That just accounts for one thing, and that is as soon as the circles just keep on moving forward, the fights and the team numbers, they just reduce at an instant only.
We just had a really nasty bolt action shot from Pika a few seconds ago. That was just impressive. I mean, that quick of a reaction right then, the adjustment on the aim. But this is what I was talking about. PN Crew, they were put in trouble by Stalwart Esports, and Nightmare Gaming was there right in front of them. They had to deal with them. Legend making the push, but then you see the teammates going down. You fall back, go for a revive on your own teammates, but the team is still putting pressure. This was, well, it was never supposed to work out for INV. That was an over-aggressive push.
It kind of gave DRS some time to just think about whether they should one player should move in or not, and that also just changed. This is where the game just ended. So overall, I would say it was a brilliant game that just showed how the circles that even you might be knowing are the basic standard circles, they might just give you a curveball as well.
Exactly, they play with your mind quite a lot. And again, you talk about the game, this one was certainly an interesting turn of events for a lot of these teams. But alongside that, there were a few who have not been able to start off good. In that, of course, you do have Astra Academy right there with 420 damage, but sadly, 0 kill.
And it is all thanks to those default circles that Ocean mentioned. Teams do tend to survive to the later stages, and even in this mid-game stages, we had all 16 teams remaining with, I mean, a few individual players, but those individuals are not going to go for those fights or those kills. They are just going to try and survive, but even they were getting picked off. That's why we see those 1 kill, 0 kills coming in for the teams, and it gets really, really tricky to pick up those fights.
True. Absolutely, mates. But with that, let's continue the story. Let's move on to the storyboard. That is where we shall see if at all there is a jump, if at all there is a boost. And yes, sir, there is.
I mean, there's a boost and there are drops that are heartbreaking as well. Zeus Esports and 1952 falling to the 5th and the 6th position. Deadeye's guys getting themselves in the top 3. This is getting really, really spicy right now. 123 for Deadeye's, 121 for PN Crew, Zeus on 119, 1952 on 115.
Day 3, my friend. Day 3. And it's just started. We just started with one game, right? DE on 3rd, PN on 4th, Zeus on 5th. But talking about this one, they did drop down one position, but that's where 7C actually just moved forward. T2K has dropped down to 14th. Nightmare, INV, they are high voltage, Skylightz. I mean, these teams need to pop up as well because they are pretty close to the competition, Lit and 7C, so these teams can, and maybe the upcoming games might just be theirs.
Maybe. We're gonna hope.
We're going to keep our fingers crossed for that, because after all, when you talk about the second page of the leaderboard as well, there are some names over there that do have a lot of skill. It's just based on, well, is the game going to be favoring them? Is the circle going to be favoring them? Is, again, the synergy on point when it comes to that individual moment of that fight?
And another thing, I mean, Stalwart Esports are not stuck on 8th right now. They have managed to make the push to the 7th position, and hopefully now they are in a position from where one game can actually bring them to the top 3 as well, after which you are definitely going to look to contest the trophy.
Absolutely. With that, talking about the day, we just got done with first game. Let's move on to the second game, wherein we shall take a little bit of a curve in towards Sanhok.
Yeah, Sanhok, it's gonna be a pretty fine game, I would say, because if you remember, first day we had Erangel, like we had the similar format on the first day, and the teams that actually just at that moment teams kind of just started up their pace. That was the first game, second game now, but this is obviously 12 games later, 13 games later as per se. So these teams kind of know what is happening. In Sanhok, early skirmishes teams are avoiding that as well. But if the circle shows a curveball, remember yesterday DRS, the circle showed a weird curveball. It was not for them, but they thought it was a curveball, and the team started moving on a different direction, on a different note. So things like these might play against, like, you might create your own tensions.
Well, that is true. That is true. Now, in this conversation, let's chime in along with the map chance, because again, that's going to be bringing up a different start, which will showcase what teams as of now look to be able to get this game back.
I was just about to say this. I mean, Ocean mentioned the Sanhok on day one. DEADEYES guys took that game, the first Sanhok that was there on day one. So they are known for this map. I mean, as far as this championship 4 days are considered, and I'm going to expect, since they have started on a good note today's day, Sanhok, we are going to see another good performance from this team, from where they're going to be a little bit closer to DRS.
I mean, they have started off good. I'm pretty sure about that, but Mongolian teams, I mean, they love a comeback story. They always like to, have those comeback stories, and we have seen them play really good on Erangels, on Miramars that are kind of slower maps. I would love to see what they do on a faster map now, as we are 50% plus in our journey.
Well, with that, let's get on with the game itself. Let's get on with the show. Let's jump into the battleground, for which it is time to move on to our commentators. I'm going to be taking you guys through this game. It is none other than the Panda Bros. That is, well, the wonderful cast and Necro and Fixes.
Thank you so much, Blotter, once again. And here we are, almost done with half of our journey and heading into Sanhok, of course, with DEADEYES having started the day in a fantastic manner. Now, I completely agree with the desk as to how well they've been playing in Sanhok. Do you think they have what it takes to pull off a back-to-back?
They definitely do, but is that possible? That's the real question. I mean, they can, but if teams like Astra are there and then are going to be blocking their ways. Now, look, they got the chicken dinner, third day, first game, chicken dinner. I feel like a lot of teams might just have their eyes locked on them now.
Another thing I completely agree with the desk is the third day is a day of corrections, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the teams from the bottom order sort of start to propel themselves, and DEADEYES have already got themselves into the top 3. Now, again, apart from DEADEYES, there's another team, Stalwart. I think they have been surely but slowly picking the pace up, and I'm presuming that they might have a good game this time around. But 1952, what do you have to say about them?
1952, man. I mean, look, they have been pretty phenomenal this whole competition, but today's day is important. I said this yesterday as well. This is where the real tide turns. This is where the real shift takes places. But now, 1952, today's the day where you actually need to perform real good. Talking about Stalwart Esports, they have been pretty phenomenal overall in the kill session.
Yeah.
But now, you guys should focus on a little bit more kind of placement points, just like you got in the previous game. Go for those placements. At the same time, try and aim for as much as kills you can. But I feel like if you are trying to go for those kills, try and aim for the placement as well, because you guys are doing pretty phenomenal in the kill category.
Absolutely. That being said, we are already on way with our flight path trajectory going towards ruins, and does not really matter because you really get to go wherever you want. Now, you're talking about Sanhok. We know how unpredictable the circles can be at times. The kind of plays you need to make, you need to be wary every single moment. Now, this sort of brings me down towards a team supposedly called as Team Zeus. Now, they did not really have the kind of a start they wanted, but we do know, if you compare those past performances, these are the days when they really, really pick up the pace. So, I mean, how do you feel about Zeus, dropping off around behind a really, really long split away from each other?
I mean, look, I feel like the first day was more kind of like for testing the waters, right? In the second day, they did pretty decent. And again, early engagement here, and Memo spotting out the lad from SD there, Jimmy. SD did quite good in the previous game, and if Jimmy went down early off this time, that could have been a massive casualty for them. But now, getting back to the conversation that we were having, Zeus. First day was more kind of like a testing things that they were having. Second day, they did quite good, and I feel like in the day 3 as well, they might just get like 1 or 2 chicken dinners. I don't know why. I just have a hinge.
You know, I think the only problem with Zeus is sort of reaching the pole position, you know.
Yeah.
They have the players, you know, in terms of the kill leaderboards. They've got IC, they've even got Jol, they've got Cottless. Every single one is out there. But then again, you're talking about Zeus in terms of positioning points is where they're sort of lacking off. And in the terms of kill department, they are doing phenomenal. So, like we said, you know, by the end of today's evening, we're certainly going to see that demarcation being formed, the segregation between, you know, the upper echelon and the remainder of the teams, which also includes, you know, 5 to 10 maybe, because by the start of the day, I mean, they were so closely contested. Now we're slowly and surely witnessing, you know, that difference in terms of their points. Now, this game is going to be really crucial for teams like, you know, Deadeyes, PN Crew, Zeus, 952, Stalwart, and APES. You know, we've been talking about Astra Academy a lot, and somewhere down the line, Team APES seems to have been overshadowed by them, barring the fact that they have also been playing equally good.
Exactly. APES, I feel like they are trying to be as consistent as possible, but there's still like some leaks left in between. Like 1 or 2 games, they're not really able to do that good. They go down like early off, and this is where it like kind of affects their positioning overall as well. In the overall leaderboards, they're on the 8th position. That means it's decent, but still, I feel like they can do better. They can definitely do better. But now, talking about the game in the circle, it's kind of divided, you know, pretty good between these 3 islands. I mean, it's kind of separated out, but now in the later circle phases, you know, the question kind of remains: is it going to be shifting on the top side, in the bottom side, or completely on the right side? This is where the kind of mystery starts.
You know, I'm really thankful that I'm just on the desk over here and not inside the game, considering, you know, it might just make me go nuts, considering, you know, in these certain hybrid circles, we really do not know. And especially in a map like Sanhok, I certainly can't, you know, predict that, yeah, the circle might just go towards the western side. But this time, it's a high possibility. But here we have the boys from Nightmare having spotted Fear right out in the open. Will take those shots, but how on earth could he whip those? But eventually does manage to take him off. But the trade is definitely there.
Was that worth it, though? I feel like he could have peeked out early and then got him, or at least could have waited that situation out. But the kill has been confirmed. 7C in a massive world of trouble. True Love getting caught off guard. Just has that one tree. Memo as well out of the cover. What exactly is going on, 7C? You guys are handing them over the kills.
That's a disaster by 7C, 100%, because there was no reason on earth that these players have to roam around in the open. Why is the question? Look at Smokey. Where's your cover, buddy? And he's barely got anything to play around with. And yes, we do understand for a fact now he's playing beneath those bridges, but I think, you know, the kind of commitment for just one player. I mean, yeah, Fear was too much out in the open. It was his mistake. He messed it, and you do not really have to go and do the cleaning job over there by exposing yourself in such a position. Initially, you know your friend gets knocked out. What you do is focus on the trades, get the trades in your favor, then maybe go for the revival. And making those big mistakes is definitely going to cost 7C all those points that they could have really garnered. And this is a very important day for the teams on the bottom half.
Memo just decided to jump out that window. I don't know why he did that. He could have literally just stayed inside, try and provide some backup, because it was pretty much a done game, right? It was pretty much like done for his teammates. There was no way he could save them out, but still he decided to, you know, get out the building, try and rush onto his teammate, which was, I feel like, pointless, which was not needed. He could have saved his own life if he wanted to. But here we have the lads from 1952 spotting out the lads of Skylightz Gaming. Yep. And we were talking about them, so our eyes are addicted upon them.
We certainly are, and I think 952, they are in a very, very commanding position now. Skylightz Gaming really have to dance to their beats right now, considering how they're just fishes waiting to be picked up by the hunters over here. And 1952, they're going to enjoy this, aren't they?
Exactly. They're like the fishermen searching for the fishes. And these are the only 4 ones. All the attention is going to be on them. And things are not looking good for Chari. He's down to such low HP, barely 5 HP, and still making it alive. But 1 bullet is going to be sealing the deal for him. You know, we have Nightmare Gaming locking their eyes on the lads of PN Crew. Do PN Crew have any clue? Yes, they do, but they're caught off guard out in the open. Killer YT just proning out. And wow, what a spray transfer coming out from the lad of Coco. And now Coco does realize 2 more players alive. Right in the back lines, they do have that little bit of ridge providing them that cover. Trades have happened from both sides, so PN Crew should be safe for now.
Now even APES want a piece of the cake over there from the fight that's happening right around, and they also do have one of their players knocked out, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be joining it quick, and Connect will of course get those crucial knocks, and PN Crew in a whole world of trouble. This is certainly not the kind of a start that they would have wanted, and this is why, you know, Sanhok is one of the most feared maps from the professional players. They don't like it at all because you do not really know what's waiting ahead of you. A nightmare. I mean, this is really good considering, you know, how they're standing in terms of the overall position, and it feels really good. The game has just started and they have already racked up 4 kills.
Already racking up 4 kills. Coco still continuing to light things up. Apes have been spotted at white. Took a little bit of damage, but the trades are there from the side of PN Crew as well. One player from Nightmare Gaming did go down, but the rest is there instantly from the side of Coco. And Kanik, man, this man is on fire. He doesn't seem like he's missing any shots.
Yeah, and we've been talking about Team Apes, right? They are not the kind of a squad that love to kind of force those fights upon them. They're the kind of a squad that really love to capitalize on the situation in hand, and they did find a window of opportunity. They might as well take it, and with that being said, Sanchir already heading in, but does he have any teammate pushing in tandem with him? That's going to be a question as Connect. Yes, he's there as they are slowly but surely chiming in inside the fight, and Roshi, he's backing off, and that might be a really good decision, but can he make into safe cover at the right span of time? And yes, it's going to be the answer. But
I feel so bad for Skylightz Gaming there. They're just swimming in the water, getting picked off one by one. It's like they're just handcuffed and they cannot do anything. And 1952 is not letting them breathe at all. On the other hand, 7C as well, fighting the last from Nightmare Gaming. Hong went down. And wow, Smokey was still in that same spot since the start.
I mean, this is really good, right?
Look
you
at
were
that.
getting 0 points now. You're going to be ending with just 1, maybe 2 or 3. That depends on how good Smokey is. And considering we did see some stellar performance from him yesterday in Miramar, I would not really be surprised if he can get in some good position points. But C Minor just waiting to just allow Joker to come out in the open, and Joker.
He's like dancing left and right in the water.
And now I think he's just going to give himself away to the zone. But either ways, he's just waiting for the time to meet his maker. We got to see who exactly it's going to be. And there you go, the kills being confirmed. And wow, 1952 off to a really good start. 4 kills already.
That was such an awkward fight. Like, I've never seen a more awkward moment in my entire life. Whole team in the water, and then the other team just spots them out in the water, keeps shooting at them until they're trying to find kills. So many ammos or mags being unloaded in that situation. And look at this. Leon knew it was pretty much a done game for him, so he just tried to bob and weave on that island. But hey, man, it's fine. You still have 3 more games in your pocket, which are actually 4 more games in your pocket, which are upcoming. So hey, it's fine. You have more time. You can try and display your skill in those. Don't cry about gone games, guys. Try and focus on the future. While we have 1952 again. Now, the circle seems like it's pretty much favoring the Northern Island, but anything can happen.
Anything can happen, actually. We've seen even worse Eastern shifts. Now, Astra Academy are going to be rooting their money on the circle shifting towards them. And, well, if it does, I think we do have a chicken for them again, and that'll make the tally up to 5. But Team INV, just around them, and Astra Academy, they are ready. They're just waiting for the moment to strike, and if it comes, I think they're going to leave no stones unturned over there.
The other hand, though, look at INV kind of getting ready for a late game setup, you know, just trying to set themselves up for the late game. Do know if things go kind of south for them, they are ready to rotate from those waterways.
Yeah.
But Deadeye's is there in the front lines. Hopefully they don't spot them out. On the other hand, look at this. 7C is quite close to the lads of Nightmare Gaming. Now, Nightmare pretty much knows Smokey's right below the bridge.
Yeah.
But now they also don't exactly know that he might have repositioned himself, so they just don't want to commit.
Now take a look at Team Zeus over here, right? I mean, they dropped off Miramar, they're going towards a certain side. Now that sort of throws me into thinking: is that a good decision by the players, considering the circle might just go towards the Western Islands? Maybe that's the route they're going to take. But Action, he cannot really keep himself away from the action, is he? But right now, already having secured that one kill, but now is going to take some heavy damage coming in from the boys of Deadeyes. But Stalwart, look at them catching the players of Zeus with their pants down, and Icy, he's gonna lose out on his life as ably he's making that rotation with the buggies being sprayed on by Crypto. But no, look at Zyol, his pinpoint accuracy ensuring that they get a trade out of that one.
Got caught off guard in those rotation there. Zeus losing out on their one-man Icy, who is in those kill leaderboards there. But now he is out the game. That means Zeus might be in a bit of pickle there. But we do know each and every single individual player in the squad of Zeus is pretty much a fragger.
It's pretty much a squad by themselves, you know.
Yeah.
That is how good they are, but they have to be even better considering this tournament standards have been lifted all the way up high after, you know, all the remainder of teams just chimed in. And especially if you're talking about the other teams, you can never rule out Astra Academy. The way they've got the players of INV. I mean, Chad also losing out on his life. They are just fish in a barrel waiting to meet their makers, and now quietly just swimming away, will have the cover from the stones. But the third airdrop comes in, the AWM, the weapon that you would want the players of Zeus to go and take it.
Where are you, Godless? This is your weapon.
Or maybe
man.
Icy.
Yeah, I mean,
But he's done.
pretty good.
He's done. He's out of the game.
Yeah, exactly. He died.
Yeah.
But yeah, but I mean, hey, look, Icy is good at the bolt action as well, and Godless as well. But I mean, I feel like Godless hit some pretty crazy shots on the day one, you know, and that just kind of left a stamp in my heart for him. But on the other hand, look at this. Astra Academy as well, kind of getting in the outskirts, shifting out from their comfort zone. Do have the lads of INV locked in their sights. Hopefully they just don't get completely tunnel visioned on them.
INV, I mean, it would be a miracle if they kind of get out safe in life, already having lost out on two of their players. But I believe this is the moment of truth. After this, we will have a slight idea as to where the circle is going. And I really love how Deadeyes have positioned themselves. And this is why we do really, you know, applaud the way they approach Sanhok, you know, staying in the center, because they know even if it goes towards boot camp, they have a route, but taking that southern route. And this is where, you know, Stalwart are definitely going to be enjoying themselves. But right in front of them, we do have the players of APES, so they got to deal with that. But now, this is where trouble begins for Astra Academy. But then again, you know, adding on, we know how good these players are with the micro rotations. So let's see, how are they going to play this one around?
I like how majority of the teams already kind of predicted that the circle is going to be moving in the southern side. There are a lot of teams in the southern side. And on the other hand, High Voltage had set themselves up completely spread out on that mountain there. So, I mean, their position is now pretty much useless. They will have to move inside the southern part, which is guarded from all the different angles by these lands. Now, fights might happen here. High Voltage is straight up walking in the lands of Deadeyes, and they might just clash anytime soon. On the other hand, Stalwart Esports as well, kind of going head-to-head against the lads of APES.
Yep, APES just outside the compound, just prone in one with the nature, and the same can be said for Stalwart. Now we've seen Uzim again, you know, he's one of the old guards and he's stepping up really big, but now they are under heavy fire from the boys from Zeus as Siola spot played down, and Uzim will fall down as well. Now APES also chiming in into the fight and will get the better of Stalwart, getting sandwiched in such a precarious position. And now it all comes down to Johnny and Crypto. Stalwart never had the thought that they would be ending up like this, but it is what it is.
Some dirty work being done by the lads of APES there, completely backstabbing the squad of Stalwart Esports. Crypto kind of separated out from the man Johnny there, and we finally see APES kind of spawning out the lads of Zeus. Their entire squad of APES is now on that compound. Godless as well, kind of not shying away from a fight, directly challenging those aim duels.
Yeah, indeed, and he's got that AUG on him, so you know how...
Beam.
Yeah, I mean, this gun barely has any recoil if you have the right attachments with it. But it seems like Zeus do want to take a move around, and Zor will be the one providing that cover fire, ensuring that they get into safety, they get inside the zone at least without even worrying. But again, Team Apes, you gotta see as to what they're up to. Connect, making some similar movements like Zeus love to do. You know, just getting over the rocks, try to have a good aerial view of what's going on beneath you. And at the same time, you know, it gives you a lot of information, but at the cost of exposing yourself right out in the open. Imagine someone coming from behind. He's a goner there.
But I believe his teammates are watching the back line, so that's why he's kind of being careless about it. And also, getting on the rock also gives you kind of an elevation. That means that high ground provides you that a lot of vision, which gives you a lot of knowledge and a lot of info of the game as well. If there's any team kind of lurking in the front lines or in the back lines, it depends on the situation that you're in, and it depends on what kind of position you have gone for yourself.
Now, you know, considering the circle shifting around, a lot of teams already have taken their exits. Skylightz Gaming, man. I mean, we did see that really amazing 15 kills haul yesterday by the boys. They could not get the chicken dinner, but they were really close. And, you know, that's where we really thought maybe we're getting that old Skylightz Gaming making a comeback. But then again, it's the same storyline. But look at the shift now. This is where SD... they really, really need to seal this because they have been trying relentlessly. They haven't gotten that opportunity. Now, you cannot ask for a better circle than what they've gotten for themselves.
But now, two Alpha Titans are going to be clashing against each other. DRS and Astra Academy might just clash. As Astra try to make it in the circle, DRS are the guardian angels of that zone. And I'm pretty sure they're not just going to let Astra Academy cross it that easily. On the other hand, Deadeye's, though, kind of facing a bad side of 1952. There are two men taken down, and 1952 as well. Trades happening here and there. But Deadeye's, one man has went down, Shifu. The rest is there from Suyok there. But also buying him a lot of time, and Hungrybox making a little bit of mistake, being a little bit too impatient.
Yeah, right now, I mean, 952 will definitely capitalize on this, but barring the fact, both the teams have to get inside the circle, and we got to see if, you know, whether both are making it, or either one of them, or no one at all. And I think the third one is more apt choice, considering the time they are, you know, wasting over here, because the circle has started closing in. They are inside the circle, though that's for Deadeye's. 1952 in a bit more worse situation than they are right now. They're just living on the edges, you know, barely surviving that Molotov magnet, and he's still got to patch himself up as Entry is making that push in, already taking a lot of damage as Shifu there will definitely get the knock on towards him. Right now, we got to see as to what Topic is about to do, as Magnet has already started cooking up his grenade. They're going to be lobbing it into thin air. Is that going to connect towards Shifu? But Shifu will make it into safe cover. He's still alive. Now, the Nentry's revive needs to be done quickly or just abandon him. But either ways, 1952 have to do something about it.
It's not going to be that easy of a job, but on the other hand, Astra Academy as well, kind of not having a good time. Screet went down there. Two fights happening at the same time. Things are getting pretty heated up as the circle is shrinking down. But 1952, the kill will be confirmed. Entry is completely down now. The man, the myth, the legend is not in the game anymore for the lads of 1952. And the Bangladeshi fan base is, of course, going to be kind of disappointed with them. But here we go. The fight between DRS and Astra Academy. Two Alpha Titans. Pico went down. And it seems like Astra Academy are not really having the time of their life. Top as well going down. Each and every single player of Astra Academy is falling down one by one. Action, the last man alive. At this point in time, Action should try and keep his position anonymous.
You know, either ways, Action, we do know he's capable of bigger things. But right now, you know, DRS are definitely not letting him do that. But Smokey, how on earth does he do this? Every single time someone comes beneath the bridge, they are goners over there. But right now, 1952 Stofik, it all comes down to him. And with that, the Bangladeshi fans, they are going to be feeling heartbroken as to what's happening, because 1952 cannot afford all these early eliminations considering they've made it so far. But Tofik, he's just got two first aids to play around with. And I think after that, he might just be done. But then at the same time, the stalling game from his side is definitely deterring the fact that Deadeye's also need to get inside the circle. Now, how are they going to do that considering SD are just waiting for them?
But he only has one first aid left, and this is where kind of the drastic circle left shift is happening. And TDK, a team that needs this chicken dinner pretty desperately, is fighting back for their life. and Zeus was the team kind of did just ram the vehicle in their compound. And this is where things are really getting kind of weird between Smokey, right? I mean, last man alive from 7C, anyone who is kind of peeking below the bridge, Smokey's just like, say hello to my little friend.
I mean, talking about tools there, aren't you? But, you know, you've got Hustler. He's just got that high crown for himself. Just pruned out. But I wish he had a bit of more cover. But right now, LIT, they're making up their moves. And they've been in a good form lately, considering how they picked themselves up after the 8th game yesterday. But High Voltage finally making their presence felt. As Smokey, he is in there for one more. No, it's going to be the answer as my man Frankie is finally back. So I think this is the kind of a change that maybe T2K needed. But with that being said, we also have lost another team amongst us. That's Stalwart and 7C taking exits at 13th and 12th position respectively.
Smokey was just completely surprising everyone with his position, and here we have Apes White taken down. That Tommy gun is in action, baby. It's back in action with that 15 mag in its pocket. And LIT going head-to-head against the lads of Apes. There, one last man alive from the side of Apes. Sanctuary went down as well. LIT is desperately searching for that one last man. Are they going to be finding it, though? Hustler is there kind of in the back lines, but one player of LIT is quite close to him. Still, Hustler is not moving an inch, not moving a muscle, because he does know moving means death for him.
It certainly is. Now, look at DRS. They've got to deal with SD, considering how SD are just backing off. You've got to see, because the circle sort of has rotated down south. Now, Astra Academy do have action and Utsarga over there. Got to see what they are up to. But Knight right now, Roshi, spotting out Vanu. Will take a few shots on towards him. Will, however, miss it. But right now, DRS making the move over here as Bay. He's got to back off. But did make it around safely as AJ goes falling down. Now, SD, they are the ones taking charge of this entire fight as DRS are under heavy fire. Marvin Ninja somehow trying to keep his squad alive. But the zone is definitely going to do that extra bit of damage as we see Deadeyes. Domination spree coming in from them. But DRS, they are going to go for a swim as SD have already taken an exit, and look at how well Hungrybox has positioned himself, and this is absolute mayhem, absolute massacre going around as Team LIT, they've made it to the top 5 this time.
Exactly, 3 players alive from the lads of LIT. TDK as well in the late game. Is this it? Fixes. This is the chicken dinner that TDK needs, and even in the social media they did say 12 games are upcoming and they can get all 12 chicken dinners. But I mean, this is the second game. First game is already gone. That means 11 left in hand.
11 chicken dinners. It's possible, baby. Let's go. And Utsaga, blah, 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 Frankie, they all just geared up for that one. And yes, it might be in here. The chicken that they were searching for. They've got that perfect smoke cover. They've got those riches to play around with. And LIT, we've got to see as to what these boys have to put on the table as Odsy also falls down, victim to the play zone as High Voltage take an exit.
High Voltage take an exit from the game. That means these are only last 3 teams alive. Deadeyes Hungrybox is the last man alive. I feel like Hungrybox is going to be playing that dirty game. Let these 2 teams fight out and then strike in the right moment. And this is where things are going to get real heated up. LIT is moving slowly and steadily in the zone as TDK have themselves a pretty good setup.
Hungrybox in the meanwhile, not letting his position get spotted away, but he's got to get inside the circle somehow. But LIT, they're not even moving a muscle. They know that they've got to cross. They're inside the zone, I believe. They got just on the peripheries of it. But Hungrybox is already taking so much damage. How long is he going to survive? But either way, the top 3 finish is something that Deadeyes can live with, considering how well they've been playing, how well they've started the day. But blah, 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 making the movement initially. They lob that grenade, but it's Frankie that's going to seal the deal for Hungrybox as we have the final 2 teams breaking it out.
Final 2 teams left. It seems like LIT is taking a lot of damage from that random fire. But hold on, it doesn't matter. The damage doesn't matter anymore because LIT has found themselves a knock that they were looking for. The opening has been found. Frankie as well goes down. TDK kind of screwing this chicken dinner up. It was theirs. What exactly happened? Last man alive, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. LIT just seals the deal instantly in a matter of seconds. The damage doesn't matter, TDK. Knocks matter. This is what LIT said.
Yeah, I mean, you've been talking about getting 12 chicken dinners. Might as well start with one. But then again, we have a team called LIT who's compact already too. And they are propelling themselves even further in terms of overall standings. What they really did, I was flabbergasted. I was impressed with the kind of nades that they did throw off. And that did take me back to the U-level up days, and the boys are definitely back and they are in here for getting some more. But you know what, we are going to be heading for a short little break because coming right after is the desk to break the fights down.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. We are on day number 3, a 4-day affair that has brought itself down to day number 3 where, well, the storyline is not looking too good for some of these teams, along with which it is phenomenal because OPPO F19 Pro is the sponsor that's making it all happen. Hashtag wook up your fun. With that, moving on with the conversation. Dudes, T2K was so very close, but talk about a game. Lit was just on point in that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, amazing performance from both these teams, but yes, as that final fight was breaking out, we expected T2K to be the one lifting, holding the chicken dinner in their hands, but Lit had other plans. The team is definitely bringing the momentum from yesterday.
Exactly, and we'll be talking about stats and all, everything, just as we'll be just moving up forward, the MVPs and top players and whatnot. But that's where the conversation just rises up, right? Nightmares was doing decent, and look at this Coco. So I still remember when talking about the teams, this is what he said, Johnny, you said about it, and that was that this team has their ups and downs. Their ups are really good. 5 kills, 711 damage, 22-34 survival time, 3 assists, and only 76 killing done. Not the lowest number. We've seen the lowest numbers as well. We've seen as low as 0 from Zeus previously. But so this game was good for Nightmare, obviously for Lit. It would have been good for DRS had the circle and the skirmishers that kind of just played their own game, but still, it is what it is.
I have to say this. I mean, as far as the relationship with the circle is considered, and Ocean mentioned this as well, with DRS specifically.
And Sanhok.
And Sanhok, it's not good. On Sanhok, it's not good. But look at this. Look at the contribution from Coco for Nightmare Gaming. Look at the kill percentage. 28% participation in terms of kills and assists right there. And look at the damage taken, just 9.3% for the entire team.
Yeah, 9.3% only. But we're talking to the top players. Coco is there with 5 kills. Obviously, we saw him. Hungry Box with 5 kills. Apes Hustle coming up with 4, and then blah 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 coming up with 5 kills. So this was a really kill hungry game that just shows it. I mean, T2K just coming up. DE another decent finish for them. Apes coming up with a decent outing, and again, so this is where you kind of just see the boundaries. That is every team, like not exactly every team, but players of different teams coming up with more kills for themselves. That means it was kind of a dominating affair from a lot of teams.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And as we talk about domination, Deadeye's guys looking at the bigger picture are definitely bringing that domination along with them. But now, moving on, the match summary in front of us. So highest skill, we know we have Coco with us from Nightmare Gaming with 5. His teammate Hong with the maximum assist, assisting in 4 kills that were secured by his team. So overall, an amazing game by the lads. 12 utilities used by Jane right there from the side of T2K, and it's fairly average number as far as Sanhok is considered. We know there are not much utilities used in this map, but it was a really interesting game, and for one more reason, we're going to talk about the zones later.
Absolutely, but before that, let's have a look at the match ranking itself, where we shall see how many kills did these teams walk away with. Looking good.
Still close affair. I mean, not that much. I mean, Lit got 7 kills. T2K got 9, 22-21 overall. So that's where the close affair was. And T2K, well, they have started off the momentum. Let's see where it goes. Because again, third day, it changes a lot of things. This time it's for T2K just coming up good. Lit, well, they had a decent game yesterday as well. DE coming up decent once again. Nightmare turning up the pages for themselves. So yeah, overall it was good. But now here it is. DRS 8 points. What about Astra Academy?
Exactly. That's exactly the thing that I was coming up to next. These 8 points might look a little too less for some people, but they are still closing the distance little by little, chipping away at that lead that Astra Academy have. And Astra Academy, here we see them on the 9th spot with 4 points from this match. Things are getting really interesting because now, looking at how the matches are going, the competition is catching up, and not just in the top 8 itself, but this game specifically. Majority of the teams that we have with the good finishes are the ones that are on the second page of the standings.
Exactly, and a bit more of an interesting, or rather controversial, I would say, point to bring up is going to be the fact that the teams that are actually leading are not walking away with that many points. So when it comes to the lead itself,
Third day.
Third day. It's making things that much more close on the overall standing.
Yeah, definitely. And it's really, really interesting, but interesting things also.
Absolutely. With that, let's have a look at the zones coming in from this game, because that is where the rotations are brought on along, and some of these teams, oh, they did look pretty comfortable.
All right off the bat, I mean, before we talk about anything else, we have to talk about what happened to Skylightz Gaming.
1952 happened.
I mean, the water. There's always that one team that moves through the water lines and that gets caught up. But look at this. This is where SD is right now. The circle shift was moving onto the side. When it just moved around, we talked about it, we're going to see a water side-ish circle, and then the teams are going to be just moving up forward. So the next swap happens. Teams might be thinking it can go to Ruins or the southern side of Ruins. It was just trying, but then another shift happens. In that, SC was looking really perfect in their own position, and DRS had to move in. That's where the circle shift kind of just played its own game, and a lot of teams. Lit is there onto the sides of Ruins. Apes is there, Zeus is there, Zeus got caught off, high voltage, so many teams. Look at this, you can see the players just going down, and this is where Astra Academy as well, action just coming up. So many players trying, but T2K, one player's in water, other two players are here. So Utsarga could have told the location of the players from the backside that are coming up, and Frankie could have just taken a fight against Nightmare and the other teams if they had seen them. So that was a really critical call to be given at that point.
Exactly, and I have to give props to the players of DRS, DE and SDGaming, the way they played this game out, because the positions that they had close to the edges of those 3 islands, that's not an easy place to be. You're getting shot at from multiple directions. You don't have enough land area to fall back because the blue zone is closing in from the rear. Plus, it's a challenge to cross over to the other direction when the circle actually shifts. But they still managed to do really well for themselves in this match.
Most certainly. With that, combining the efforts of all these teams, let's have a look at the OPPO F19 Pro moments. Let's just jump right in.
Yeah, let's just jump right in, as the competition was just starting up really good for itself. In 2 minutes, you see the first skirmish happening, and that's where the time just runs forward as PN Crew got spotted on. Coco, this was brilliant. He had spotted on the players. All they had to do was just try and hunt them and give them damage. Talking about hunting, well, this. I mean, we'll remember this.
Yeah, I mean, everyone is going to remember this. Skylightz Gaming being spotted out by the players of 1952 in the water, and we know it's not a really preferable place to be in. But then again, I mean, coming back to the moment we saw earlier from Coco, that was quite interesting because for some reason the players from PN Crew completely ignored him and was shooting, I believe, at his teammates in the backlines, and Coco took advantage of that situation. The presence of mind and, I mean, the calmness displayed by the lad was incredible, because he had 4 players in front of him at the same time shooting behind him.
This one, everyone just rushing on. This was, I don't know what happened with Zeus at this moment, because the way they tried to rush it did not work in their favor.
I believe we have seen this before as well. We've seen this happen once before.
No. Well, now if we're just talking about the fights that are happening here and moving up forward, you know it, right? every team, when the circles come in, it's post 5th zone,
Yeah.
and 6th, 7th, 8th circle. You'll have to respect the circle out there.
Yeah.
If you don't, you know the zone's gonna play its own game, and obviously it's gonna take away those crucial survival timings and maybe the points which you could have earned otherwise.
Yeah, and as we were talking about the T2K LIT situation in that final fight, I mean, you can never account for the utility accuracy. That is something that totally depends on how precise read of your location your opponents have and how good they can judge the distance and toss up the nades. And the nades, mind you, were perfect from the players of late.
Most certainly were. Along with that, I mean, there was a lot of damage that was dished out throughout this lobby. I mean, T2K certainly chiming in along with a lot of kills, but it is looking good where APES has a lot of control. Nightmare certainly has had a lot of control. A good game.
Yeah, it was a good game, and as you said, there was a lot of damage dished out by almost every single team that was present, apart from the ones that were taken out early. And Zeus Esports, definitely, if you are going to be in those vehicles, you will be taken out without even getting a trade.
Those things did happen, right? You talked about Zeus, yeah, that happened. PMPL, yeah, that happened. Skylightz Gaming, well, they got caught off guard.
They were washed away.
All right. Well, but talk about Lit and T2K and DE, like these teams are 7, 9, 8 kills respectively, but the damage numbers, kind of 1,000 to 1,200-ish damage numbers is what they have. Compared to APES with 6 kills and 13, 14 damage, that just shows the reason. You know, both, I mean, every team would have had that aggressive stance for themselves, but which team moved forward, it just means one thing, that is, they were avoiding the fights that could have taken them down, and APES did not, and hence APES got taken down. Those things are right. The basic concept of good fight and bad fight. True. It just comes down.
Yeah.
Is always the case. Is always the case, because eventually you cannot always predict if it is going to be a good fight or not. You just jump into it, and again, as Johnny did mention, you have to have your calm when you are part of that. But with that, let's move on to the storyboard, which is going to showcase how big a lead have these teams made. Well, Lit is here on the 8th.
Yeah, definitely getting themselves inside the top 8. And before this game, we actually did talk about it, how the difference between the top 8 and the remaining teams have vanished. It's only, I believe, the 13th position onwards where we see the teams a little bit too far behind, but even they are catching up now, so they should be there by the end of the day from where they can contest the top 8. But over here, quite a stable standing from Astra Academy, DRS. The difference is still there between the top 2, and they're going to be in a safer position. But as we move down the standings, this is where we have the volatile situation now.
Even T2K is now, we were talking about 13 to 16, right? You can keep 13 as well, because T2K can also just, you know, take down Skylightz right now, 72, 82, if they have the similar gameplay for themselves. SDGaming, INV, Nightmare, well, they are right now, they need to catch up really quick, because again, we have seen a few games as of now. We'll have to go a bit longer on the journey for sure.
Well, we do not have that many games remaining, and that is something that these teams are going to have to keep in mind, along with which, of course, the pressure levels are increasing. Talking about the MVP ranking, the pressure levels are on a different roll, because Zeus, as I see, is catching up.
Yeah, also, I mean, Icy is right on the toes of action at this point in terms of the damage numbers. The survival time is a little bit less in comparison, I mean, to his own teammates as well, but that is Zeus Esports. They are going to get those kills. They will be dishing out their damage constantly, and I expect the players from DRS to actually pick up the pace right now, since the pressure is going to be building up on them, and this is one team that does really well under pressure for some reason.
Well, they stay in control, and that is going to be really, really crucial for these teams to be able to, you know, bring up that synergistic play, and eventually, of course, bring that play into those points. That is going to be so very important. Again, I mean, we are on day number 3 of the South Asia Championship, and in that, there aren't that many games remaining. We've got 2 games done. Now it's time to jump into the 3rd game. Let's bring on the schedule to find out where are we going. Miramar.
Alright, talking about Miramar, right? Just to start up, and I know you're going to be really happy about this one, PN Crew as well, but just to start up, you know, there's one person who loves those bold action shots. It's going to be Miramar. It's going to be bold action shots.
Godless.
And one more of the virtual bros. What do you call them?
Oh, yeah.
Virtual bros?
Yep, the virtual gang is what I'm basing it on, but I do believe XP is what you're hinting towards, yeah?
Yeah.
I would love to, you know, just hear his thoughts on those bold action shots. For when they're going to happen, they definitely will be happening up for sure. And just as you said, Godless, right? But yesterday, We saw Icy using a bolt
True.
action as well. So Zeus kind of just diversifies themselves. But again, moving on the conversation with the PN crew. For them, Miramar always has a really good story.
Not just PN crew, Stalwart Esports as well. They have brought themselves in a really good position right now, and we know Miramar is a map that is like really, really good for the teams that come from the Pakistan region. So I would love to see what they can bring to the table right now.
Well, with that enough said, let's move on to the virtual gang indeed. Let's move on the conversation to XP and Play, who are going to be taking us through this third game of the day.
Thank you again for that very much, Blotter. Of course, once again, shout out to our lovely analysts and, of course, our hosts. And we're back here once more. I was looking for a cowboy hat, but if you have one, put it on. It's going to be, of course, Miramar. And they were talking a bit about some bolt action,
Is this
sniper
what you wanted?
stuff.
Is this what you wanted? I'm ready, baby. I am ready for Miramar. And I like the fact, whoa, my hat just fell. I'm not going to bend down and pick it up. But again, hey man, I'm ready for the match. It's Miramar. I got my cowboy hat on, and I like the fact that the analyst desk they almost let the name slip through, but they knew that there's some guy over here who likes his bolt actions that's been preaching about bolt action from day one. We're finally going to witness some play.
Are we though? I mean, one thing which has been a little lacking, I feel like, has been, apart from a couple of games we've seen, we haven't really seen any player or team kind of main that gun. You know what I mean, right? Just like primarily go with it. Although we did see a couple of players from, I think it was from APES and from Zeus Esports, who were hitting some pretty clean shots on day one. But apart from that, day two has been a kind of quiet when it comes to some of the sniping action. Hopefully that won't be the case here today. It is going to be Miramar XP. It is going to be, of course, the biggest map we have in the game. It's open plains, kind of rough terrain, not too much of cover as well. It could get quite interesting indeed. And here we go. We're not going to be wasting any more time taking off in that lovely bird. It's going to be starting right up north, right next to La Cobra area, and going to be ending towards Los Higos. What are your predictions when it comes to some of the drop locations here?
Well, I mean, I'm going to be focusing on a couple of teams. Now, we were kind of just discussing off camera the fact that Skylightz Gaming, if they have a couple of good games by the end of this day, they could very well be in the top 5 position and, you know, contest Astra Academy for the championship. Now, talking about Skylightz Gaming, they love dropping between Picado and Chumacera, which brings the question, what's going to happen in Picado? Because APES Incorporated love dropping down in Picado as well, as do INVEgaming. So I want to see some early clashes breaking out here in Miramar. And well, talking about early clashes, one team is going to be far away from all the action, chilling all the way up towards the northwest, INV. Now, is that the right call or not? We're going to find out sooner or later, because if the circle is going to form somewhere down south, somewhere even with, say, La Bendita or the Graveyard as the epicenter, man, boy, play, they're going to have a long way to travel.
Yeah, it is a risky maneuver. This is something which they have opted to do a couple of times in the past as well, at least the past 2 Miramars we've witnessed, heading all the way towards Trailer Park. This ain't that bad. It's not that bad. They have that Western Highway which they can take. They can actually avoid both High Voltage and Zeus Esports, but what Stalwart won't be able to avoid is going to be SD. It's a battle. It's a race. It's a race for weaponry. It's a race for guns, and Ken Beebe is going to nope the hell out of there, immediately getting into the party bus, and you can see Stalwart looking to take a couple of shots, but it looks like SD will escape comparatively pretty unscathed. You see Bay in the distance as well. That is very optimistic from Uzum. I know it's a revolver, you know, it's got the caliber size, but that distance, it's a little too much.
I wonder if the battle was extended, but looks like Magnet has found the enemy. SD's woes are not over. They barely escaped from one team, and now they're going to come under heavy fire from Magnet, but it's Johnny who puts Bay down on his knees, and you don't want to lose your Bay this early on. It's just going to hurt. And SD,
baby
man,
Bay.
They almost got out of harm's way, but looks like 2 of their members fell in a different sort of trap. And, well, Johnny's going to make sure Bay's days are numbered.
I like that from Johnny, right? They're like, all right, listen, we got the knock. We know there's another team nearby in the vicinity. There's, of course, Magnet from 1952. And he's like, I'm going to get that kill. I'm going to ensure no one's going to steal it away from me. And that's 1 point for the side of Stalwart Esports. They had a fantastic start to the day early today, a high fracking affair, although they weren't able to get a chicken dinner. Not that great a second map, though. And I believe you had a couple of thoughts on the second map there, XP. A lot of upset results coming out in game number 2.
That's the beauty of Sanhok, isn't it? Now, we've always been yapping on about the RNG factor, the fact that, Sanhok is a map where all your plays, all your game plans, they are pretty much thrown out the window because, well, I mean, a rustle in the bush behind you or a little commotion in front is all it takes to basically end your game over there. Because, once you shoot a shot, once you let one of those bullets loose, everyone in a good 700-meter radius is going to know your exact location. So I guess the RNG factor does come in, but let's not take anything away from teams that actually excel in such maps like LIT, man. I mean, they finally stepped up. They got that chicken dinner, but right now who's stepping up is Rose as he gets a knock on Canik from APES, and it looks like, well, all that chest banging is getting to them, Blade.
Yeah, APES having a bit of a rough day. They were actually in the bottom half of the table.
Surprising, right?
Now, which is very surprising. I don't know if it is. Like, APES are a team, even when I, go back a couple of months when I was doing the PMCO wildcard event, they only had, I think 2 chicken dinners, while Astra had 7 or 8, and yet APES came in the second position, right? They don't really care about high placements. For them, it's about high fragging. But then again, you look at the opposition. Oh, hold on. Mark. All right, he's going to find some cover for now. But yeah, the problem is, you look at the wildcard teams, and again, nothing against them. Some of them are very good as well, but the caliber of opposition in the championships is a whole different ballgame altogether, right? You can't purely rely on just outfragging every single one and that being your main approach to the game. We do have a knock taking place. It is Nightmare getting a knock onto Canik, I do believe it was, in the distance. So Nightmare, they had a pretty good placement in Sanhok. Maybe they're looking to recreate that magic on Miramar XP, trying to make a point, trying to prove that it wasn't a fluke at all.
That is something that they could be trying, but again, I'm just a little afraid for Mark. I don't want him to go down again, although the action has already been split open as 2 players have been lost elsewhere, but it is kind of weird. It's you need Mark to set things up. You need to make sure that he starts the action and he either ends it. But right now, he is going to be in the crosshairs, or rather in the scope of Chari OP, who again isn't taking shots. Mind you, Leon's position is a little versatile. It's a little precarious, to be honest with you, because now he is kind of caught in the middle. So if his teammate kind of opens up, his chances are going to be a little dicey. And wait a second, what did I see before we get him onto the map? I do believe Stalwart Esports Johnny had a little bit of a slip and a fall, and he crashed down to his knees. But right now it's Ken BB who's brought down to his knees, courtesy of the AK from 1952. Although this gun on our screens is an M16. Just letting you know out there.
that you know your weapons, and yeah, this graveyard for this fallen plane might be SD's graveyard as well. Jimmy was tacked onto 1 point of health, but he will manage to patch himself in the nick of time. But look at entry coming in from above. I don't think he's going to be expecting this. The footsteps will be heard on out. From the wing, he will leap onto the roof and down to the second floor, looking for more entry. He is on the hunt. He's looking to enter into this broken house all by his lonesome. He's got a nade ready. Johnny making quite a lot of footsteps and entry dropping down. This guy is hungry. He's hungry and maybe a little too overeager, but the timing was perfect. He waited a second for his teammate to arrive, and now both of them are very low indeed. Molotov will be deployed there, which is smartly done by Jimmy, forcing C Minor to remain behind, and he's going to use that opportunity to get the kill, steal it away. In 1952, Havlaw's entry, Jimmy trying to go for the jumping shots with the AK-47. Unfortunately, the Tommy will come out on top, and with that, we will have to say goodbye to him. But that was well played from Jimmy. He was pretty much done for, right? But he managed with that perfectly placed Molotov to at least get 1 kill before he got taken down. But with that XP, SD are down to just 1 member, Kaye, and he's all alone out in the open, and it's very, very hot out there.
Kaye is going to have the world against him. But again, I love the fact that that molly came in handy, and that combination with that smoke grenade to conceal his position was pretty phenomenal as well. Keeping in mind that, he was on a sliver of HP because C Minor did land a few shots on him. But again, that Molotov basically to keep him at bay so that, C Minor doesn't push through, and he goes around concealing himself with the help of that smoke grenade, makes sure that he gets that kill point off entry, which again, every single point over here is going to matter. And And now, although SD are going to be down to a one-man squad, it looks like Kaye is not done fighting because he just knocked down Memo and snuffed out his life. That means, well, they do have that kill point to add to the one from before.
Kaye. Driving the wrong... Going the wrong direction, man. You're going to... No! Go west! Go west! You don't go
westward,
east.
ho!
Okay, hopefully he takes a U-turn at some point. He's trying to probably avoid any potential gatekeepers, but he's also driving the direction of where a couple of these 7C members are heading towards. So it looks like his woes aren't quite over yet, but at least he's still alive. XP is still keeping his team in contention, even though their odds are looking quite minuscule at the moment. And for a change, we won't have an AWM as a first drop. It's going to be a Groza, but it does have a suppressor for a sniper.
Well, we can still have some pew-pew action out there for all the silent but deadly killers as the circle is going to implode in on itself. We are going to be shifting down south. We still have Los Leones in contention, which means urban warfare could still be a major thing. But this is Miramar. I mean, 9 out of 10 times the fights are going to take place in the vast open spaces of this desert-y map, as P and crew are trying to make sure that the hilltop is secure. Again, I like the fact that, they're not just focused on one thing. They don't have blinders on, as some horses do, because they're making sure they have that 360 vigil. And mind you, we kind of saw them falter in Erangel early on when they were again atop a hill, but someone from behind came in and shot them. So they are learning from the mistakes, something that is good to see every now and then. Quickly, let me just bring up Zeus Esports. You are never... and I mean never going to find these gentlemen trapped in a house. Especially in a map like Miramar, they love playing from those ridges. They love those long-distance engagements. And I do believe they have this in their mind that, they want to make sure that the opposition's utilities play are depleted before they actually make their kill move.
Yeah, I feel like they're a team who suffers from claustrophobia, not really
Maybe.
enjoying this house. Oh, that's risky from Leon. That's really risky from Leon. And look at the opportunity being utilized by Zeol to push on in. He gets out of the vehicle, but there's another teammate nearby, and Zeol just dodging and running around. At M4, Scopeton's gonna find Chari, and Skylightz Gaming, they are kind of spread apart, so the trade won't be possible here. And I do believe Chari's days will be numbered. Now Joker's got an M24 to try and land a headshot. He needs to be careful. Oh, and what a shot from Joker!
Beautiful.
I take his name, and he lands a brilliant headshot straight on the head of Godless. And the problem here for Godless XP, even though there is no danger in the immediate vicinity, his teammates are far away, and they need to make a bit of haste if they want to get that res.
I'm just happy. I have a major smile on my face right now because we just witnessed some amazing bolt action, and I want to see it from Joker's point of view. I want to see that bullet leaving that barrel escape velocity at its highest peak, because it was an M24, one of the highest escape velocities from that weapon. Not escape velocity, just bullet velocity. I mean, we're not trying to enter space or anything, but again, that shot right between the eyes is something Godless was not looking forward to. Now, you did kind of mention that, ably, and wait a second, let's just hold our breath. There you have it. He gets him in his sights, locks it up, and boom goes the dynamite as Zeus's head is blown clean off his shoulders. I'm happy, man.
It's still, he's still nearly headless Nick. XP's not done yet. He's bleeding out, true, but he's still alive. He's waiting for help to arrive, and I see in a party bus he is playing a dangerous... Oh, look at that! Look at that! He is just bouncing along, going so desperately to find his teammate, and he will do it, and he has pulled off a fantastic rescue operation, and that too, all alone, XP. What a lad.
All Godless had to do here was have some faith. That is it. That is it. Maybe he might just change his name for the next tournament.
That's sometimes, yeah. Like, he might... Look, listen, man. He might be Godless, but he's got good friends, And sometimes that's all you need. You need a bunch of good friends. And Zeus, they still keep 3 members alive, although they have lost Zeol a while ago. And at least the fact... I feel like for Skylightz Gaming, that knock from Joker, yes, it did not convert into a kill, but the fact that he got the knock forced Zeus to slow things down, and that gave a little bit of respite, I feel for Skylightz Gaming to kind of gather their senses together.
See, play again, right overhead. This is pretty much typical Zeus fashion, the way this play went down, right? Godless is always the guy who stays behind and is going to basically take the first shot always, whether it's a hit or a miss, which kind of gives his teammates the chance to basically creep in unannounced, and boom, in your face, you have some guns suddenly going ablaze, and you don't have a lot of options. But right now, SG were on the back foot, but the fact that they were so split up on that cliff, and again, Joker's accuracy definitely helping them out, was one of the reasons, as you did mention, Zeus was kind of halted in their tracks. Right now, we do have a no man's land breaking out. SG are going to find themselves in a world of trouble as Joker gets taken down. So does Demon as that car goes boom.
F's in the chat. They escape Zeus and they walk straight into a living nightmare. But speaking of nightmares, it is not looking that great right now for Astra Academy, nor for DEADEYES guys. But DEADEYES guys seem to be in a better spot here. There's one dead, one downed. Now Scry, he is conveying information, and Astra Academy, they're going to be going in for the play here, trying to get the kill, trying to get the knock before the res takes place. The res will take place, and Sanhok has arrived to the rescue, but a little too late. Shifu has been knocked on down. Nades are raining on in, and Astra Academy are looking to finish off the job here, but Sanhok still alive. No more. Taken down Astra Academy. They make it quick.
It's not over.
Tactical.
Oh wait.
And a bit of a mistake there, but it's all good. They're all alive. Look, listen. The guy's name is Action. All right. If there's no enemy to shoot, he's going to shoot his teammates.
There you go, there you go. That was a little preemptive strike over there, making his own teammate come down. But again, the revive is going to come in. But again, in the blink of an eye, Astra just decimated DEADEYES guys. Now, you might say that the rotation from CO was a little bit late coming in. Maybe it could have been a game changer. But again,
5 seconds early, man.
There's only so much you can do when you have the top dogs breathing down your neck. As now, talking of top dogs, DRS Gaming, they have been on top of the gaming as they are on top of this mountain, laying down some lead in high voltage's direction. And the thing that is kind of working out for them right now is high voltage are outside the circle as well. And Mafia Ninja has the right idea. He's going to circumnavigate their position, but it's not the right position to stop in as they are trying to rain some depth from above. Where did that come from?
I don't know, but what there we go. We have a replay coming up here. This was the crucial knock that Action got. There we go. That was a crucial kill. It was a 1v1 fight, and that 1v1 fight, I feel, dictated which way that particular team fight swung. As DRS are, like you pointed out, they're coming under fire here. They have, however, managed to get the res here, but the blue is going to be a problem, and that's a crucial knock coming in from Extreme onto the member of DRS, and DRS might have to just forsake their teammates. Gyalzen getting knocked down by the blue as well. He might have to be forsaken by AJ and Mafia Ninja. They're going to be making a move into the play zone, and that means DRS have lost a couple of members already. Not quite panning out the way they expected. Fear? He's got no fear. He's going to come rampaging straight into Crypto, but Crypto able to react right in the nick of time, gets the knock, looking for more. And 7Cs. This is a bit of a scuffle between these two teams.
They've been going at it from time and time out. It looks like Smokey might just make the same error, but luckily he is going to live on a sliver of HP. If you notice from the 7C member over there, he did try to switch his seats, but I'm going to hold my thought right now because, again, action is breaking out in the warehouse just yonder, just a little bit over, as T2K are putting the pressure on PN Crew as a grenade does come out. Jane, luckily, has some cover. Now, it is kind of cut out for them in the sense that, they only have one angle to worry about. So, all these utilities are going to come in handy as Legend is going to be swept off his feet by a grenade by Otsarga. This is when T2K need to make the move.
Another bit of utility being deployed. You need to be careful that it was almost a team nade onto Frankie, and that reply nade coming in from the opposition could actually make things miserable. I'm not sure why Otsarga just went in alone. They're just peeking one by one, and they're giving free knocks to PN Crew, and they're getting surrounded and mowed down and wiped out. It is an absolute slaughter. A reply does take place from blah blah blah, but on a sliver of HP, he is in a 1v1 though. He's in a 1v1. There is a chance he can clutch this one out, but he gets shot right once one. Oh, sorry, by Kaye, the last man alive for his team, and he just saves PN Crew's asses. I don't believe how T2K just got completely decimated their XP. They had everything going for them, but a couple of small mistakes, and they get punished. T2K, that hurt me.
We're going to come back to that in a second because looks like Nightmares have been punished as well, and the King from Leon is the one who gets the job done. 4 kills to his name. Again, it's like Kaye must have been like, oh yeah, as soon as he got that shot, he must have been feeling Yeah. And yeah, we just leave it after that. You can add words after that if you want in the chat. But anyway, the best thing is T2K, I'm going to say this. I'm not one who usually criticizes teams or players, which I will never do. That was a big blunder play. The plan over there was to push in, and they just kind of got stopped at the door.
I just want to list it out for you, right? Firstly, there was a team nade. There was no comms there, right? And then secondly, the player pushing in alone, right? Like you want to push in along with teammates. There was no smoke cover being provided as well. There's so many mistakes being made there by T2K, and of course they get punished for it. We do, however, have a replay of the fight we missed here. It was Leon pretty much all alone against Nightmare. Yeah, and he just wipes it out alone. But unfortunately, he has been eliminated as well.
Well, I mean, valiant effort by him, taking down an entire squad. Not a lot of people can say that they are capable of doing that, but right now, High Voltage, again, they have the low ground over here. They are going to be taking the fight to LI2, who we just saw moments ago, stealing that beautiful kill away from T2K as blah, blah, blah was taken out of his misery. And now, I think he's had his moment in the sun. He's just going to chill over there in that smoke and make sure that he has a lot of first aids. But the question is, Blay, how many first aids are enough?
Listen, if he moves on down, it's going to get shot at by 2 different teams. In fact, 3 teams. We have DRS, 2 members there, High Voltage as well. They have all 4 players alive. And everyone has an idea where he is. All right, Kaye, what you got? You got a vehicle? All right, he's going to deploy into smoke. He needs a vehicle at this point. Or is he going to try and go for a kill? That's the decision to be made. And with the bullets just sailing past his head, I feel like the decision has been made for him, XP. He's going to continue to heal himself. But right now, the blue zone is dealing a ton of damage. DRS, in the meantime, in the blink of an eye, getting eliminated. They had 2 members alive, but suddenly they are no more. But look at this, PN crew pushing up. High Voltage, they hear this. Assassin knows this. He's looking to assassinate someone. He's going for the spray, but Sandesh peeks around the tree. He's going to get the knock. Killer YT as well, grouping up with his teammates, and PN crew are making High Voltage look like rank amateurs. But the reply comes in, and they get wiped out. And that was Extreme saving his teammates. That could have gone so wrong.
Mind you, this gave Kaye the perfect opportunity to move in. He is now in the circle play as Blade is going to be dodging and weaving between grenades, and Kaye could come in from behind as he does, puts Cooney down, but it's going to be Chad from INVEgaming that is going to basically end SDGaming's run over here. 10th position finish, not too shabby, 5 kills to their name. However, that was, I mean, you can't script this better, the way, you know, teams are inadvertently kind of helping each other out, as Blade now does have his HP full up, and now they're going to focus their attention towards Lit Gaming now. Hojuan is going to be the first man inside, but looks like Wonderwall does get a knock over there as Johnny gets taken down, which means, well, their teammates can kind of rotate around from the right.
This is a messy fight on multiple fronts. Look at Lit though. They want to take this fight. They know Stalwart are in a bit of a pickle here, but Uzum's position down south. Take a look at that, or take a look at the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Down there, Uzum's position here could be instrumental if Stalwart wants to survive this particular battle against LIT. Nades being tossed in, harassing Hojuan. It's really far off its mark, but it is still forcing LIT to peel away from this fight. That's going to provide the opportunity for Crypto to get the res on his teammates. Johnny will heal himself up as well, and Uzum's going to find one who suddenly the table seems to be turning flipping in the favor of Stalwart. More bullets in the direction of LITV is very low. The nade could find him. It will indeed. And now LIT down to 2 members standing, and Stalwart, they're doing a fantastic job. They might lose Crypto in all the commotion here, but this is looking very, very close indeed. 1 member left standing for LIT is going in for the res, and Stalwart are aware of this. They're going in for the fight, and Blade gets taken down, but doesn't really matter. They will win the team fight. Sure, they suffer 1 casualty, but that's a battle, that's a fight, that's a result that Stalwart are going to be very happy with.
I was just going to bring up that Jack Sheen was trying to pull off a little shroud over there, going out in the blue behind the enemy, trying to, you know, gun them down, but Blade, oh my goodness, this guy has vision. Basically contesting a hawk. He saw that move, he heard that motion actually, and put him down on the ground. And well, Stalwart Esports, man, they are a different beast tonight, Blay. We've talked about their killing prowess, and now they're actually holding their position as well. So I think we just might see them rise up on the table a little more. 7C. Wait a second, where did that happen? How? What?
They've been here all this while, but they have only 2 members, and so Stalwart, they haven't had time to breathe. It's fights after fights after fights, and the problem is the 3 Mongolian teams are still there. Astra Academy, Zeus, and APES are still in contention as well, XP. This is going to get bloody. This is going to be one of the most brutal ends we will have a chance to witness on Miramar. Now, High Voltage, they have deployed, I feel, every bit of utility they have in order to keep Stalwart at play, and Stalwart's going to use the opportunity of the Mongolians facing off against each other to push into the compound, as now we see Zeus going up against Astra Academy.
And you know, Astra, they've kind of opened up Zeus's game plan as well. They know that this team likes to play a little bit split up, and Icy was in a good position, but oh my goodness, that grenade literally fell in his lap, and it is gonna hurt a lot, and I mean a lot, as now he's gonna be down on his bloodied knees. His teammates are being picked up elsewhere, as Abel was knocked down earlier, but looks like he goes down again, and Godless, oh my goodness, he is gonna be in a world of trouble with just some smoke and that little ridge to provide him some vital cover. I was just gonna bring this up, that you know, they've literally read them like a book, as Assassin is moving in the kill to get Stalwart Esports out of this game. But the question is, can
He's going to find Johnny. There's a player knocked on above. That's going to be, of course, Uzum, but Blade is going to go for the res. It's on the stairs. It's such a risky maneuver. He does have a few seconds to heal himself. That's exactly what it's going to do. But High Voltage using all the commotion to mask the sound of them pushing on in. And the Molotov could make life misery. That's a perfect Molotov. A nade comes in. Blade falls. But Uzum's able to finish off the push from High Voltage. High Voltage getting eliminated in the 6th position. 5 alive. The 3 Mongolian teams still in contention. Zeus down to just Godless. Stalwart Flex with 2 members still there, and INV somewhere in the distance hiding, waiting for these teams to knock each other out.
I just want to add one point. Do you realize that grenade was lobbed over about 60 meters away? Apes were a bit further off. It was an Apes incorporated grenade, which basically did that damage over there. I mean, that precision is sublime. It's just amazing.
All right, XP. We got the 3 Mongolian teams, and we have the team coming in from the
you got to pick one.
And qualify. Pick one. I go with 2A. I go to Astra Academy. I always will go with Astra Academy. White, though, he's on top of the roof, has a little bit of, you know, that cover, kind of a bit of a cover to work with. However, if INV peeks him, he's done for.
Now you do say Astra Academy, but it looks like
they have no health, and they have no meds, and they have no drinks, and INV.
You know,
oh my God.
Maybe they're sticking close together because 2 will look much bigger when the enemy spots them. And they're like, wait a second, there are 2 guys over there. Let's not take a chance, but they have been spotted out. And you were talking about sliver of HP. One of them barely has any HP, as XPW is going to take a lot of damage. Not a lot of options, as Action is going to spot them from afar. And, well, that is pretty much going to be the end of their game, which does mean it is going to come down, Blay, to the 3 Mongolian teams vying, battling one another for this chicken dinner. And let me just break it up for you. Have a look at the zone. It is going to favor Astra Academy, who, like you did mention, you have picked this team. Zeus are going to be survived by 1 man, but it is Godless, so you can't count them out. And, well, it is going to be a 3-man Apes incorporated as well. This is a fight of mammoth proportions. I'm just going to enjoy the show.
Who's going to be the kings? Who's going to be the kings? Look at Zeus! Look at Godless! He just found 2! He just found 2! It's a 1v3, and Godless might have just single-handedly taken down almost every member of Apes, and that's going to be a huge favor for Astra Academy, because now they know where Godless is, rather. He's going to burn alive. He's going to go down like a Viking in the flames, and Sanchu is going to be left alone. It's a 1v4 to be crowned the kings of Mongolia, and Astra Academy are 1 kill away. Sanchu's just going to be bleeding out in the blue. There's nothing he can do at Astra Academy. Yet another chicken dinner. The kings of PUBG Mobile, South Asia, these guys, I don't know how they do it, man. They keep all 4 alive as well. 10+ kills. But Godless, XP, he single-handedly almost wiped out Apes Incorporated all by his lonesome.
I mean, I wish what I said about Godless, I just held it on for about 5 seconds because it would have been a dream come true, because whatever I was saying, we can't count them out ever. None of these teams, none of these players can be counted out, even if the last man standing. I mean, that was a shocker to Apes, to be honest with you. The card rolled in, and in the blink of an eye, boom, their lives were snuffed out. But again, what a wonderful win over here for Astra Academy. I like the fact that our faces are kind of in your face right now, and you look a lot bigger, and unfortunately, that mustache looks a bit bigger too. It's just, I mean, that's just some, you should actually go have that looked at, Play. But anyway, as we are going to have a little lull in the action right now, we are going to take a quick little breather, catch our breaths, but don't go anywhere because we still have more action in store for you today. We'll be back after this break.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. We just got done with the third game of the day and it was just phenomenal energy throughout the lobby, along with which the energy that has continued on supporting us, it is OPPO F19 Pro, hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. Let's move on to the analysts and ask them, dudes, I mean, it is Astra dominating once again.
Yeah. They have started up again domination.
Yeah. Yep.
But the thing is, top 3 teams, we talked about it, right? Mongolian teams were surviving. And then this game just showed us what a perfect Miramar should be. I mean, talking about those 1v4s, the clutches that were coming up all together. And, well, yeah, it had to be. I mean, come on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's just moving up the ladder as far. He's at the top already, but he's just building the ladder going forward as far as the.
Someone comes close to him in the damage stats, he gets 600 extra damage for himself.
True. An amazing performance, definitely, by Action from Astra Academy, as far as not just this game, but the entire tournament up until now is considered.
Exactly, and if you just, look at the team right now, whenever they win, it shows their calm mentality even after winning. They're like, yeah, we know we are just, gathering those numbers. 5 chicken dinners, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
that is incredible from this team. And look at those skill contribution, right? The 27.6%.
Yeah, kill contribution is good. His damage contribution is good, as well as his assist contribution. That just means, he's not just focusing on one thing entirely. He's moving on the others. Survival time, it's less. I don't know. I won't say it's less, though. It's still like a really high number for himself. But
the whole team was there.
Yeah, well, talking about, Kaya is out here with the 4 kills for their own self and 761 damage. Godless coming up with 720 damage for themselves. 494 awesome. So, all in all, I would say it was a pretty good game.
Again, I did mention this before this match started, that Stalwart Esports, they do really well as far as Miramar is considered. It's a map that the entire region, like, they play a lot of Miramar over there, and they have this down for themselves. A really good performance by the entire team. Good kills, good placement, and I see them bouncing up on the ladder a little bit more. But now, match summary in front of us, and the longest distance kill right there from on top from DEADEYES, guys, 306 meters. Nothing too shabby. Really, really nice number right there. But now it's time to see how things sort of came together as far as the standings are considered.
It looks good, right? I mean, Stalwart, you talked about it, they did good. High Voltage did decent in this one. But this is where, I don't know. So, Skylightz Gaming, those 4 kills, I get it.
Yeah.
But what about PMQ, the team that we were talking about? And obviously, DRS, because Astra Academy, well, if we in the previous game we said, right? DRS was trying to level up with the points slowly and steadily, but Astra Academy, again, they get that head start.
Yeah, and Skylightz Gaming's fight, I have to mention that. I mean, it was quite interesting right there. The players from Nightman Gaming just ran into the shots being fired in the window.
I would love to talk about that again, if we get to see the fight in maybe those slow motion something.
Exactly, just gotta wait a little bit more for the opponents to come in. But of course, there was a lot of rotations that took place, and in that doing so, a few of these teams were caught off guard.
Yeah, and this is where it was, right? We were talking about the circles. Circles in Miramar, in the early circles. Look at this. All of the left side was empty if someone wants to go for a really, long rotation. But as soon as the zone just forms down, first, second, third circles in Miramar, you can still barge your entry inside the zone just because there's still a lot more ground to cover up. And the teams, I mean, they might just be spotting with those 8 times and whatnot, but still, like, you have an area to move forward.
But I have to say, this third shift of the circle is what through majority of the teams, of course, that hard shift towards the edge of Los Leones. We saw most of the teams already clustered up towards the southern edge of the map, but then we have 2 hard shifts. This one as well, the 4th.
This is where you look at this, the Mongolian domination. Astra Academy, one area, they just have to move inside the circle. APES on the other, Zeus on the other. Like, these teams, alongside INV, we saw 2 players still surviving low HP and all, but alongside INV, these teams had the easiest entry inside the zone. That's why they could just, gatekeep other teams against the competition, and they did that.
They did that perfectly. I mean, it was just their play as soon as we moved in towards this zone, and that worked out pretty much in the Mongolian region's favor, I would say.
It was theirs. I mean, you have 3 teams on the edge, all of them, no one contesting any of the teams. They were in a comfortable position and they showed that. I mean, they were there till the end of the game.
Absolutely. With that, let's move on along and move into the OPPO F19 Pro moments that Ocean was just mentioning right now, because there were a lot of kills in this game.
They definitely were, you know, just starting off with the fights and whatnots. But the thing is, Lost Hills becomes a really important area to just, you know, start off with every fight that just, you know, comes your way. But after that, I mean, who fights in La Benedita?
I mean, mid rotations, anything can happen. As we mentioned, we saw this during the zone segment as well. Most of the teams were already heading towards the southern edge of the map. Things can get really tricky. This was an interesting situation between Skylightz Gaming and Zeus Esports. The long distance engagement between the two teams, and the knocks were being traded out, the kills were being traded out, and another nasty bolt action shot for us to witness. But this was my favorite fight inside of the game, the 4v4 that broke out between DEADEYES guys and Astra Academy.
Astra Academy now, you know, if someone wants to decode them, what they're doing, it's a bit too late, I would say. It's actually a bit too late, because Astra Academy, even if with their players, this is what I would say actually comes up with 1952 as well. You talked about it, right?
Yeah.
All 4 players actually take up the fight. It's not like one man show at that moment.
Also, a couple of seconds ago, would like to focus on that fierce change of plans from where one moment he's like trying to get away, and then next he's like, alright, I'll just try and slam into you. But this amazing performance, 1v4 by Leon from the side of Skylightz Gaming. And as I mentioned, it felt like the players were just running into his crosshairs.
I mean, yeah, and those 2 windows and the wall around that became a perfect cover for that lad. He could shoot from one window, just move into the cover for the other one, then could move again. So these things were really, really good if we talk about it. But this one, well, high voltage, they did go down, and INV. Oh my god, those 2 players just trying to survive. We talked about it, right? But at the end, it was not a happy story.
Like just trying to cover a war that was going on. Yeah. This was impressive. I mean, it was a high-pressure situation for the man to deal with, but since he was actually exposed, right, he was burned alive, extra crispy in that shack. Sancher, I expected an emote in the end, because we've seen a lot of players do that when they know they're about to just go out.
Maybe he was almost going to do that, but the thing is, you know, the HP was slow. He was like, should I do, should I not?
Well. GG play indeed coming in from so many of these teams, and just wonderful, phenomenal performances. But eventually, as we bring that conversation down towards the damage histograph itself, that is where we shall see how the entire lobby were faced with this aggression.
This is nice. Think about it, a lot of damage. Even from the starting, a lot of damage has been dished out. INV, 1 kill, 828 damage. Just think about it. Well, 7C was the only team that did not get any kill point, but still they are there with 212 damage. Every team was ready for the fight, and this is because of the circle, you know. First circle, second circle, you can have your entries inside the zone. Then obviously the fights have to come in, and it was not a lot of a house fight in Miramar as compared to, you know, we talk about the ridges that were in the action. So if a player goes down, he gets that cover of the ridge, gets revived, might be peeking up again, I don't know, but again going down.
So trades always happen in this map, unless you are fighting extreme close range like Astra and DE, situations like that, then you are going to have an instantaneous squad wipe. Otherwise, you are always going to get traded out.
Absolutely, but really wonderful turnovers, because the damage was there, but along with that, a lot of kills were shared from these teams. So that is going to affect the storyboard, which is going to be the overall ranking. And taking a look on that, it is Astra Academy just dominating and moving on along, as Johnny mentioned, creating that ladder and then climbing it that much more.
Well, 200 plus points for them. 5th chicken dinner coming up from this team. That's nice. DRS is here. DE is in the top 3 right now. Zeus, well, what they lost in the previous games in terms of the placements, they are gaining that up again. And this might just be one more thing, I don't know. By the end of today, they might just try to go in the top 3 once again, because that has been the thing. But tomorrow, they'll have to be on the tiers, because 142, 134, but above them is 166 and 209.
See, with 2 matches to go, that's the thing. With 2 matches to go, DEADEYES guys can definitely take the 2nd position away from DRS Gaming. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to be one thing. APES is in, like, they were at the 6th. They went down. They were at the 9th in the previous game. Now they're at the 8th. So it is one thing, but if if you talk about it, DE is creating their own space to play around, their own breathing space to just have a really good game, I believe.
The entire day, right? I mean, the day started off with DEADEYES guys getting that chicken dinner. The second game was they placed third. So eventually, again, the points are being shared across the lobby. But move on to the second page. Now, this is where we do need to see a lot of effort being put in from these teams now.
Yeah, and they are putting in the effort. I mean, from closing in the gap to teams just going up and down again within the top 8. That is still a really good performance being put to display by the teams in the second page of the standing. Lady Esports, High Voltage making up the climb. 7C Esports, they are slowly and steadily getting there. But then again, we have to talk about the teams at the top. Now, again, we did mention DEADEYES guys and how wonderful they are doing. They are right on the toes of DRS, just almost able to hold them and just make the push to the second position. But I'm pretty sure they were aiming for the trophy.
They most certainly are going to be. There's nothing separating them apart from just getting those kills and just dominating along with that. It is just wonderful turn of events where we were just talking about DEADEYES guys. We have an interview lined up with Hungrybox, who's going to be joining us any moment right now. Perfect play, dude. Absolutely incredible turn of events for you guys. And you have
I cannot hear you guys. Hello.
Come on, man. Come on. Come on.
How about now? Can you hear us now?
Hello, mic check.
Come on.
Right, so we're having a little bit of a technical issue over there when it comes to the conversation that we wanted to have with the Hungrybox. It is not taking place as of now, but I'm sure that will be fixed. But eventually, again, talking about the questions themselves, what do you guys want to bring up when it comes to DEADEYES guys?
I would personally want to ask him one question. That's going to be, how is he feeling the competition with the teams, the new teams that are coming up in this one? Because obviously Astra Academy, like, they might have had their blueprint for Zeus. What about Astra Academy? That thing, because above them is DRS that they know and Astra Academy.
Exactly. I mean, that is a really good question. Honestly, would love to know the answer to that as well. Because again, Astra Academy, the way they've dominated in this lobby, they're sitting at 209 points right now. With 5 chicken dinners, what is it going to take from the entire lobby to stop that domination and move it on along from the other teams? Again, only time can answer that, but that is the critical thing. There aren't many games remaining.
I just had one question. I wanted to know the mindset of the teams, DEADEYES in particular, because as I mentioned, always you want to look for the trophy, but since the difference is that big, will they be willing to make that extra push, risking everything that they have right now? Because you will have to definitely make some changes to go there.
I do believe. Let's just let him play, because I think our questions will be answered in that manner in the game itself.
Exactly. I mean, that is all that it will move on down towards, because eventually that is just phenomenal turn of events for this team of DEADEYES guys.
Yeah, truly. And talking about Hungrybox, right? 22 kills, 1.47 KPM. That's brilliant right now. And that just, calls for one thing, and that is this person's experience that comes up with the competition. On top, well, we know if it's Miramar, you and I, we just devise if it's Miramar, if this guy gets a high ground, he likes to get those skill points for himself. Shifu and Suyok. Now, Shifu comes up with brilliant strategies, brilliant mindsets for himself. And Suyok, well, he is something that people will remember in the upcoming times, because his gameplay, his game style, he just changes it, be it throwables, be it utilities, amazing.
A pillar for the team.
Exactly. He's a young gunslinger. He still has a long way to go, and this man is going to look deadly in the future.
Well, with that, as we move the conversation on fourth, we've got 3 more games remaining, and right now, as we get busy with game number 4 for the day, it is going to be taking place on Erangel. So, Ocean, as well as Super Johnny.
Yeah.
What do you think this game is going to go down towards?
See, there's this one team that was doing really well yesterday, but today we are seeing sort of a drop-off from them. I'm talking about 1952. I want them to perform again in this game, because now the race for the top 2, no, even the first position is looking really interesting, and I want it to be even more intense. 1952 is there.
You talk about 1952, I'm gonna go with 1952 and DRS, because hey, if Astra Academy does it, DRS likes that challenge. In just the next game, they love that challenge. So I would love to see what DRS does, and again, where the circle will shift and take place this time, because last Erangel we saw standard circle, the Pochinki backside, the palm backside circle, that kind of a standard circle. So in those kind of zones, these teams might take fight, but DE had the first chicken dinner.
Exactly, that is also a thing.
Yes, oh yes, indeed. This is
but
going
we
to
cannot rule out Zeus. I mean,
there's a lot. Every team is so awesome.
It is a fair conversation to be had because every team is showcasing that perfect play that is required from them, and eventually as the points move on along, as the overall standings and the storyboard as I like to call it, it is looking dominating. But the games, we've got 3 games today, 6 games tomorrow, so in total 9 games is what these lads are looking forward towards. But like you just mentioned, it is going to be a tough climb. With that, well, let's move on. Let's get busy with this game. It is time to move on to the duo. That is going to be the Panda Bros. That's going to be taking you through this game.
Well, thank you so much. And yes, we all love them, but there is going to be just that one team going to be winning it all, Necro. And I mean, yeah, in times like this, you've of course got to spot that mask, aren't you? But now, you know, we've been talking about Erangel, and if you're talking about Erangel, you can never rule out DRS, who apparently have been taking a slump down there in terms of overall standings. Now, Necro, how do you believe that can DRS pull off a comeback in this one?
They definitely can. They definitely can pull off a comeback without a doubt. I mean, we have seen them, you know, play in the past as well, and I don't really need to, you know, explain much more on that because they've always been in that top 3. Things are looking pretty good for them, but since the start of the day, they had 154 points in their bag and only moved up to 166. That's not a lot of move up, you know, from their side.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, in the maps of Erangel, we've always seen DRS constantly dominating up until the point they had to meet their makers. That's going to be Astra Academy that are giving them a chase for their money out there, and quite literally as well, considering how well they are now settled up. Now, DEADEYES is of course one of those teams that is making those climbs, that is taking those steps, and it's just about some 20 points that they are having a deficit of, and one good game might just cover that up as well. So you've got to see if DRS performs really well. But now, you know, we did witness Miramar, of course. We did see the Mongolian domination coming out there, and Godless, I think he's in some hot form right now, considering how he went absolute ham on, you know, APES over there.
Exactly, he did. I mean, he almost wiped them out, you know. One last man was alive in the back lines there. But unfortunately, Godless got burnt down to a crisp inside that shack. He couldn't really move out. If he did, Astra was just going to shred him from all the different angles. But here we have the plane flat path in front of our screens. It's going to be starting from Mills of Power all the way towards shooting range.
Wow, quite an interesting flight path trajectory, I must say. And I want to see every other circle apart from Gatka. Not anymore. I'm kind of done with Gatka. If we get a Stalwart, yes, I'll be really elated. But right now, you know, considering how teams are dropping, I want to see as to where Zeus goes down this time. I mean, it's directly crossing over shelter area, and we've seen Zeus loves that area, but now we do know they're more comfortable around those containers and the western Georgia Paul City. So that definitely is going to be a question. However, we've not seen those eastern circles a lot lately, right? I'm talking about Milta Power, Milta, the factory, everything. So that circle might also be a change in taste.
Exactly, that could definitely be, you know, some kind of like off circle that we really haven't seen, that just brings the variety in the game as well, kind of brings the spice in as well, because the teams are usually not ready for it, and when you're just thrown into it, it's like, oh, what is the strategy that we have been planning for this? Oh, this is the kind of rotation we need to do. It's just like a lot of pressure on the IGL out of nowhere. And things like these, man, it do kind of, you know, bring the spice in the game, and we do like to see that. And before, you did see me, you know, kind of take off the mask there. Things are getting pretty heated up outside as well, you know. You gotta take care of yourself.
Yeah, I mean, yes, 100%. Though I did get vaccinated, and I would urge everyone to do so. And of course, keep your masks on and of course, get sanitized. That's so easy. But right now, you know, getting back to the game, taking a look at the circle. We've gotten that northeastern side circle somewhere around Yasnaya, but we do know the storylines here, right? It never ends over there. It always sort of sets apart from it. In the last few moments, it kind of tends to go towards those northeastern area. And I've got to see if, you know, DRS, it's the game that we're looking for. And that, I think, this might just be the perfect chance to come back in with that chicken. I mean, they have to go big, though.
They have to go big. And look at near the school area as well. But here we have a team approaching the lads of Nightmare Gaming. Do you seem kind of unaware of them? TDK is the team that is quite in the close lines there. they would have heard, they must have heard the kind of vehicle moving closer on their side. On the other hand, oh no, a bad start from the lads of Skylightz Gaming. Isn't this just pretty much the entire tournament?
No, he's gonna do that. Oh, no. I would have loved that part.
No!
Ouch. Aye, aye, aye. Why? Just why?
That's a yikes. That's a yikes right there.
Skylightz Gaming just, by the whiskers, Leon must be ever so thankful towards his teammates. But we do have the players of T2K in a bit of a kerfuffle against the boys from Nightmare, as they have suddenly just barged into their compound. Right now, T2K getting back into the action. We've got blah 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 trying to exchange a few bullets against Mark. But as it seems right now, it's just T2K trying to reposition themselves. You can see from the power of fray, you've got one of those players providing that quintessential cup fire, and there you've got that opening hawk already being taken down. Now it all comes down to Mark Coco and Roshi as to how are they going to revive their teammates and get back into the fight.
Hogzogs out there. Nightmare Gaming do feel the pressure upon them as TDK are keeping their fingers on their nerves. They're not going to let them go that easily. Nightmare Gaming are just pinned in this compound. On the other hand, Rose G kind of stepping out of his cover, also getting punished for it. Mark as well, running in the hallway, just out of the open. He doesn't have any other choice. He's just being pinned in there.
I mean, right now, Mark, you've got to see as to how he responds to such a threat coming in from the boys from T2K, who really have to play the best games of their life if they have a chance to, make a comeback. But Mark eventually managing to knock down Rated over here as blah, blah, blah. His teammate is, of course, there with that trade, and he is continuing that spray on with his AKM and now switches to his Scarwell. Can he get the knock, though? Well, his teammate does chime in. At the same time, Jane, he's doing so much, getting a bit salty, trying to go with those punches out there as Roshi. He needs to back off. Can he get back alive, though?
Getting back alive is the question. It seems like he will. Well, you see, he has just ran away from the situation. Does know the one and only man alive from their squad cannot afford to fight anymore. Things are not looking good on his side. Nightmare Gaming, off to a bad start. Skylightz Gaming would have also had that, but then I feel like mistakes were made from the side of Stalwart Esports there.
I really could not understand as to why Nightmare really wanted to force this fight against T2K so much early into the game. I mean, they usually drop off onto those Milta areas. Now, there was no reason that they had to contest T2K over here unless and until they wanted to go for the kills. But apparently, as it seems, he's just that last solo player surviving. So, nothing much really happening in their department. But, taking a quick gander at the map feed that we have, we've got Astra Academy and Stalwart, both the teams on the southern side, and now that has always been a topic of debate, where as to Astra Academy, are they going to be anticipating that bridge cam coming in from T2K, because that is one of those major issues that they've been having so far. But despite that fact, they're still getting those chicken dinners coming.
Exactly. As you can see, all the teams accumulated in the center. I mean, this is kind of an interesting circle, let's be honest. I feel like this might pan out in the rice fields of the Yasnaya.
Can be, and that would be really interesting, to be honest, because, we've seen a lot of topography changes over there as Jol. Well, he's just alone over there, and Oddsy. Well, I mean, the good thing about Team Zeus is all the teammates are alert. They know that they have that one angle that they can play around from, and there comes that push coming in from Assassin, but he needs to be really careful because he might just get punished, and yes, he does. Jol, he'll take his own sweet time to heal himself up. I really do hope that he has some first aids. Yes, he does.
Overstepping his boundaries just a little bit there and getting punished for it as well. Assassin is now getting rested up on his feet. Zol doesn't have any other choice than to just sit here and see this all going down right in front of his eyes. His teammates are there in the back lines to provide him cover, but he is stuck in this initial position, in this initial spot. But here we have another team pushing in and against them, and things are getting so heated up in this one compound. SDGaming wants this as well. Zeus wants this as well. Which team is going to get it?
I mean, that's a big question. Now, this is some really ballsy plays coming in from the boys from ST to really go and take a piece of the cake over there. But Zeus, they're all around now. Now, we've got that one small little compound and 3 teams contesting for it. Imagine the scenario as High Voltage take an exit on the 16th position. That's not good news for them, of course. But now Team Zeus, they do know they've got another opponent to deal with. And Icy is already charging in. And Kaye, he's barely surviving, taking so much damage over there, sitting inside the car over there. Now finally he gets spotted out, and Icy does acknowledge that, and there you go, the knocks coming in. Zeus really getting those kill numbers in for themselves, and you know what happens if they get those numbers early on? They are in here for a massacre.
Kaye went down from the side of SD there. In the previous game, he was the last man alive, but now it seems like he is going to be the first one to go down. No, actually, Jimmy was the first one to go down there in the backlines. Bait trying to hold this off. For how long? Somewhere down the line, the enemy team will breach in, and you just cannot do about it anything. Like, you just cannot do anything about it. Especially when you're the only man kind of holding this off, and yes, he goes down. 7C finally breaches in successfully.
Yeah, indeed, they do. And now SDGaming, well, they did think that they might wanted to go a little bit on that aggressive side, but I think they've just been caught off guard multiple times. Now, this is what we've been talking about. T2K going up against Astra Academy, and already we've seen some casualties happening on Astra Academy's department, as we do see one of those players already being taken out. And now the miseries of Astra Academy will definitely continue, but they will have to somehow go along with just 3 players. Now, taking a look at how the circle has really panned out, we see that even shift coming in. And now you were talking about the rice fields. I think it is definitely a possibility.
It definitely is. Even the airdrop, you know, right on top of that roof there. There was one team pretty close to it. DRS being the one, they can actually steal it away from LIT. But hold on, look at this. So many max being unloaded. Just a rain of bullets on these lads that are trying to make the rotation in the circle. It seems like this time 7C is not going to let that happen. Zeus trying to slip away from their vision, but Godless proning right in the open.
Yeah, he doesn't care, does he? He knows he spots one, he takes him down. And right now, I mean, considering the position that 7C are holding for themselves, they might want to relocate and find a better compound, you know, find a better position inside the circle. And Fear, I mean, he is a man that has no fear, considering, you know, getting off from your vehicle, going for a buggy in front of Cutlass. You really are one brave person. But now you've got Astra Academy making that rotation in. What I'm really worried about is the fact that, you know, you've got Stalwart coming in, T2K still holding on over there. They know they can get all those kills that they needed, those essential points. But, you know, that sort of is delaying the rotation inside the circle. In the meanwhile, we've seen the center sort of being occupied by a lot of teams. But the eastern areas, they're quite open.
They are pretty open there. But now, I mean, overall, you know, just the edges of the circle, I feel like there's a lot of opening space left there. Teams can go and try and camp them out and even try and, you know, at least like a temporary house for themselves. Because getting in the center is going to be a tough task, man. Take a look at that. It's just so crowded. It's like a rainbow.
Indeed, you know, so many splash of colors out there. Now, Skylightz Gaming, they're also getting themselves inside the zone, and they have been having nothing but a nightmare today, considering how they've been performing so far, you know, messing up on multiple occasions. I think it's the nerves trembling right now, and this is quite extraordinary because, you know, this is one of those teams that has the maximum amount of experience in this lobby, and despite that fact, you know, they're shaking, they're nervous, and it is even adding up to their misery there.
It definitely is. Airdrop 2 coming down. It's going to be Groza again. Even the first one was Groza. Second one also Groza. Seems like this game was just a complete slaughter at this time. They want teams to shred each other down. And here we have Killer YT kind of taking suppressive shots on the lad of INV, even though he knows he's not going to be able to find a knock.
No, I really like how PN Crew rotate from Severny. This is one of those circles that they can get a lot of output from. But look at 1952 dropping all the way from Fairpier, just going up on towards the northern side. Or did they go towards you know, Zaki this time? That's a bigger question. I believe it might be Zaki. But either ways, you know, you've got Killer. He's got that bridge as a cover for himself. He knows for a fact that even if he gets knocked out, there's someone gonna come in and get the rest back. But Killer getting spotted. He's gonna take some damage out from that one. Will have his helmet damaged a bit, but apart from that, he's still alive.
Still alive and good looking and cooking. Here we have another circle, which will be here in front of our eyes right in a moment. And there we go. A drastic shift, and it's definitely not in the rice fields of yes now, without a doubt. But here we have kind of Zeus separating out, man. Godless all by himself. Well, I mean, that's kind of a questionable move. And here we have LIT taking those long-range engagements. More kind of like a suppressive shots, you know, just kind of to scare those team away who are trying to make the rotation.
And just throw, kind of fend them off from their territory. That's what I think the intention was on taking those shots. And had they got a knock, I mean,
McLaren?
Why not? You're definitely not supposed to drive your McLaren through those little bit openings. You gotta respect the luxury of that vehicle. I mean, we do know it does carry that punch, but you gotta maintain it, man. But either ways, Zeus, they've got a really, really commanding spot right now. They've got that perfect, ridge to play around with. We did see that curveball setting in, and Zeus, they've sort of, isolated their players. You've got Xiol playing from a completely different angle. Now, if Team Apes just come charging on towards him, that might just be, trouble calling on his doors.
Exactly, that might be just trouble knocking on his doors. Here we have the circle, though. I mean, look. I feel like a lot of teams are scattered, but initially a team like Zeus is scattered themselves. I mean, they're separating each other out, and Godless is kind of separated out from Zeol and Icy there. They have split themselves in 2 and 2.
Yeah, a 2-2 split is what Zeus love to go for, but in circles like this, when you're just holding the center, might be a bit dicey. Oh, Shifu! No. He barely, had he just held on for, just a minuscule of a second over there, could have actually gotten that knock. But, that being said, I think he might want to reposition because he knows, once more you're peeking, he's not going to repeat that same mistake. But in the meanwhile, I'm really liking what Deadeyes are putting on the table. And I really wanted to hear Hungry Box, but, technology, man, sometimes it does wonders. Sometimes it just makes a mockery out of us.
It does. I mean, that's just how it goes, doesn't it? Sometimes things do be kind of like that. But then here we have TDK. Next to the lads of 7C, it seems like each and every single team has found themselves a home and a spot which they can actually camp upon, so which is good. But on the other hand, we still see, some players of PN Crew out the zone, making it inside, and this is where they might just get spotted because they are in the vehicles, and that just might make a lot of sound.
Yeah, but I believe, they've gotten that cover for themselves that they needed. But Deadeyes, this is the perfect zone for themselves. Now, if they can deal with Zeus, I think they've got nothing worrying about. I mean, we can see another chicken coming in from the lads over here. But Stalwart, I mean, Crypto, you've got to give it to this man. But having already lost out on Utzim, and wow, what a shift. Now, this is what we were talking about, right? Deadeyes, Zeus completely controlling how the circle has panned out. And even INV have their fair share in the circle.
Exactly. This is a massive circle shift on the favor of Zeus mainly. I mean, Deadeyes do have a compound for themselves unless the next circle shift is on them. The odds are pretty much no. I would say the circle would probably shift on the lads of Zeus. But hey, it's the game of PUBG. The circle randomness do kick in sometimes. But here we have the lads kind of making the rotation, Stalwart Esports as well, PN Crew getting in their vehicles. Each and every single team that is out the circle is in their vehicles. Now we have 7C ramming their vehicles straight in the compound of Zeus, and they want to contest it. They want to take it down. But it's not going to be that easy. It's Zeus that you're trying to challenge.
I really love how they have got those covers from above. Yeah. That's the best part about Zeus. They have positioned their players really well, and already True Love being taken down. Now 7C is under heavy fire. How are they going to survive it? And that gives enough time for the players of Zeus to retreat from over there. But look what we have in front of us. Skylightz Gaming going up against 1952. Magnet already being taken down, followed by Entry. Now this is trouble in paradise for 1952. A C minor might just make a mistake of his life, but Tawfiq from the backlines is doing so much. Now this is the kind of a respite that they needed in this fight.
Exactly. Skylightz Gaming though, I feel like in these entire tournaments, Skylightz Gaming has set themselves up in those real shine moments, but then they just screw it up. I don't know why all of a sudden they just screw those kind of moments up, and this is exactly what is happening. But Okay, tables are flipping in the favor of Skylightz Gaming. 1952 crumbling down. One last man alive from their squad. And it seems like Tofik this time isn't interested in fighting anymore. Going to be backing off with that buggy. He did get spotted out, so Skylightz Gaming should be chill for now.
Finally, I mean, Scarlet getting some kills for themselves now. That's a good news. But at the same time, I really like how, you know, they are stepping up from their fears, you know, kind of going in. But this is bad news for Stalwart. Crypto already being taken down. Now he's the man in form. You need to protect him. You need to commit if you have to, you know, to try and get him alive. At the same time, Connect, is he going to let that happen though?
Probably won't. Stalwart Esports out in the open, stuck there. While we have Hustler kind of pinning down Blade. His crosser was ready right on the driver's seat. And as soon as he got in, Blade just got shut down instantly. Hustler. Now he does know the man is knocked out. There's no way the rise will be happening. So that's pretty much a confirmed kill for him. And Vine getting caught off guard in the open there. And Stalwart Esports did an incredible job executing that fight.
I mean, right now we did see Blade did have that level 3 helmet, but that did not save him from getting knocked out. But one good news for Stalwart is that Crypto is back on his toes. But can he do something out from around here? Johnny and Crypto in a very, very precarious spot right out in the open from the backlines. We do see Ken DD also applying that extra bit of pressure, and Crypto already going down. This just leaves Johnny alive. But how much is one man going to do against the Mongolians over here, who are looking so determined to get that squad wipe? And indeed they have. But Astra Academy, they also have to deal with their own fears over here, as they've got some players knocked out. But look at the circle shift directly towards the eastern side. Now this is going to be favoring the lads from DRS. This is where they can actually get a chicken dinner and get back in.
DRS and 7C are in luck currently. They are definitely in luck, because this is the most like drastic circle shift I've ever seen. And then the teams that are on the edges do just get the advantage out of nowhere, and the teams that are in the center, they're just left out. And it's kind of a sad story for them. Hey, don't shoot at them, McLaren. Come on.
Give respect to the big car is what you say. And well, they have dealt with 952. And well, the Bangladeshi teams over here has to take an early exit, and I'm pretty sure that they had not anticipated this one, but they have got to live with it. But Deadeye's and DRS right beside each other. You've got PMPL right, you know, behind them, and there's another team, Astra Academy. But we are seeing a lot of kills being taken here and there, as Killer has been taken down. He needs that rest back on. But look at Skylightz Gaming. Now they know who their next target is. It's the boys from INV.
It's the boys from INV. Skylightz Gaming. Joker went down there. INV doing a good job keeping them on their toes for now. And INV, they are ready with the car to make the rotation any time now. One man already left off, but look at Chari's position. Still anonymous. He hasn't been spotted. A quiet move right next to him. But Chari for now is being pretty quiet.
Yeah, he's really looking quiet. But look at T2K. They are bringing the fight right on the face of the players of Zeus, and Godless and Zjol will be making a run inside the circle. But knowing Zeus how they are, they're gonna be not backing off without a fight. But Zjol still thinking of the bigger picture. They need to get into the top 3. They need to do that soon, as Kinect is on domination spree, already racking up 3 kills for himself, as Sanjeev getting spotted off from the far afraid, takes some damage over there, but still alive. But Godless, look at him surviving with a sliver of HP, has successfully managed to heal himself up.
He did. And now Deadeye's there, still in the center of the circle with DRS. This also sometimes means that you're attracting all the attention on you. The center of attraction, what we like to call it. LIT though, facing the blind side there. But no, getting completely wiped out. And it's of course going to be Hungry Boxer with the final nail in the coffin.
I mean, take a look at DRS, the way they have spread out across the map, and you know, having all their corners checked. And I think if they sort of continue, and if they do not really get any casualties coming in from those nade barrage, because you know the problem with those dips are that if you are really susceptible to those grenades, and once they come in, you've got nowhere to really hide. But look at the circle shift, absolutely not a single soul inside the zone.
No man's land, that's what we call it. And now INV trying to move inside the circle. I mean, 7C is the closest one to it, so they wouldn't really have that much of trouble to getting inside. But teams like DRS maybe will struggle because Astra Academy is right in the back lines. And she for sure went down in that fight. Legend is also doing a lot of work. And in this end circle, it's hell breaking loose. It's absolute pandemonium. Each and every single team wants those kills, including Zeus as well. Apes player goes down. And things are not looking good. Sancher is going to be disappointed.
Yeah, he definitely will be. But then again, he was really far away from his squad and he could not have been saved over there. But look at True Love just spraying down his arm. I mean, this is one of those ranges where I would really not want to use that weapon. But I believe he does not really have a lot of ammunition on that M4. As a result of which, he has to resort to such desperate measures. And T2K, well, blah, blah, blah. He's already cooked up that grenade. He's going to lob it onto the players of Zeus. Is that going to connect? That's the biggest question, as we have 7C also trying to fend off teams coming in, barging onto their territory, and INV might just be the nearest one to them. But look at Godless. This man is unfazed. He does not care about T2K right on his tail. He's dealing with own problems of his, and now he does realize now T2K have managed to come in really close, up and personal. Let's see what he's got to put on the table now.
God, listen to all the last 2 men alive from the side of Zeus, trying to stay alive for as long as possible. He's under some heavy fire. Things are not looking good. That nade was quite close, rolled right next to him, but rated moving in just an inch in the time there. That's what matters the most. And now Astra Academy goes down in the 8th position. Hey, not bad, but it depends on how many kill points you've gone for yourself.
Now this is really crucial for DEADEYES. They need to make that move right out in the open. Already Memo finding that knock onto Shifusa as APES. Also they're closing in on towards DRS. Mafia Ninja will be quick to sense that. But DEADEYES, how are they going to survive? They're all too much in the open. They do not have any cover on Earth. And on top has also fallen one after the other. The players of DEADEYES are falling up until the point that they have been eliminated. But those 5 kills are in fact might just be a respite for them.
It might just be. And look at Hustler. He has spotted Mafia Ninja out, going back to his vehicle, bringing that US back, ramming it back though. Now we have AJ and Boro and Mafia Ninja as well, kind of right next to each other, which is good. Before they were separated out, they were spread out, but now they realized the intensity and they decided to stick together. This next circle shift is going to be deciding these teams' fate. And here it is, in no man's land again. What's going on? Do PUBG gods hate these teams?
I do not know. For one thing, I really do know is that Zeus is really close to the circle now. DRS really have to move a long, long way. They do have a lot of vehicles though, but Jane still keeping the fight alive as he takes down Hustler in the process, but will receive instant resistance coming in from the boys from Apes over there. But Zeus, they're not doing anything. They're just waiting for all teams to come right out in the open, and that's when they're gonna strike.
Teams. Again, look, a lot of shots are being fired, a lot of max are being unloaded, but nothing really critical happening on the map here. DRS, Mr. Bora dropped down to quite low HP, and here we have blah, 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 just rolling in his car. And oh my god, I thought he's going to be ramming Godless' buggy over.
I mean, that would not have been a possibility considering Godless just saw that coming from miles apart. But right now, Zyok is going to take down Jane. And with that being said, T2K, they're eliminated in the blink of an eye. But True Love, he's taking so much heavy fire coming in from Zyok. Now look at Team Zeus. They're a 2-man squad, but they are not really feeling like that. They are completely just dominating, obliterating every single body right in front of them.
I mean, TDK, man, there's just something happens and they just get eliminated instantly. I mean, what's exactly going on there? Still missing those chicken dinners.
Yeah.
And now we have 7C, though. One man went down, Memo. But Turlov trying his best to fight back in these kind of situations, but to retaliate back in style, it's going to be a difficult choice or difficult stuff. Mr. Boro as well, kind of putting in a lot of bullets on his enemy. And here we have Mafia Ninja going down, and DRS is taking a lot of lead upon them. And that's going to be it. DRS getting eliminated within a blink of an eye.
Right now, you've got the boys from Apes even chiming in inside the fight. They want a piece of the cake over there, but right now, they are under the radar of Team Zeus. Now, how are they going to survive that onslaught that's awaiting for them as the smokes have been deployed over there, just trying to, you know, block off that extra few shots coming in from Apes department, because now Zeus really wants to focus their attention on towards the boys from 7C.
Exactly. 7C with 3 men alive in this squad. They have the most player, so it does make sense. If you're going to be focusing the lads of 7C, that nade pushed Godless away. out of his cover. This is not really good. This means his position has been given away as well. 7C might just be a little affair. But I feel like 7C is still pretty anonymous. I mean, 7C don't really know Godless's position.
Right now, they do not. All they have to do is just rely on their grenading prowess. But Godless, the man, he does not want to, sleep off anymore as he gets that knock onto his true love. Really hungry for more. Can he find one more? Yes, he does. As he takes down two. One last player remains as Godless. He is doing the wonders over here. He's doing what is supposed to be done. And now it all makes sense. Now, how on earth is 7C going to get back into this one as he just wipes them all out? Godless, you gotta fear this man.
Godless, more like God himself. What just happened there? 7C getting eliminated as well. Those blind shots caught everybody off guard from the lads of 7C. And God himself clutched this out.
I mean, finally, the thunder has struck over here in the fields of Erangel and Team Zeus. Despite the fact that they just were having those two players alive, they control the circle so beautifully, taking control of everything and also getting a lot of kills to their belt. And now, we were talking about Team Zeus making a comeback, and in what manner have they done?
I mean, that comeback was absolutely incredible, without a doubt, man. Look, Zeus, I feel like they needed this and they got this. But you know what other team needs a chicken dinner right now? TDK. They have promised it on the social media. Still, it's missing TDK, and we definitely need it. Well, it's definitely time to put on our masks now, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed it is. But right now, what we are going to do is head for a short break, because coming right after is the Des who's going to break the fights down.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. We just got done with 4th game on day number 3. It is still 2 games do remain, and in that doing so, Zeus Esports is coming back online, coming back alive into the entire lobby, along with which a huge thanks to OPPO F9 and Pro. Let's move on to the analysts and ask them. Well, this was an interesting Erangel, I would say. I mean, T2K did really well, but Zeus's 2 players just dominated.
Yeah, I mean, I did not expect them to clutch out that victory.
Wow.
I mean, they were surrounded from 2 different directions, 7C on one and APES on the other, but still.
It's Godless. He's surviving.
True.
He takes those random shots. If there's a crosser, he starts spraying again. 1, 2, 3.
Just getting those hit markers and realizing, all right, the shot connected, need to shoot there again, getting the knock, again the knock, and the finish on the entire squad. But I was just about to say that Godless, I mean, that play was definitely bonkers, but he wasn't the man who secured the most points for the team. It is going to be Zeol getting those 7 kills, 728 damage, the efficiency being displayed by the player. And him and Godless were the last 2 surviving players for the team. He was the one who actually cleaned up APES, and well, that's how the story unfolded.
That's how the team works, right? For themselves, one player looking on one direction, the other one looking on the other, and they like to take their individual fights as well and then reunite as a team. As we can see, damage percentage 19%, so is survival percentage for himself and the team, but assist percentage is good for himself. Well, he has given kills more in this one. Overall, if we talk about it, that's a different story. So yeah, Zeol has been looking really good, but even better, I'm pretty sure it's going to be top players that will be looking forward. And again, the conversation. Godless, Jane, I mean, GI Jane is back.
Yeah, GI Jane stepping back into action. And T2K, I mean, we were really impressed by what this team was able to put to display in this game. But the question is this going to be enough to take them to the top 8? That is going to be a really big question right now. And I believe we still have more matches remaining, so still a lot of time for us to find the answer to that question.
Absolutely, we've got 2 more games remaining for today, and in that we have all the opportunities for all of these teams. Talking about the match summary itself, we've got 324 meter distance kill coming in from Icy there.
Yeah, if you talk about it, that's pretty good. But I see with the assists, that's even better because obviously, those assists have been utilized. That's why they are the assist numbers. So they have been utilized by the teammates, to gather those kill points. Mafia Ninja with 19 utilities used, and Jad with the highest damage, and that's going to be 857.
Well, this as Blotter, you pointed out, this was an interesting game.
Yeah.
This was really intense, and it was fun to watch as well as far as the team fights are considered, because there were a lot of team fights that were breaking out during the mid-game stages.
Indeed, they were. With that, let's move on to the match ranking coming in. We do know that these teams were hungry for those kills. Zeus Esports right there, taking the chicken dinner along with 13 kills, gives them 28 points.
More than 50% contribution, Zeus Esports was by one player only in this time, if you talk about the kill department. But overall, it was a pretty good game. 7C coming up, APES coming up, T2K, yeah, they did good. DRS, yes, they did good. So DRS right now is trying to close up to Astra Academy. Well, Zeus is not far behind. It looks like it. I mean, in the points, there's going to be a difference though. But Zeus is trying to get there. And with the number of games remaining, I would say it might be possible. Well, we'll have to see what the other teams do, because DRS is a Skylight this time, getting 6 points total for them.
I want to see what the situation looks like between Zeus and Deadeye's, guys. That is going to be really interesting to look at. But again, we have Stalwart Esports over here, the 2 kill points coming in. That is something that this team does consistently. They somehow managed to get some kills at least, and even in the worst possible game they will get those kills somehow, so that they don't go out on 0, and that is really important. You don't want to miss out on any point that you could have gotten. Although on the other side, 1952, the momentum has been lost, and well, it has been shut off.
For the moment, it seems like the case, but eventually when you talk about the way this day is turning out to be, it is just absolutely entertaining saga that is taking place, and we still have 2 more games remaining. But, of course, there was a little bit of clip over there that was missed when it came down to the final fight, so let's just jump right into that one.
So look at this right now. What happens is, he knew that the players were there, so what happened, he started shooting up. Wherever his crosshair had that red marker or the white marker, he took down one. He moves his crosshair again and tries to shoot, and then he spots another one, takes his... Look at this. First, he moves from left to right, but wherever it sticks, he just sticks his crosshair at that location. That's godless for you. And look at how composed he is. He knows that there are players on the right-hand side. He uses a smoke, then again moves. So that's, the presence that this player is bringing up for the team. And again, obviously, that's where the fight is. And Zeol again spots on the last one, takes him down. So this is the presence of mind that he's doing. He knows Zeol is, on his assist side for this fight.
Yeah.
But still, he is using smokes. That's because he's the one moving up.
Yes.
He's the one standing up. So it's high chance likely that Zeol might take the last play down, but he might get spotted as well.
Yeah, exactly. Not taking a chance right there. That is what I believe Ocean was trying to say.
Yeah,
he's like, all right, you might just go down, but I'll take care of things on my end.
Well, with that was, of course, the final fight that we were talking about, but there were so many other moments that did take place throughout the game. Let's move on along with the OPPO F19 Pro moment.
Oh yeah, this did happen at the start of the game. But well, I mean, Uzm did run down onto this area, but as soon as he realized, well, mistakes were made, the mistakes did just, go ahead.
You got greedy. That's what happened.
That did happen though. But well, altogether, T2K, the team got really good fights for themselves. But Zeol, I remember this fight, his one knock was taken down by the other team. Still, he was ready to take up any fight that was there.
Zeus Esports were mad from that point onward. That was Assassin was supposed to be our kill. How dare you take it? Their first takedown, high voltage. Both the teams combined together, and then SDGaming, they suffer the assault, the wrath of, well, the god of gods, Zeus.
This was good, almost damage done, but well, Blade was taken on by some other player. But well, look at this. So after this circle, a lot of fights were there in the open. I mean, it was just, an event in which teams had to just move forward if they had to be a part of the fight or maybe get those kills. But still, I would love to say one thing about all these fights, and that is every team kind of got more or less points from here, and that's a really good, like they were accumulating those numbers.
Exactly, those mid-game team fights, as I mentioned, were so intense. I mean, you are getting shot at from every single direction. You have to be careful. T2K were able to take the advantage of the situation really, really well. I mean, picking off a lot of individuals that were stuck in the middle of the rotation, just catching them completely off guard. And DRS, I really thought DRS or DE, they might have been able to take it, but then the circle shifted away from them and both of them were caught in a really bad spot.
And then this, you know, we saw this in the slow-mo, and now it's in the OPPO F19 Pro moment. It just, you know, became, it just shows how amazing this player is when it comes down to, you know, understanding the game. And if the game picks up the pace, he picks up the pace with it. If the game's slow, he still likes to sometimes pick up the pace with it, but well, he loves that. He loves that aggression that he brings up in the game.
Every single time. Every single time he is part of a fight, you know it's going to be a good one, you know it's going to be an entertaining one, and again, I mean, that's what we love to be able to see.
Yeah.
You know, from the side of Zeus Esports, and finally now taking that chicken dinner away, it is going to be helping them out quite a lot in that overall storyboard.
Talking about the damage numbers, right? So, just like we said, right after the 5th circle, the game actually got its own pace. So before that, if you look at this, I mean, teams were getting those kill points, but were not getting much of a damage point. That means either, because look at this, SDGaming, 2 kills, 185 damage points. So it just shows, right, the team was trying to go for the fights. They did go for it, but it was kind of an even affair. They could not just, you know, deliver even more, but well, maybe in the upcoming games.
I mean, it was Zeus Esports that was the one to stop them in their tracks from dishing out any more damage and taking any more kills away from them.
I'm really happy with APES today. In the past few games, they have been really consistent, and their damage graph always is at a higher number. But that means they are focusing more on the fights rather than sometimes going for the placement points. Well, they are getting the placement points as well, but they need to, once, you know, the pace of the game is at, you're in top 3 or something, you need to change something, some flavor needs to be added so that you get that chicken dinner for yourself.
Well, talking about change of pace, that is where I do want to bring up, you know, a team like 1952, for example. We had started the day off and we were talking about how, if at all, teams are going to be changing their drop locations and and eventually it is 1952 that I've noticed has changed their drop location actually on the map of Erangel, and that's somehow not really helping them out thus far.
It happens, right? No time for caution, no time for experiment, but well, I mean,
sometimes the days just go in your favor, sometimes they don't. Sometimes fights go in your favor, good and bad and ugly fights, as Ocean likes to call them. With that, let's move on along to the storyboard, which is going to be the overall ranking.
Yeah, and Zeus this is something that I expected. Zeus Esports taking the 3rd position away from DEADEYES, guys. APES making a bounce and stepping back on the 5th position. But look at this. Now, the lead is being chipped away by everyone. DRS is chipping away at the lead of Astra Academy, 211 to 179. And Zeus Esports, DEADEYES, guys, they are chipping away at the lead of DRS Gaming, 179 to 162. One more match like this, and Zeus Esports, they are going to be on the 2nd.
It's doable. Zeus can go to the 2nd. APES can go to, you know, the 4th or something. But look at the placement points difference. 112, 77. What Zeus is lacking in placement points, they are making it up in the kill points. That's the 2nd highest kill point team out. The Astra Academy 88, 3 kills shy from Astra Academy.
Stalwart Esports are 8th again.
Oh.
I was just wanting to point out, 6th, 7th and 8th, those teams over there, right? They are very close when it comes down to those points as well.
Just 1 point separating those teams. Like, Stalwart Esports is tied with the team above them, and then the team above them on the 6th position is just 1 point ahead. But still, they are back on the 8th. They can get away, and this time it's really good for them, because now if they get a good game, they're going to bounce up 3 positions up.
Exactly.
So
I still remember. If you remember the previous league stages when we used to play it. You remember how Stalwart and R3D, those 2 teams used to have really good Sanhoks for themselves, the fast-paced maps, right? So I guess upcoming game is going to be Sanhok only. So we might just, you know, have that conversation for sure. But right now, I would love to see, will DE take it back or will they not? You know, it's just a conversation for its own self.
Absolutely, mate. But before we jump into that, let's have a look at the MVP ranking, which was again being dominated by Astra Academy's player Action. But as we did see earlier,
the answer to everything in the universe is here.
And it is the answer for him to getting the $2,000 as well.
Well, for now. But keep in mind, we still have 2 games remaining for today and 6 games from tomorrow. It is, again, we've seen that sort of plays, you know, from Lit Esports to other teams as well. You have one good day, and it's going to be a big jump altogether. With that, let's move the day along. Let's go on to the schedule there. We shall now jump into Sanhok.
Sanhok previously was Lit Esports, and Lit, you know, so this kind of becomes a team that likes to break the momentum of other teams. You've seen that thing happening. And what if they do it this time with the teams that are in the top 4 right now? Because the placement points, it's pretty close. One team can have a good game and move up forward to the 3rd, maybe to the 4th, maybe to 2nd. Something like that might happen, and it might change that, might not.
And also, I mean, staying on the topic of Leader Esport, the interesting thing is, yesterday Sanhok, the last Sanhok that we had yesterday, they did really well in yesterday's Sanhok as well. They were stopped in their track by 1952, but again, yesterday's Sanhok, today's Sanhok, and now again Sanhok. I have high hopes for this team.
Well, there is just so much going on right now when it comes to the overall standings. It is going to be an exciting game. Let's jump directly into Sanhok, and it is going to be XP and Play. We're going to be taking us through this game.
Thank you for that, Blotter. And I gotta say, shout out to Ocean for a bit of a Hitchhiker's Guide reference right there. I got it, Ocean. I got the reference, 42. No one else probably did, but you know what? I have a lot of love for you, a lot of love for Douglas Adams. But we can talk about, comedy, science fiction later on. XP, we witnessed an incredible game coming out from Zeus Esports in the previous game. That final circle, that final fight was ludicrous. I think that's the word to describe it.
I mean, ludicrous is the word you want to use over there. But again, it's just, I love the fact that, Ocean did put it really well. The fact that, as soon as you get those hit markers, you have an idea as to where someone is. But I kind of feel like 7C could have avoided that situation. Now, bear with me. Now, it was pretty much a level, flat ground where they were positioned at. But the problem was, just think of it this way. If the tips of my fingers are the 3 players, they were pretty much standing, laying down like this. Had they spread out a bit, maybe, those bullets wouldn't have found their mark. Now, that's what Zeus does so brilliantly, time in and time out. The way they spread out, I know it's a riskier move, if you think about it, but you cover more ground, you have a few more angles, and, well, I guess he did get lucky, but of course, precision shots coming in from Godless as expected, and finally, it is going to be the game of Sanhok. We are going to be traveling to the tropical island and play. Well, we've said it before, we'll say it again, it's going to be drastic, it's going to be pretty much random as far as the chaos goes, and, well, judging by that flight path, good sir, where do you think everyone's heading?
I'm assuming everyone's just going to be dropping along the plane path, right? Like, you don't really have to go somewhere really far, maybe towards Lakawi, Kampong, Camp Bravo. I rarely see teams heading in that direction, especially when the plane path is towards the western side, something which it doesn't seem to be much of a factor on the map of Sanhok. But just to touch upon the point you made there, I feel the word you might be looking for would be spacing, right? Like the spacing between the teammates, where sometimes when you push into a compound, for example, right? You know there's a player waiting there, you know there's an enemy there, and you push in 2 players together. If you're too close, you can get sprayed down. You can line up for your enemy. If you're too far away, the trading's not going to take place. But spacing is not looking good for Nightmare right now, because Rose is by his lonesome, and Smokey version 2, Memo, and Tutor Love are on the hunt. They are chasing him down. Smokey with a pre-fire, spots him out, information conveyed. He did have that shoddy XP. There was a world where he could have ruined the day for 7Cs because they didn't really have much armor to work with either, but he didn't have an opportunity to even rattle off a single shot. And with that, Nightmare will, they will suffer the first casualty in the server. And for a change, it's not marketing.
I was just going to say that he's going to be probably breathing a sigh of relief over there, thinking that, I'm not the one who actually marked the beginning of action in this game. But it looks like he just might come under fire soon enough, as action has broken out early in Painan. Again, it is Sanhok. It is the smaller map out there. And, since people are going to be close to one another, you do expect that Uzi does find its mark. However, that range is not going to do a lot of damage, as Hong is going to make his escape, making sure that he has his life intact. But have a look at 7C. They know that they're one-man short, and they know that, probably right now, Nightmare are going to be a little discombobulated. They are going to be a little surprised as to what's going to happen, because have a look at Coco's position. He is not in the right place to, be helpful to his teammate. However, if his team does go down, he just might carry that torch a little forward. So again, it's a win-win situation, but I like the fact that 7C, they are upping the ante, they're putting on the pressure, and it kind of looks like Nightmare are in a nightmare of their own.
I'm more happy about the fact that Fear, the player from 7C, has got a face mask on. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to wear your masks, vaccinated or not. You know, you wanna ensure that everyone's safe and sound around you. But let's talk about more exciting things instead of sad things. Let's talk about the play zone. And you did point out, the play zone, it could, if it goes east, it's going to matter too much. It doesn't really matter too much, right? Sure, we've got High Voltage and DEADEYES guys and Skylightz, 952, LIT and APES outside of the play zone, right? Including T2K as well. But it's barely a few meters, right? Just like 100 meters for them to just traverse over. However, that being said, if you look at the western periphery of the play zone, there's Astra Academy, there's SD,
Bootcamp,
Nightmare, and 7C. Now, for LIT and High Voltage, especially for LIT, that could be problematic.
It could be, as they are going to be coming in towards the circle. Now, the best thing is, just west of Pailan, we have these two hilltops that they can actually shoot down from and gather a lot of information. Now, what is going to be the worrisome point for me is, now we did see Nightmare kind of back off towards the north, towards Bootcamp, because that is where Coco's position is. And have a look at that. Mark has pretty much found his teammates, but it might just set them up for coming under fire from SDGaming, who are going to be on the same hill, just a little higher up. Now, Astra Academy, they can bide their time, right? They can wait it out in the bootcamp. It's still in the circle. They can make sure they are packed to the gills as far as...
I just want to point something out real quickly. Sorry for cutting you off there, because we can see the overall standings, right? And while Astra Academy and DRS have accrued about, I think, 25 or 30 points since yesterday's standings, the end of yesterday, Zeus have got, I think, they're at 116. They have got 46 points in the 5 games they've played here today. Now, you look at it, like 5 games, 46 points. Do the math. That's an average of around 8 points or almost 9 points a game. That is very impressive for Zeus Esports. They have managed to not only hold on to the 3rd spot, but definitely start and extend the gap between themselves and the likes of, let's say, DEADEYES guys or APES or PN Crew. So this is a team, XP, who had a very slow start just a couple of days prior, right? The first 3 games, they were nowhere to be found. We're like, oh, Zeus are, they seem to be a very different team compared to what we saw from them in the finals. But they are definitely contending, at the very least, for that 2nd spot. 17 points is nothing if they have one big good game and DRS kind of, fall out here very early on. But then it's Sanhok, where you might even find the top 5 teams getting eliminated first, and you might have someone like Nightmare getting the chicken dinner. Anything can happen on this map.
And in fact, we have seen that in the past as well. The top teams have fallen a little earlier than expected. And, just bringing up Zeus once again. Now, of course, with great power comes great responsibility. And especially when you know that these guys are the hardest hitting teams out there, that pressure is going to mount on their shoulders. And what I think happened on day 1 was, now, I'm not taking away the fact that they might have actually scrimmed against the other Mongolian teams, but I'm going to hold on to my thought right now, as it looks like, man, the days of running are not going to be enough for Nightmare, as it does look like 7C have finally caught up to them. They do have that high ground, and all that information is going to be conveyed by Memo to his teammates, and expect them to kind of engulf their enemy, their prey, rather like an amoeba from all sides, and just apply the pressure. But Zeol's position behind there could be something that might halt them in the tracks. Reason being, as soon as the shot is fired, his attention is going to come on this mountain, as well as Abely, who's right beside him. And just those random shots from that distance might actually put 7C in a bit of a pickle, because A, they have no idea where the shots are coming from, right? They could expect maybe it's Nightmare who are getting ready for a little bit of an onslaught, but looks like DE are at the opposite spectrum of being ready for an onslaught. These boys are out to the open seas, and who can blame them? Who can blame them? Have a look at that beautiful open waters in that tropical island. I mean, that is where I would want to be right now, Blade.
Oh yeah, I love it. Just sit down on the beach.
Although, just as I say that, I just remembered the last couple of days, Sanhok and boats are not a match made in heaven. We've seen lots of ups and downs, and
it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
They might just meet a watery grave as well. You never know.
Nah, it's not gonna happen unless T2K they just like riddle that boat with bullets. But yeah, now that you mention it, here I am in lockdown, and it made me envision sights of me laying by the beach side in a tropical
Pretty sure you're
resort
missing your pina coladas,
with a pina
aren't you,
colada.
mate?
There we
There
go,
you go.
nice pina colada in my hands, just chilling, soaking in the sun. Soon, XP, soon. One day, everything's
hit me
gonna
up.
go back to normalcy. I'm gonna definitely hit you up, and we can go sip our pina coladas. Right now, no pina coladas. It's AK-47s, M4s, rifles, grenades, and Nightmare are right now hunkered down. And Mark has an inkling. He has an inkling that there are a few vultures circling overhead on that hill. But we'll get back to that later on, because right now, there is another hill which is being contested. However, no bullets, no shots have rung out yet. It's apes on one side.
I told you!
On the other side, and you called it! And you called it! You called it! You said it was gonna be a watery grave. And Jane, it looks like his heard you, XP, and DE. It was a very brave rotation. Unfortunately, sometimes fortune doesn't favor the brave. You called it.
It doesn't. I mean, it's just, you got to look at the stats. You got to crunch in the numbers, and Bolts and Sanhok do not go hand in hand anymore, especially, again, it is a small map, and people expect that now. They are going to expect, teams coming in from the Aquas route, as we've liked saying before, but now DEADEYES guys, I mean, they're going to have to brave the blue. They're going to have to brave some bullets. Jane is going to position himself a little better to basically shoot fish in the barrel. Oh, it looks dicey as Sandesh, from distance, gets that knock on the hustler. Basically, his hustle has been brought to a stop.
For the time being, Suyog has also been found out. Jane's just, he's enjoying his fishing with an M4. usually use a net or like a fishing rod and hooks, but I feel like the zone just might end DE here. It's moving at a very fast pace right now, XP. And he's braving it because he saw 4 members on that boat. He knows there were 4 bodies on that boat, and he wants to ensure none of them make it to land. And it looks like that should be the end of DE. They might in fact be the first team to be eliminated here as the battle for this particular hill continues. The nade is a little too deep, cooked not so perfectly by White. And while he attempts to toss in the nade, he takes a couple of shots. However, not too damaged. In the meantime, another member of DE has been taken down. And I do believe that's it for DEADEYES guys. I think they just got eliminated. There we go. DE. I think I jinxed them, XP. You said they might get shot at, but nothing's going to happen. Of course not. Nothing's going to happen. They're going to be fine in the water. No.
If you keep an eye out towards the open water, you just might see the Juggernaut pop up, and well, Davy Jones is going to claim 4 lives for himself as those guys are going to sink to the very bottom of that ocean. Again, it's going to be devastating. This is the same team that won the first game today. So, I mean, it was a high-risk, high-reward maneuver, but unfortunately, it was only risky at this point. Now, as the circle is going to close in one another, another thing that's going to happen is SD is going to try and close in on Astra Academy's position. Now, what stands out for me is how they've kind of reversed the roles, because mind you, Astra Academy dropped down at the boot camp, which right now on our screens is towards Jimmy's back. Well, he's looking at it now. So the fact that Astra actually circumnavigated around them, and well, we're going to have to wait for the replay. It has to be the boat shot. There you have it. As one by one, the last members from DEADEYES guys are going to go down to the very bottom. A moment of silence, please.
F's in the chat.
Moan over! That's it. I mean, that's what you get when you are in a boat out and open. It looks like Jimmy, he knows that Astra Academy is going to be in this house. And the question is, his teammates, again, they are in boot camp, right, Blame? But if the circle shifts a bit further east, it's going to be devastating for them to come out because, well, like I said, the roles have been reversed.
There's an arm there.
Yeah, forget
amongst in the salt fields.
Yeah, forget about it.
Anyone knows going to go for it. Meanwhile, Astra Academy, Pika has been knocked on down. Although a res should be coming on in. Ken. Oh, he's been spotted out. Scry with laser-like accuracy, just tapping away calmly. Just each bullet a hammer into the body of his opposition, and with that, we will have to say goodbye to Ken. And SD down to just the 3 members, if I'm not mistaken here. And Astra Academy, they're taking it slow. They're like, all right, listen, we're right next to the zone. We're right next to the play zone. We have this little compound to work with. We have all 4 alive. You need to res our teammate. There's no need to aggress. And I like this position. I love this. Yeah.
Now this position can actually put Jimmy's plans on a loop as well, because now they have no idea that Jimmy's so close by, right? But have a look at what SD's doing. They're making sure Kaye and Bay get that little high ground action. They are going to let loose a few shots, which is going to divert Astra's attention pretty much towards that mountain, which can, hypothetically speaking, give Jimmy that little bit of space to kind of move in and maybe lob a good grenade, again catching them off guard. But it is going to be a risky move, because once he does that, he's going to be all by his lonesome. So Ken and his teammate, they need to have that accuracy on point. And now another team braving
They'll be
the
fine.
open waters is High Voltage. The only thing that kind of worries me over here is the amount of damage they're going to take from the blue zone play, because it's a long way off and you only have so many utilities.
The thing is, where are they going to make their
Camp on.
entry into?
Safest place. All those buildings for cover. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but again, they need to make a little bit of haste as well. You know, as we see the blue, or you can see it on the screen as well, slowly closing on in. This battle between the PN crew and APES is still continuing. However, APES, for a change, have opted to relinquish control of that hillock XP. They're like, you know what, you guys want to have it? Have it. We have this little compound, this little low broken wall to work with, and I feel this is the right decision being taken by the Mongolian team.
Also, you know, we were talking about spacing. Have a look at how they're spaced out. They're making sure that if one of their heads pops out, you know, the enemy is not going to be aware that, wait a second, that's kind of like a bait situation, as looks like Ziv11 is going to take top down to the ground, as Legend is going to be gunned down as well. But the question is, who did all the gunning over here? But now, again, they have opened it up. So Legend's gone down. Kanik and Hustler are going to be hustling for that rock, making sure they get cover. And I love the fact that they are applying all that pressure on PN crew. And talking about pressure, top is going to be picked up. Jimmy still where we left him.
Jimmy is a man of patience. He's a man of perseverance, just waiting patiently. And look at Mafia Ninja as well. Raiden is right next to him, and Mafia Ninja living up to his name. XP. Usually Ninjas they're usually out during the night, right? But he's being very
got that
quiet.
shade.
A bike passes by, blah blah blah. Son, you have no idea how close you were to that Mafia Ninja. He's holding his breath. They're running past him. How have they not seen him? Jane's going to get in a vehicle, and Mafia Ninja still hasn't moved. Now he's going to move on along. Now he knows 3 members have passed by. His spots are created and raided. Good night, sweet prince. Mafia Ninja strikes. He's going to finish him off. Patience of a god. And T2K, unfortunately, they get ambushed by DRS. Brilliantly played by Mafia Ninjas. X-Ray, I don't know how he's operating his phone without being sweaty, because that was just butt clench.
You know, we talk about snakes in Sanhok. That was a coiled wiper waiting to strike, and he knew just the right moment. As soon as those 2 teammates went past, he was like, ha 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 ha. They left one behind. Another one who's laughing is the man who took down Demon. Oh my god, it's going to be painful, because I guess he's not laughing, because Demon just took himself out, and looks like quietly comes in and steals the kill. Ouch, that's got to hurt, play.
Yeah,
that has got to hurt.
That sucks indeed. INV. Skylightz Gaming, man, like yesterday they had a really good game, and they have their moments, like players like Chari, like Leon X. We saw the one before earlier as well, right? And you're like, these guys, they have what it takes, but it just fails to coalesce. It just doesn't come together as you know, as a proper unit. And I feel like that is, and it sucks, right? Like the fact that you see the potential in this team and how good they were once upon a time as well, and it just kind of not really clicking here in the championship finals. However, High Voltage, they have opted to ditch the boat. Now, I'm not sure if they got shot at, but considering they're well in the play zone, I guess actually they might have just ditched it so they don't give any sound cues. XP. That's genius if that's the case.
That is going to be genius. However, they are going to have an uphill battle. Well, it's not an uphill battle, so to speak, but they are going to have to assault that land. It's going to be like the Battle of Normandy all over again, because that position is going to be fortified. Forget that for a second, because it looks like Entry has opened up with a kill, with a knock, in fact, on Quiet as INV. They fight to 1952, and from afar, Magnet, like Magnets, is raining down bullets, which seem to find their mark, and, well, that is going to be a close call, and I do believe that Revive should be coming through. Forget it, another one goes down.
Can still come on through. Can still come on through. Magnet, his bullets magnetized, but somehow XPZ, I think he saved Chari there. He saved Chari. Magnet was shooting at Chari, and XPZ using the opportunity as his head pops above that little wall, and he will be knocked on down. There's no one nearby to go in for the res, so he is in a bit of a pickle here. Tawfiq probably might make a run for it. Entry has been tagged on pretty low with that HE, and might see minor. He needs to be perfect here in keeping INV at bay, but Leon's gonna jump onto that opportunity, and Magnet is no more.
That was a proper opportune moment to strike, and Leon does do what he set out to, and now he's going to come under fire. But the best thing is his position hasn't really been given away, because he was prone when he did lob that grenade, and well, he still has that entire mountainside for cover. But it looks like PN Crew are not going to have any cover as they come under fire by Stalwart Esports, and in that commotion, Ayush is going to have to bid us adieu from this game. Now, however, INV, they do take advantage of that little commotion happening just in front of them, as 1952 are going to put a pause on their gunplay for a second, which means Skylightz Gaming, ooh, they could be in trouble if INV kind of just circumnavigate around them. And have a look at that. Chari's position could be compromised, and if he goes down, Leon is going to have to become a man of action, and it's not going to work out. But right now, what is working out is T2K taking the fight to LIT, one knock, but now he's up against 3 members.
T2K have been languishing at the bottom half of the table since the beginning of this tournament, and now they will have to go up to the team from HTM region. And Frankie with a great knock. The finish should come on in, but LIT aren't just gonna sit down and let it lie. And ZV just going in, just going in for the finish instead of ensuring he gets another knock. He at least confirms the kill, but with that, that will be LIT being eliminated alongside Nightmare and Deadeye's 3 teams, who will be no more on the map of Sanhok. 13 still remains. 39 still alive, ably battling it out with a Tommy in his hand. 7C are they're just not stopping at all. Now, IC has been knocked down, but the other 3 members of Zeus are very, very much alive and kicking all 3 members inside. And they're going to get shot at from outside. The Flames as well doing fantastic work, R7C.
I was just going to say, keep an eye on Turulov and Smokey, because what Memo did right now was basically draw them out towards the right side of the compound from the previous point of view. And now from afar, they did get shot on, and there you have it. Smokey and Turulov are going to be moving in. That means now Zeus are going to have to fight the fight at 2 fronts, as they have an idea where the enemy is. That grenade isn't going to do anything because they do have cover, but Smokey is going to do a lot. He's come from the side, knocks Godless down on his knees, and now Ziola is taking the fight with 2 members. He gets 1! He gets 1! He gets the second! And he gets the third! Are you kidding me? I mean, that's it! I am out of here. That reaction time was amazing, Blade. That was not supposed to happen, but it just did.
Production, replay. Now.
What?
I need to see that again. I need to see that again. Please give me a replay of that. That was fantastic target selection. There you have it. Take a look at this. Take a look at how he isolates all 3. Firstly, gets to 1 in the window. There we go. Gets 1 in the window. Immediately snaps to the next guy. Incredible spray transfer. 1 point of health. Spins around. Catches Mimo off guard as well. That was,
ladies and gentlemen,
one of the most fantastic things I've seen so far in this entire championship.
Forget the play of the day. That's exactly what I'm saying. That is the play of the tournament so far. That was just amazing. Oh my goodness, the adrenaline coursing through his veins. I mean, his hands are going to be shaking right now, but let's see if he can stabilize them, because they still have a lot more fights ahead of them.
And down to just a 2-man squad, but they have 6 kills to the name. T2K are having a fantastic time though, XP. They have 9 kills and 3 alive. Finally, it looks like the Fortune is favoring the side of Train to Kill, and they're living up to the name. White, though, the nade, he spots the head. He spots the head of Assassin. The nade sails in, dealing damage to 2 members. But the third one as well, and look at Apes. Apes together strong as they move in together like a pack, trying to finish off High Voltage, who, bear in mind, have only 3 players alive, and the nade is perfection from Caddick. He's gonna find 1. Assassin so very low. Sanchu spraying through the smoke, looking to find 1, but Extreme's right below them. He's right next to him. Assassin's gonna strike. He's gonna find 1. He's gonna find 2. Extreme with the spray finish off. Assassin will be knocked on down, but Apes still have 2 alive and kicking, and they will spot the final member. And High Voltage, valiant effort to keep death at bay, but Apes will deny them. They do lose a couple of members, and I'm not sure the rest can come in time, because the blue is moving in. But my oh my, that was a brutal fight between High Voltage and Apes Incorporated. In fact, only 1 member survives, so White.
only one member, but I think that might not be the case. I think it is still the case because he's now taking the fight against High Voltage. The sparks are definitely going to be flying around, but elsewhere it does look like Zeus were getting decimated as they fell one by one, and now Apes White is going to be the only man standing out in the blue, and T2K, all they have to do is wait with bated breath. If he peeks, he is going to get his noggin shot off, but of course I think the blue is going to take the kill because you want to deny as many points as you can to the opposition. But amazing, quick trades coming in. And let me tell you one thing. The way High Voltage's Extreme and Assassin set up that little crossfire, the patience exhibited by Extreme was phenomenal. But right now, Tawfiq, he's going to have some patience as well because he is hugging the ground. He is prone, but above him, Astra Academy are moving in. He knows that they're there, but he wants to make sure that they have no idea. His teammates are going to be moving in, but Top has spotted Johnny in the distance as he's finally taken down in flurry of bullets.
That M4 is behaving like a railgun. Tapping away, looking to confirm the kill as well. Stalwart, they have been kinda, just 4 kills, all 4 alive this late in the game. This is a great game. Oh, that's a fantastic nade. That is a brilliant reply coming in from Uzum. That nade is going to slow things down a bit here for Astra Academy, but Action is going to continue to press ahead. Now, they have control of this hill. That means everyone else are downhill, and you know what they say? They do, when you have the high ground advantage, you will be the team that's going to be a bit favored. Nades being exchanged back and forth. 1952, 3 members just crawling up the hill slowly but steadily. T2K still outside in the blue as well.
Have a look at Blaze's position. If he spots them out, that could be devastating for 1952.
Oh, yes, it is, but it looks like Tawfiq will be spotted out. He deals so much damage XP, but he's not able to convert, but the reply is good coming in from T2K. Jane, actually, T2K pushing in, and 2A. Astra Academy, I believe, down to 1 member. Sorry, 2 members. Scry in action. Scry barely alive. Is spraying through the smoke, hoping to find something, but no. He will be knocked down by STE. That is Stalwart Esports joining the fray. And Stalwart Esports, while Astra Academy in 1952 were duking it out, they've come on in, and they might just steal this one away. Seamana just crawling out in the open. A swift finish by Crypto.
Done.
Entry will be taken down by Scry as well. Astra Academy down to a 2-man squad. Stalwart with 4 alive, and T2K now pushing in from downhill. They also have 3 members too. So this one, it's going to be an uphill climb for Astra Academy if they want to get the chicken dinner this time around. But that nade made it quite possible indeed.
That grenade could have pretty much shaken Stalwart Esports' world right now as Crypto and Blade would have been tossed off their feet. But again, lovely communication coming in from them. And have a look at Uzum now. He realizes all this while T2K were down there in those warehouses, just, biding their time. However, I like the fact that he is moving a bit towards his right from his point of view, because T2K, they only have one option right now. They've got to push in on Astra Academy's position, because coming uphill towards Stalwart Esports is going to be a suicide mission. So right now, Astra Academy are going to be in a world of trouble, but looks like they are going to be thwarted as Uzum again. Remember, that positioning is pivotal. He spots the movement, he sees the smoke, and well, what do you do when you see smoke? You shoot at it.
XP's happening. They're going to get a chicken dinner. They're finally going to get a chicken dinner. Stalwart Esports. They get the kills, man, but they never seem to get the placement points. But it looks like finally it might work out. Look at Johnny. He's the one standing up and trying to spot the opposition. While everyone else are prone, but the nade is perfection again from Scry. He is pretty much all by his lonesome against all 4 members of Stalwart Esports. Blade just moving down south a little bit more, trying to res his teammate, but that follow-up nade could find both of them. Beautiful. Yes, it will indeed. Scry, he is neutralizing the numbers advantage that Stalwart have. A Molotov going to force a player up as well, and that's going to force Uzum, or rather Crypto, to go in for the move. He's going to be finished off as well, leaving Astra Academy with just 1 member surviving, but he's done so much damage. And now Pika hiding in the bush. Hasn't been spotted out. T2K now taking the fight to Stalwart. They are
that's a good one.
They are bleeding. The nades are sailing in. Crypto might be the one who has to be the hero for Stalwart Esports. T2K are fighting an uphill battle, but they are winning everything. Pika's going to be finished off. It's a 2v2 between these 2 teams. Stalwart Esports, they need to take the battle here, but the nades are devastating indeed. Crypto's left alone, and T2K have done it. They got the chicken dinner. It's an uphill battle, XP, but they make it happen. What a game from T2K and Stalwart Esports. So close, but no cigar.
There you have it. There you have it. T2K did mention that they are going to come out today on their social media platforms and they are going to walk away the winners in one game, which they have right now. But again, pristine gameplay coming in. That patience being exhibited was awesome. And Stalwart Esports, man, what have they been eating for their breakfast today? Because they were
I feel so bad because like I've jinxed so many teams today, right? I told DEADEYES guys are going to survive the rotation XP. They didn't. I said Stalwart Esports, they're the perfect place to get a chicken dinner. They didn't. I apologize.
It's this guy. He's the snake tongue over here. He's the man with the, I don't know the golden tongue, but it's definitely going to be jinxing a lot of teams. It's the Costas curse, isn't it? We can't really do anything about it. But what we can do is take a quick little breather because we still have one more high intensity, high octane, action fueled game in store for all of you. But before that, let's have a look at what our sponsors have to say.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. We are on day number 3. A 4-day affair has brought itself down to 3 days done. We've got one final game remaining for today, but boy oh boy, this was a high intensity match that we just witnessed. Alongside this, it is a huge thanks to OPPO F19 Pro for making it all happen. With that, let's move on to, of course, the duo. It is Ocean and Super Johnny once again. Dude, what a play this was.
Yeah.
T2K finally bringing in that chicken dinner.
I mean, it was something that they needed really desperately. I mean, even the last Sanhok, they did really well, but missed out on the opportunity. This time, they made sure that it was theirs. And in the last few moments, we were actually questioning whether they were able to get it because they were outside the circle, stuck in those houses on the lower ground, and Stalwart Esports and Astra Academy were right in front of them.
They had that fast side for themselves for the zone to move forward. We're talking about blah, blah, blah. Previously as well, he was in the top players. And today as well, if we talk about it, 7 kills, 614 damage, 25 minutes, 27 seconds of survival time, 1 assist. And given that it's Sanhok, 354 healing done. Wow.
I mean, it was an amazing game for this lad, and another one of his teammates was there with 4 kills coming in for that individual as well. But T2K, amazing performance. I have to say, they have put up a decent chunk of points today itself. With every single game, they are being a little bit more aggressive, getting those kills. But we have to see where is this sort of a performance going to bring them as far as the overall standings are considered. And then by the end of the tournament, I mean, people are going to be wondering, what if they played like this the entire 4 days?
I mean, it's still, I would say, you know, not late. Tomorrow we might just see them, you know, chiming up even there in the last game as well. We'll see what happens. But right now, talking about the top players, Jane was there. GI Jane again. And APES and Astra Academy's players as well with 4 kills as much as Jane. And I mean, this lad, obviously, you know, in the game, outside the game, always a happy lad if you just want to talk about it. But blah, blah, blah. Like, this duo actually become really deadly today.
Yeah. I mean, they have been incredible. Also, I mean, shutting down Scry from the side of Astra Academy was really important. A job well done by the players of Stalwart Esports in this match.
Most certainly. I mean, in those final few moments, it seemed like it could be either ways. It could have been Stalwart's game, it could have been Astra Academy's game, but T2K certainly taken it by storm.
Yeah, and talking about this one, Jane with maximum assists as well. He had his own kill points as well. Blah, blah, blah. Obviously, getting the highest kills. APES White going up with the highest damage, and blah, blah, blah. And Jane again with the, you know, utilities and logins assist kill. So, talk about utilities. We have seen this back and forth. In a map like Sanhok, we have seen less number of utilities. In a map like Sanhok, we've seen more number of utilities. But this is kind of the perfect number because if you have the circle, if you have the players as well, let's say 16 utilities, kind of comes good because mostly smokes that you would have used are just to create a path or maybe just covers of one direction or the other.
Exactly. Everyone is so close in this game. Majority of the time you have to rely on those gunfights in order to take your opponents out. By the time you are cooking up a grenade, someone has charged up on you and you will get taken out. But we do have the standings in front of us, and look at this, 28 points for Train to Kill, living up to their name. 13 kills coming to them from this match. Stalwart Esports, again, I said this before the match, they love aggression and they have a good performance on those aggressive maps, Sanhok being one of them. 20 points to this team. I believe this is going to take them off the 8th position, up the leaderboard into a really good spot.
Hopefully that does happen, right? We'll have to see what overall it just goes down in a while though. But to talk about the teams, let PN Crew, DRS, and now Astra Academy, again, that the momentum that they were building up, it's there. But DRS 2 points, and talking about Zeus, now they have a few more points, so they're trying to close in that lead, and the last game might as well just, I mean, it can change a lot of things. I would say today's last game, for me, I don't know why. Tomorrow's last game might just be a different affair, but today's last game, Zeus, DRS 2nd, 3rd position, I don't know.
It's going on. The story is certainly continuing along, and it is a close affair when it comes to that story. But alongside that, when it comes to today's game on Sanhok right now that we witnessed, let's move on with a zone analysis to take us through the rotations that these teams brought in.
So the moment this match started, me and Ocean, we were backstage, we were watching the game, and the first thing this guy says is, it's going to be really fun if the circle is towards the east. Well, you got your wish.
Yeah. And again, there was one more thing that we said, right?
Yeah.
Why is there always one team that moves through the water rotations? Always, and that in the map of Sanhok.
Yeah, this time it was the squad of HIGHVOLTAGE taking the wide rotation through the waters, and well, it is really difficult to make it work. DEADEYES guys did the same, but it is going to be really tricky to make stuff like that work in this map. HIGHVOLTAGE, we see them reach the edge, but look at the teams that have already clustered up on that spot.
I mean, exactly, it can work in your favor, but most of the time it does not. And if you're in the water lines, you get spotted on, you get shot down. That happens. Previously it happened with Skylightz, right? Those things, just change up the pace. But now look at these circles. Obviously, you can see where Stalwart was making up their entry from, and that was a really good area for them because there's no fight, a proper open area to move inside the circle, whilst other teams, Apes White is just healing up onto the backside. Like whilst other teams are taking up their own time, own breathing space, you have a lot more area to just look forward, move in, and just take the fights.
Also, another team that I want to mention that we have missed out on this entire discussion is 1952. 1952 are back to the day 1, day 2 performances wherein no outshining plays but a decent performance in this game. They got decent kills, they got decent placement points, and that's all that matters. They need to do it today in the last game and then the next 6 matches tomorrow.
Absolutely, that is what is on the stage. But with that, let's get the conversation moving on down towards those moments that was so very awesome throughout this game with OPPO F90 promo.
Right from the back, right? The fights did happen, and then again. So always, this is what I was talking about, right? It happens. Well, Apes White, obviously, they were trying to catch down their opponents off guard. They did do that, but they could not survive onto these areas because this was supposed to happen, right? Whenever we look forward to the fights, this always happens. Marvin Ninja, this was a really good fight for him because a trigger discipline, then using it up, it was brilliant in its own self. But look at this. Every time there's a snake, vehicles moving.
We were talking about this, like what happened with Mafia Ninja, right? They're like, why is no one seeing him? And T2K definitely did get punished for that, but it did not change anything for the team. They were still able to take on those team fights after team fights after team fights and destroy everyone. This is the 1v3 by Zul that blew everyone's mind. Look at this. 7C's player, not an opportunity being given to them to take this man out. He was like barely left with any HP when he got hit. Turns around, takes the last guy out as well.
Last game it was godless 1v3. This time it's Zul. Like, Zeus kind of has their own plan for each and every map. The way they just, take up their fights. Well, now is where you'll see like 5th, 6th circle. Now is where you'll see the fights just, happening up. And in Sanhok as well. Maybe you're a snake, but if your opponents, and these opponents have that capability of spotting yourself down. So if they spot you down, they would love to take you down for those points. 1, 2... 1 point, 2 point, 10 points, whatever is needed, they would go for it.
And this is the point in the game where we were wondering whether T2K actually would be able to take this game or not for themselves with a chicken dinner. Because again, they were stuck in those houses. Stalwart has the high ground. You have you have Astra Academy on the high ground as well, and any of those teams, like, they are super deadly with the high ground advantage. They look pretty deadly, but T2K, they were patient. They waited. You guys fight it out. Whoever's left, we'll take them on.
Exactly, and I mean, again, it brings up the conversation that, you know, not always is King of the Hill situation going to work in your favor. I mean, that was just clearly evident with T2K's play right now.
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
True. That's true. And that just, you know, just comes down to one more conversation. That's going to be damage of the teams as for what it has been, right? When you talk about some teams that actually did brilliant, we can see them. But again, if you're last time, Skylight had 0 damage. I still remember previous Sanhok, they had 0 damage, 0 kill. This time it's D, and that too, you can blame the water rotations in this one.
Yeah. That's
it's
the
a
only
really
thing
big gamble.
That's the only thing to blame. But, like, same thing happens to both these teams. Like, they were trying to rotate in the water, and someone saw them, and the entire team got wiped out.
That kind of just, you know, gets me to one thing, and that is, see, I get it. Sometimes the situation might just be against you. But talking about this one, right? 1952, almost 900 damage coming up for 1 kill. Just think about the amount of fights they would have been in, and they could have had those kill points otherwise for themselves. But again, you know, coming back to that one, I get it. You might be really, really far away from the circle. You have to just move inside the circle. But, well, teams can actually devise a way. You have guns. You can go for the fights.
Yep, that is true. And that has been showcased some perfectly synergistical plays from these teams. Now, that, of course, does bring a different change of the story itself, because the points that they walk away with help them out quite a lot. And eventually, they are going to be walking away with a lot of money as well. So, it is really competitive right now.
Ooh, look at this.
Points. Well, yeah. DE, APES, Stalwart. Alright, Stalwart's on 6th.
Yeah.
They have a chance to get into the top 5 today.
And 1952 as well. 134, you can make that jump quite easily.
I'm loving these two teams. You know, the only teams from their region right now and playing amazing.
Oh, yes.
DE, they are here with 149. Well, there's a slight point difference, 170, 149. But talking about Zeus, that's at 170. 11 points. DRS. One game to just, you know, settle up one thing, and that is tomorrow's momentum, how they want to start it.
Also, if we are focusing on the teams specifically, I mean the solo teams representing their region, Stalwart Esports in 1952, I want to take a moment to compare Stalwart Esports and compare the kill point and place point ratio to every single team in the top 8. It is just incredible the way this team is able to keep themselves in such a wonderful position just off of the level of aggression they bring into this tournament. This team is really deadly in a 4v4 situation.
T2K has had, you know, with this one, they are looking really good. But all right, let's talk about this one. Lady Esports. They have 2 chicken dinners still at the second half. That just means their good games, yeah, they are good, but their bad games are kind of just, you know, failing them to get those points that are needed otherwise.
And they had a lot of them. That's the thing. Lady Esports, I believe, they came a little too late into the battlefield. It started yesterday, and since then it has been an on and off again sort of a situation with Lady Esports, where in a few maps we see them pop off really hard, but then the next one they are taken out quite early on. So it is the day one's performance for this team, not just them. It is day one's performance for INV, SD and Nightmare as well that is keeping them on the lower half of the standings. But even now,
my question, high voltage, Skylightz Gaming.
Oh yeah.
I don't, because Skylightz Gaming, previous PMPL, they won that PMPL with the other name, obviously. High voltage with the likes of Assassin. We know this team is capable.
So are so many others, right, in the lobby, but eventually it is the storyline that we are left to deal with, simply put, so are the fans, sadly enough. But again, let's not go down that rabbit hole, because eventually when you do talk about these things, there are opportunities being created every single game. We've got one more game remaining. Let's move on with the schedule. That is going to be taking us back to the map of Erangel.
One game for today, and then obviously it's going to be, you know, 6 for tomorrow. That's a different story. But one game for today, it just means one thing, and that is, will DE again just, you know, get that hold of the top 3 for themselves? Will Zeus get a hold of the second position? Will DRS stay at the second position and would like to just, you know, be as close to Astra Academy? Or will Astra Academy even, you know, cement that gap once more? Like, lots of questions.
See, I said Lit Esports was going to do really well last game, and they were the first ones to be taken out. Well, sort of among the first few teams to be taken out, so I'm not going to take any names. But there are teams that I'm hoping perform really, really well, and it is definitely in the top 8 that I'm talking about the teams. But let's see how this game is going to go. I'm really excited.
Absolutely. It is certainly going to be an exhilarating game when it comes down to the energy. The energy is definitely on par when it comes to the entire lobby. With that, let's jump into the game with the duo that are, of course, going to be taking us through this. It is none other than the Panda Bros. That is Necro and Pain Fixes.
Thank you so much. And one final game before we call it a night. And I mean, we are gonna head back to Erangel, of course. Now, we've been scoffing T2K a lot that they haven't been really able to get the chicken dinner. They just shut us down. But right now, you know, throughout the course of the entire evening, right, we've not had any repeated winners.
Yeah,
so are you expecting one new more team?
I mean, look, man, okay, there's a lot of teams that haven't gotten chicken dinner for themselves. Yeah. But there's a reason behind it why they have gotten it. And each team has different reasons. We don't really want to get in depth about it. But then now if we talk about teams like Zeus, Astra, and DRS, pretty close to each other. The competition on top 3 is like they're fighting against each other. Literally at this point in time, they're probably like, I don't know, they're going to be enemies in real life as well. Let's be honest. It's just so heated up. Like, I understand this game is going to be so important for them to set up the course for the last day. The final day is, of course, the most important one. So I feel like this final game, man, Zeus.
Alright, Zeus is what you've called for. Maybe. But you know what? I really want Stalwart to just get this one. I mean, the boys have been struggling a lot. They've been getting those kills. And this time, you know, getting very, very close to the chicken dinner, but barely just missing out. And taking a look at the flight path trajectory will definitely favor the course because military base is right passing by. But then again, you know, if I have to ask you about speculations pertaining to the circle, where do you think it's gonna go this time?
Look, this plane flight path is really good, dividing the map between 2 halves, and teams are definitely not going to be having a lot of problem going there. So I feel like this might be a centralized circle. What do you think, sir?
Centralized circle, I believe it can happen, but I really want to see something different, you know. Again, maybe a certain circle like you love it. Maybe that, or maybe a completely southeastern circle. It's been really ages since we last casted a Novo Rep circle, right? I mean, Astra Academy will definitely enjoy themselves. But you know, then again, we were talking about that segregation finally being formed, where you have the upper echelon being differentiated from the rest. Now, Deadeye's at 149 and Zeus at 170. So almost just 21 points. But if Deadeye's also managed to get a chicken, they might just come back right in. But Zeus, I think the kind of form that they are in, I don't know. I don't think they're rather gonna let any team go above them anymore.
Without a doubt. I mean, look, 3rd position is like, top 3 is the most important position, right? And especially when you're on the hanging cliff, when you're just on a cliff hanging down, you want to save your life for sure. And this is what Zeus is going to be doing. They're not going to let any other team to like get a breather unless they're going to be keeping the fielding tight as much as possible. Well, things are not looking tight for Mark there.
Again, Carmageddon's happening right off the match. The last Erangel that we also did cast, we did witness some bizarre moments out there. Of course, Blade being the victim, but this time, 7C. Alright, now considering how the circle has really panned out, again, what we are really having in front of us is a hybrid circle, because we ourselves do not know where it is going to shrink towards the very end. But we've seen a lot of action coming around that Rozhok area. But maybe for a change, I really want to see something happen around Ruins.
That's for sure. But now you talked about the Nova Rupnoy circle, you haven't seen it. I mean, that just refreshed to my memories, you know, in the PMPL Season 2 in the finals. If you remember, the first game was actually a military circle, and that panned out in Nova Rupnoy containers. And ASL, which was Abrupt Slayer back then, and now is Skylightz Gaming, they won that game. But Skylightz Gaming is definitely missing that click this time.
Exactly, and that's the exact reason why I said it feels like ages. They've never really made themselves felt anymore. You know, because earlier on you have Abrupt Slayers coming in, getting those chicken dinners. We were all praises for them. But now, I mean, something has completely gone wrong. They need to fix it apart. But now Coco also falling down. A disastrous start for Nightmare.
Well, Nightmare, it seems like they're having a lot of nightmares at this point in time.
Yeah.
Even their sleep will be pretty much stolen away with such kind of a performance. Here we have Ken lobbing in some nades in that building. Do note there's one player of 1952, and that's a bad idea to run away in front of your enemies.
Yeah, never show your back. Put that fight on, and 1952 really not having the kind of a start that they would have wanted for themselves, considering, you know, how good they were yesterday. Somewhere down the line, I think we might have just jinxed it, because, you know, the kind of a performance that the boys were putting up on the board, I really felt, I mean, they could have been in the race for top 3. I mean, they still are. You still have gotten more 6 games after this, but they all have to be really consistent. Now, considering how they've been playing, that looks like a bit far-fetched, maybe?
That definitely does. Well, I mean, again, man, look, the same thing happening here, but Nima from DRS separated out from the rest of the lads there. Unfortunate stuff.
Yeah.
Which I feel like he's trying to go back, and yes, he is, through the ways. And here we have Memo, well, running somewhere over there.
I mean, I love technology. You know, one of the best parts of it, let me tell the viewers about it. Now, we aren't gonna miss any single moment. You know, there are times when battle royales, you know, fights tend to happen elsewhere. But now let's say we see a kick-ass bolt action shot. Maybe if we get that moment, and it will be covered. It will be covered. It will be shown on those replays, and that's why you know, lately we've been seeing a lot of bolt action shots now, and that's maybe that might just be the return for the bolt action meta. Or I'm just speaking to myself.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't feel missed out anymore. I don't feel left out anymore. And shout out to our production crew for that.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. They have been doing a fantastic job, and they do deserve some attention, guys.
Yep. And but DRS. Now the storyline is sort of revolving around them. Now coming in as the champions and having that really bitter rivalry with Zeus, they are actually catching up with them. Now, not a lot of points separate Zeus and DRS, and precisely it's going to be just 11. So, do you think by the day can Zeus take that second spot?
They can. I mean, look, only like 11 points different, not much. One game easily covered Zeus. But on the other hand, if DRS has like the game of their life in this game, then I mean, it's going to be so close with Astra, man, and they're going to be kicking their legs after that one if this game is going bad for them.
Maybe. SD, though, how do you feel about this team, you know, really coming in at the 15th position? We did see them in the last game of Erangel. They did try to go a bit bold, right? They did make those bold moves, went in for those fights, but were instantly shut down. Now, gotta see as to how they approach this one, because their entry inside the circle is pretty much clear. No one really obstructing their way. But we've got that cluster sort of building up onto it. It's the eastern side of the map. Now, Skylightz Gaming, gotta see as to how they perform in this one, because no matter how much we say, they just have those few games where they play those really amazing games of PUBG Mobile, and the rest, they sort of mess it up. But yesterday, in that final game, I think they did get those 15 kills, so might really want to end the day on a happy note, perhaps?
Exactly, of course. I mean, you always want to end those days, you know, on a happy note, just like DRS did on the first day, if you remember.
Yeah.
On a good note, gaining that first lead for themselves. But hey, Godless, man, continuing the domination in the game. God himself, as I like to call him. But look at this. Pika walking right in the trap of TDK. Well, I mean, he's smart as well. He's a player from Astra Academy. What do you expect?
You know, I can see this fight from miles away. I did not understand why T2K are doing this. And I also need to process as to why Astra Academy are going from that area time and again.
They have
now,
guts.
But then again, that being said, Godless, he's been taken down.
Well, we missed that there, but here we go. Pika, man, did not expect it. TDK to just camp that out. I like how TDK stayed like completely silent till the whole moment. Like trigger discipline was on point from these lads. And Astra Academy will be brought down to knees from that.
Now, one good thing though, I mean, of course, they've lost out on one of the players, but Astra Academy, the remainder of the players now do know that T2K is waiting for them. Maybe he was just a skateboard out there, but well, yeah, I mean, call him a scout, but in this situation, he literally had to give up his life, ensuring the fact that there is actually T2K waiting for them on those, bridge areas. So, of course, now considering the fact that Astra Academy will be moving in from that military bridge, so it is going to be a rather late rotation inside the zone. But Stalwart, I really love how they've taken that center of the circle, going in, finding their spot just between Skylightz Gaming and 7C.
Look at this splash of color in the center of the map. Here we go. A little bit of northern circle shift, but still, at least favoring the lads in the center. PN Crew is definitely going to be happy because they do like to drop towards those shooting range in Severny area, so they shouldn't really be having a lot of problem. And also, one more good thing for PN Crew is that they can take over that hill control. And this is the fight that we actually missed. Godless got taken down by that. What? That was a beautiful movement right there.
The way he zigzagged in that particular moment, that was really beautiful. And, coming in from a team like INV, I think that's a bad news for Team Zeus. But right now, Skylightz Gaming have their sights set on towards the players of 7C. Memo, he's trying to take a few shots, rather, his vehicle being blown up. Now, considering how the circle has shifted towards the northern side, now, history is a testament of the fact that DRS love to rotate from the northern side, from Yasnaya. So maybe it might just possibly a game where DRS might just get the chicken dinner coming in for themselves. But Skylightz Gaming, they're finally moving in. Memo, he's got a hold by his lonesome. But how on earth is he going to do that, as Shari will be, of course, getting that kill over here from Smokey. Now, Memo's definitely dropped a nade. And he's going to cook another one. He spotted out Demon. If that's a low toss, can successfully get the knock. But there you go.
Seamless aggression from the lads of Skylightz Gaming there. Nade Lobting doing some damage to his own teammates. Hopefully, I mean, thank God he didn't knock him out. That could have been a pretty embarrassing moment for Skylightz Gaming because they're already down bad and you do not want to be more down bad than you are already, especially if you're a team like Skylightz Gaming. On the other hand, Frankie, taking down the bike, kind of dancing out the door. It's fine. It's fine. Even the bike is having a great time, just like we are.
I think the bike is looking for some cover because it's scared. So many gunshots being fired.
That's
all right.
Beautiful.
All right.
It's like I feel like
it's gonna blow up. Imagine Hustler just blowing up. That if he falls down, I'm done. But that being said, the second airdrop has indeed come down, and it's Sanhok.
The EAG on the board, the Beamer, as I like to call it. But is it necessary to go for that weapon? I would say no. You got the M416 and 6X. It's fine. It works pretty much the same.
I mean, considering we've seen Zeus really going in for the drops, I mean, I would not really be surprised if I see one of those players having that AUG. But look at Astra Academy. I mean, they are very stubborn. They will definitely go
They definitely are.
Now. And now I think they've somehow got to deal with APES, considering they're also making a run inside the zone. But what I really like is the periphery of these southern areas. The edges are quite clear. They can at least go for that. But like we had anticipated, DRS going for that northern shift might just encounter PN Crew while traversing around.
They might. Well, DRS always like to take those kind of like tricky rotations. They don't really go directly in the circle. DRS is a team that just, kind of wiggle wobbles their way, just finds new way to go inside, which is understandable, but sometimes it doesn't work out. On the other hand, we have Zeus, who just rocket ship inside the circle.
Yeah, they don't care anymore. I think this is what Zeus needed to get into their own element. Now, with Godless, we might see that aggression. With Godless, out of the picture, we might see that aggression a bit controlled. But that's exactly how I want Zeus to be playing. But look at the shift over here, Necro. It's gone directly towards the northern side. Now, PN Crew and DRS are the happy bunch of people just waiting for all the teams to come in and get those kill points.
I also want to bring your eyes to that. TDK is now down to just that one last man alive. It's Jane. The team that won the previous game is now down bad early this time. I mean, it do happen, Sometimes bad moments do happen. But here we have Xiao And Icy kind of spotting out the lads of Lit there. He definitely has heard that buggy near that compound, and there's no way they're aggressing. I mean, this is the classic Zeus that we know. And how do we expect them to hold their horses? Just let's be honest.
And the nades being lobbed in, and here comes the push. I see already taking a massive chunk out of him. And Sion with that Molotov will make sure that Wanu does not escape alive. But Zivi, we can see him, he does have the cover from the stones, but he's got to play it really safe because right beside him is also another squad progressing, but Zol has to make sure that the vehicle is safe, but instead he is aggressing. He wants to take the fight against LID.
What? These men have some balls of steel, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they're not scared of anyone, but from the right line, Deadeye's kind of trying to put a little bit of pressure onto them, you know, just hold their nerves down. But Zeus, though, still pretty much safe. Some players are down to low HP, but it doesn't matter. It seems like they just don't care for their lives anymore because they won this last game in their hands with a banger performance.
You know, this rivalry between Zeus and DRS is just getting interesting. And this is how we wanted it, you know, the climax, the storyline, DRS or Zeus. I mean, of course, Astra Academy is a notch above. We're not gonna, you know, have them in this picture until and unless, you know, Zeus really get those points running in and give Astra Academy a run for the championship title night. Right now, you've got Sanjir from Team APES. Now, this is one of those teams that did, you know, go in for that late rotation, but somehow have found themselves a spot inside the circle, and having that bridge to themselves always gives that extra bit of a possibility to catch a lot of other teams that are trying to get inside the circle in those final moments. But ST, however, find themselves in a kerfuffle against the players of Stalwart.
Exactly, Kaye down to such low HP, barely makes it down back in the cover in the nick of time. On the other hand, Stalwart Esports as well, aggressing the lads of ST again. Seems like they're not going to be stopping their aggression anytime soon. In this final game, we're seeing quite a lot of teams being aggressive, and this is what we like to see. DRS, on the other hand, instilling a lot of pressure on the lads of Stalwart Esports. They're caught off guard, and look at them. He just reversed the buggy right in front of them. He's like, okay, there's no way in front. There's no way I'm going to make it. I have to go downhill.
Pick a target, for Christ's sake. I mean, multiple switching, I think that sort of resulted in DRS not even finding a single knock. Had they stuck onto one of those players, but you know what? I would love to take a look at the map feed considering how the circle has transitioned and Team Zeus, lo and behold, right at the center.
And right on the care package as well, baby. I want to see what that care package contains. I mean, hey, look. Hopefully it has the girls, you know. I mean, I want to see them, you know, just yield that gun and just completely decimate the lobby. We have seen this in the past as well, just shredding those lads out. It has the M249. Hey, look, it's not a bad gun, of course. Not a bad gun, but I mean, hey, you can go and take it, maybe try and catch some buggies off guard who are rotating, some vehicles, just some rotations.
It's not a bad gun. It's basically trash right now after the, you know, update that they've done to the fire rate.
Wow,
it's unusable.
Oh, no.
It is. Change my mind if you can, but that kind of fire rate, I think even the AMP might have a better one at that. He still does know. I think they just want to make a mockery out of all the teams. They don't care what is inside of it, but yeah, they would still go for that. But right now, PN crew having spotted the players of 1952 C minor. I mean, that's not how you're supposed to drive a vehicle. So slow. You gotta press that booster out there. Just make the movements in as DRS finally just hitting it onto where's the players of LID. But no, Hoshwan is ready and he will just blow them into smithereens.
DRS gets absolutely decimated and easily countered this time. Lit putting DRS back in their place, and they're like, you cannot just push against us like that. You need to come up with a better strategy. We're not just some random teams that you're trying to go up against. Lit, what an incredible way to shut down a team like DRS.
Yeah, of course. I mean, DRS did not really anticipate, did not really see that coming from miles away, which is, again, a good news for Team Zeus. They still have 3 players secure. They still have gotten already those 3 crucial kill points. So that's definitely going to help their purpose. But right now, considering how teams are just lining inside the zone, how they're getting their bodies in. It's going to be really interesting to really see who gets away with that chicken dinner. But look at DEADEYES, you know, having all 4 of their players alive. One of them being knocked out, of course, but they're still, you know, getting those kills done for them, have managed to revive Hungry Box. And we do know the kind of, you know, survival instincts that player puts on the board. But that being said, Magnet, however, manages to knock down White.
Does, but look at this. DEADEYES so close to the lads of Stalwart Esports. Their position has been given away. It's not anonymous anymore. Suyuk getting kind of suppressed from the back lines. Crypto is the man separated out, and here we go. The good car McLaren. Whenever I see that car, I just go speechless for some reason.
Yeah, of course, because, you know, it makes you feel poor. But either ways, you know, DEADEYES in a bit of a pickle. Suyuk surviving by his lonesome, very, very away from his teammates. He's got to do something, maybe McLaren to the rescue over there. But Crypto, I really like the kind of flank angle that he's got. And if he does his sprays right, I think he can just blow Suyuk apart. And indeed, he's taking those shots, but no!
He should have switched the seats on the right side and then hopped out. But he hopped out from the driving seat. This is what cost his life. Small mistakes like that, DEADEYES. And you are down now. Unfortunate moment. Suyuk cannot be retreated back. And if On Top tries to make it to him, it's pretty much going to be a done game for him as well, because he will be exposing his body for a while and other teams can just track him through the smoke.
Yeah, they certainly can. Now, this is not how DEADEYES really anticipated this fight. They were way too much in the open, to be honest, over there. Had they had a bit more of cover, they could have got that leveling playing ground to kind of contest. But now all they have to prioritize is on getting those crucial position points, considering the kind of you know, performance that we are witnessing from them right now. But they somehow will go for Suyuk because they do know that he is an amazing fragger. They need him to get those kills done for themselves. But Stalwart just, you know, surviving on those edges, living it circle to circle. Right now we'll have to somehow get in, but 1952 seem to have spotted the players, and any single moment they're gonna engage.
A lot of mags being unloaded. We do hear a lot of gunshots going down in the distance, but nothing really critical happening on the map. Just kind of suppressing shots, you know, just to keep teams suppressed in their position, not to let them peek out and catch anyone off guard. On the other hand, PL Legend taking down Action from Astra Academy. That's a massive frag, the top kill leader.
Yeah, that's definitely something that Astra Academy would not really be happy about. But the nade galore is on as Blade will lob one more, but is it going to make the distance? That's the big question. But either way, Crypto has managed to find On Top in the process, and this is where Stalwart need to go in with a push.
Stalwart, props to them the way they're playing the situation out. Even though they have a massive disadvantage of that downhill situation, they're still doing a good job keeping DEADEYES on their knees. And for that, DEADEYES is not even stepping their boundaries, you know, they are kept in their limits. And I have to give props to that for Stalwart Esports. Johnny and Crypto, this duo should stay alive till the end. If they do, they can make a lot of things happen. And here we have them just aggressing against the lads of DEADEYES. Fearless aggression from these two men. But finally, Johnny goes down, but the enemy team's position has been revealed as well. Shifu's position is not uncompromised anymore. His position has been compromised. Crypto finds the right moment to strike, but no, he gets taken down as well. One last man alive from them. Blade closes the entire squad of DEADEYES out, and that's going to be Stalwart Esports coming out on top in that fight.
I would have really appreciated if had he sort of reset himself, you know, I would have loved if he had stuck to the Burrell spray over there, but it is what it is, as High Voltage are really nearby LIE, as 1952 are just getting the better out of Stalwart, you know, and if they kind of knock Crypto out of the game, then it's going to make things even more gruesome for Stalwart. But right now, I think they're going to get that safe revive. But we've got to see as to how they're going to enter inside the circle. That's a big question, considering now Zeus again enjoying themselves the circle and all the attention that is going to come their way. And you know, this team is always prepared, aren't they?
Exactly. Just like a thief in the night, stealing those kills away in 1952. Well, we have Apes right on their right lines, pretty close to them though. And look at this, High Voltage is right next to the lads of Lit. The whole squad is alive though. As I was talking about, the tacticality of High Voltage has kept them alive till this game, but they are pretty desperate for a chicken dinner. If they lose out on this game, only 6 games left tomorrow. Not a lot of games, man, and the comeback is possible, but you will have to get like 4 chicken dinners in a row, back to back, and with a good amount of kills, which is, I feel like, impossible.
Yeah, that's sort of an ideal situation that they would have wanted. You know, you've got to be an optimist person. But right now, considering how the situations have panned out for High Voltage, you know, that looks really overwhelming to, you know, target for those 4 chicken dinners. But Assassin is keeping the hopes alive as he's taken down Push One in the process. Will also get that confirmation. But Charshain making those movements, just proning right in front of Assassin. And he knows there's some action, but he spots that grenade being lobbed out and will give Assassin a taste of his own medicine as he takes him out of the picture. But with that being said, Zivi just trying to get inside the zone, just rather encircling his vehicle around as he's getting heavily pressured in. But look at Charshain through the smoke, manages to find Kuni off guard and will take him down as Cloud and Extreme are the last 2 surviving members that remain for High Voltage.
Kuni as well, kind of out the equation there. Assassin lost his life in that process. Now, Cloud here wants to get the res back onto Kuni. He has that entire area smoked up. But it seems like Lit want that smoke. They're not just going to let High Voltage go away that easily. Nades lobbed in from their side. Kill being confirmed. Cloud down to such low HP. Extreme spots 1 man out, but he's out in the open. It doesn't matter. Zevil takes him down instantly. The trades are there left and right. Uzi, though. You were talking about this Uzi, like people are preferring Tommy Gun over Uzi. But yet, hey, look, this man is still using that Uzi.
Yeah, I mean, it's still an individual choice, right? But, you know, on the bigger picture of things, Uzi meta, I think it's going to go off pretty soon. But right now, Zivi just continuing that spray. Does manage to take him down, though.
So unfortunate.
But eventually ending up succumbing to his injuries from the circle. But in the meanwhile, Skylightz Gaming have really closed the distance on towards Zeus. And seems like they want to pick a fight.
They want to pick up a fight. INVEsports taking an exit from the game. Only 4 teams left. And take a look at the circle shift as well, kind of favoring the lads from Skylightz Gaming, you know, pretty close to them. Zeus will have to make a lot of things happen if they want to get inside the circle. Do have that little bit of rage over there right in front of the eyes. And they might just challenge a fight against the lads of Skylightz Gaming. But Joker, I feel like he has his eyes locked. But Icy snuck past through him.
Yeah, he certainly did, but right now the shots are coming, and this is where you've got to scoff that Uzi. Had it been a Tommy, it would have been a knock already there. But, you know, I had to bring that up, didn't I? But now, Joker. Well, this is a moment where, you know, Team Zeus is at their weakest because they're dealing with multiple squads at the same time. All dealing with 952, and Icy dealing with Skylightz as Chari is taking some damage, but somehow is still clinging on. And now Zeus completely diverting their attention as Zol has fallen, and they are making a retreat.
I don't understand. Zeus did so much damage to Skylightz Gaming and still managed to retreat back in, you know, safely. It just kind of boggles my mind there. Zol went down in that process from the lads of 1952, still alive in the game. 2 players, decent positioning from their side. C-Miner finally waking up and trying to make a rotation inside the circle. Do know it's a pretty critical situation for them. And here we have Ably kind of sticking the res onto Zol. If they want to move in, they're going to move in with a duo. Named right next to Icy. Nothing can be done with that. 1952 is challenging a big mammoth team like Zeus there. And I feel like this might just be Skylightz Gaming's chicken dinner.
This certainly can be the dinner that they're waiting for. And yes! He gets that. The kills confirmed on Zeus as they bow out. And there you go.
Finally.
Skylightz Gaming. They had been this close to a chicken dinner yesterday. But today, the boys finally get it home. And what a sign of relief. And Chari, he must be happy about that.
I was literally talking about some past memories, and I said they did get the chicken dinner in that Miramar map, in that Erangel map. And they got a chicken dinner here. Is this a coincidence? I mean, yes, this is a coincidence for sure, but, I mean, what are the odds of that?
No, I'm really not good at maths and probability, but what I'm really good at is throwing for breaks. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a leave as, of course, after this, the analyst test is going to come and break the fights down.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We've been kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. This is day number 3 that has just reached the end with the matches that were supposed to be played. But with that, we are looking at the lobby, and the lobby is every single game changing the pace, and all of it is thanks to OPPO F19 Pro for making it all happen. With that, let's move on to Super Johnny and Ocean Sharma. Well, Skylight is certainly outshining.
Yeah, they're coming back, and this was needed. This was more than needed for them.
More than certainly, because again, when you talk about those points, they are a bit fleeting away from SG, right? But move the conversation towards the MVP. This is where Lit Esports chimes in.
Jashin coming up. And this is kind of the old Jashin that we know, right? 4 kills, 563 damage, 22 minutes plus survival time, 1 assist and 74 healing ton. And of course, given the fact that the circle was throwing so many curveballs around the players, well, that's a decent healing.
Also, I mean, Lit Esport, they did something incredible in this game. We know when the circle is heading towards the side of Savernio and anywhere the northern side of Yasnaya, the northeastern side of the map, DRS is a team that is known very well to dominate that part of the map. Lit Esports, they took them out, and look at this contribution from Jakshan, the assist. I mean, for his team right there. Yeah, he's a team player right there.
Definitely a team player that just, comes up here. Wow. Nice. But, moving up forward with the conversation, Scriptos here, Abel's here, Jashin and Leon from Skylightz Gaming. And Skylightz Gaming, well, they are starting up to pick the pace. I hope it's not too late. I hope tomorrow they just, do even better, because this was incredible. Tomorrow, well, maybe surprises await us.
Maybe. I mean, they still have 6 matches left, so maybe in those 6 games they can try and fight their way into the top 5 if they play flawless games, that is. But, I mean, it is going to be really tricky, although, again, whenever the momentum gets picked up, you have to make sure that you take it to the end of the tournament, which is quite close, since tomorrow it's going to be the last day.
Definitely it is, but talking about the match summary, you can see almost 30, like 29 utilities used by Huojuan. That's a good number, and given the fact, again, we talked about the circle and the movements that Lit Esports was doing, it was kind of needed. Jari with 3 assists coming up for himself, Ably with the highest damage, but still, it comes down to those numbers that, I know, Fixer says he just talked about it, right?
Well, he certainly did say that, but we love him. We love him on the earnest test. Let's move on with those numbers and bring up the match ranking, where it is, of course, Skylightz Gaming with 10 kills. 25 points is what this team's going to be walking away with.
Alright, so there was an 11-point difference, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I guess DRS had, what, 1 point?
Ooh, that is going to be so brutal. I mean, it is going to look really interesting, though. I'm going to wait till I see the leaderboard. I'm going to wait till that point. But now I want to talk about Stalwart Esports a little bit, because that fight close to the river, that was intense, and Crypto was the reason that his team was able to pick up a few kills over there.
But hey, kudos to 1952, they are picking up that pace again. Kudos to PN Crew, they are picking up that pace again for themselves. Lit, they did good. But talking about Zeus, right, the 16 points are going to be good. But moving on, for 9 to 16, I'm pretty sure that's where we're going to be seeing those numbers just dropping down slowly and steadily. And that's where DRS, 1 point. 1 point for DRS.
And one for Astra. I mean, the top 2 seem to be sticking together everywhere.
But Zeus, the leads coming up. They are moving up forward. Well, Skylight, they are moving up forward as well. This is gonna be interesting to look forward to.
Absolutely, 6 games. 6 games is what we've got tomorrow. And in that, of course, there will be a team that will move on the way to the top, or there will be a team that will be cementing a lead for themselves altogether, which again is a conversation altogether by itself.
Yeah, I mean, what is going to happen, only time will tell. Right now, I mean, it looks like it's still going to be a race between the 3 teams right there, DRS, Astra and Zeus. But I mean, it's going to be intense.
It certainly is going to be. With that, let's have a look at the zones that were taking place when it came down to this game. Thus bringing up the zone analysis conversation.
Everyone would have been thinking, right? The circle should go south or maybe onto those directions. So everyone was looking really comfortable around the school area. But as soon as the circle shifted and there was a 50-50% chance, teams were kind of just rooting around Rozhok. That's where DE was looking really comfortable. But after this one, look at this. After this one, as soon as circle moves forward, that's where the fights happen. Astra Academy did go down in that one. DRS did go down in that one. And I'm pretty sure, after this, you were talking about that, right? Lit and DRS, the conversation.
So that is something that, I mean, DRS never expected it, because Lit Esports, the previous times we have seen a circle like this, Lit were always known to take the southern side of the shoreline and then move up through Rozhok. This time they didn't do that. They moved up first, intercepted DRS, finished them off, and then went on to take control of the center of the circle.
But Zeus, most of the times they had that central line for themselves, and just as like, Necro likes to say, the care package was them, and the airdrop was just, dropping down to those areas, and they could have just, utilized those things. They did in a few moments, but after that, you'll see the southern cluster. I mean, not exactly the southern cluster, but from the sides of high voltage to the other areas, the teams that were outside, they had to just, rush in to get the circle for themselves.
Well, I mean, one thing that was certain when it came down to this game was the amount of kills that the teams were part of, right? Right off the get-go, right off the bat, as soon as they dropped into the map, it was looking phenomenal. So now it is time to move on along and bring on the OPPO F19 Pro moments to take a look at once again.
There were,
this calls in, but that happens, right? Well, I loved it. But, moving up forward, I would say most of the fights that happened with the rushes and the guns, these kind, this is where you just try to showcase that you're ready to hunt down your opponents.
Two Erangels back-to-back have started off with, well, vehicular assault right there. And this time, at least, the person doing it got away.
INVEsports, this fight, I was not expecting that Godless would go down, but that did happen. And that too, the jiggle movement that the player was doing, that was brilliant in its own self.
Yeah, and we were focused on just finishing off that off Godless as fast as they could. They did not want to take an opportunity or give their opponents a chance. And this was really, really intense between DRS and Stalwart right there. A really, really fun fight to witness. But then again, Lit Esports is finishing off DRS, splitting them up, and well, we know what happened next. Lit Esports just putting up an amazing performance.
Yeah, but after that, obviously, the fifth circle did go down. This is what I was talking about, right? In the circle, you have to rush in, but there are your opponents that are gatekeeping those areas. So many fights just, dropping down those 1v1 skirmishes and everything, but still, it just comes down to one thing, and that is, even if you are doing the damage, what is that different, strategy that the opponent is just pulling out?
Sandesh does not care about anything. I mean, there's a crazy war going on between everyone, and he's driving over people. But I want to take a few steps back. Remember the fight that we witnessed about a minute earlier, ladies and gentlemen. That was DE versus Stalwart Flex. That was the fight that I was talking about, where Crypto actually positioned himself on the low ground, took down a few players of DE, and then went back to the behind the rock between the high ground, and Blade was forced to end the situation, finishing off the players of Deadeyes, guys. But then we move on to the later stages of the game, where Skylightz Gaming, they played the cards that were dealt to them, and they played it to perfection. That final fight out in the open, they know where everyone is laid out, and just picking off people left and right.
Exactly, and again, I mean, Zeus did definitely try and put up a little bit of an effort over there, but eventually that was also scattered away thanks to, of course, Skylightz Gaming. With that, talking about the damage, Instagraph, wow, interesting towers being created right now.
Yeah.
No, this is where it comes down, right? T2K, you look at this team. You saw what this team is capable of today in one game. And then T2K again just, faulted down. So Skylightz, I don't know. So, because, we saw what this team is capable of in this one, I hope they do the same tomorrow as well. Otherwise, it might just be, a one-game affair for them. So we would love to see what happens tomorrow for this team of Skylightz. But 1952, Zeus, well, today, I think when we'll be discussing the overall summary, I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing a Zeus for sure.
Most certainly, I mean, they are climbing in. They've been doing that exactly throughout the day and keeping on point, keeping on with the rhythm that's been working for themselves. So, of course, let's queue up the overall rankings. That's going to be showcasing what bigger leap are we talking about.
Woo! 4 points. 4-point difference between Zeus Esports and DRS Gaming.
And that too, I don't know, tomorrow, Zeus might be the first team to reach a triple-digit kill mark.
Yeah. I mean, the team has been doing phenomenal, but DRS Gaming, this is a deadly team. You can never count them out. That's the thing.
That's the thing. But look at this. APES is moving up forward in top 5. All 3 Mongolian teams are there.
See, APES is moving up, but I again want to take your attention a little bit on the lower side of the leaderboard. Look at the point differences. 154 on APES, sitting on the 4th, and then we have PN Crew on the 8th with 142. A single game. You mess up a single game and your standing is gone.
Exactly, Johnny.
Along with the prize money.
And there are 6 games that are still remaining.
These 2 teams need a chicken dinner ASAP. APES and Stalwart.
Oh yeah,
they do, because they are the only team out here without a chicken dinner. That means they have consistency. They just need that one boost for themselves.
And Blot, we are back to where we started, back on, well, not square 1 but square 2, let's say, because again there's a difference between the top 8 and the bottom 8. We have 142 on the 8th position, and 9th we have DEADEYES with 124 points.
Well, the story is a bit interesting, because after all, when it comes down to the games, some games have been phenomenal for these teams on the lower half of the leaderboard, whereas some have just absolutely fleeted away from them. But along with that, another curve to talk about is going to be the MVP ranking, because there's $2,000 on the line over there, and Action is just killing it for the moment.
So for the first time, IC has more damage than Action. But the survival time and the kill number, that 40% and 20%, is not lining up at all.
Yeah, because the kills are, I mean, he's really ahead in terms of the kills.
A really good start, right?
Yeah.
First day, he had Action had 23 kills. First day. After that, in 2 days, he went to 42. We're talking about, right? This guy can reach 80 kill number and everything, because if he played the similar, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's
now,
not going to happen.
But I would love to see if he reaches 50 tomorrow, and how much more can he just move forward.
Imagine if he plays like he played on day 1 again tomorrow.
Exactly. What if Astra Academy, the entire lineup does?
Crypto's there. 30 kills. Crypto's looking good.
Crypto, I mean, everyone from the region of South Asia will agree. This man is just awesome inside the matches with the sort of aggression that he brings, and it fits perfectly with the rest of his team as well. They enable him to do this.
True. And that again is so very crucial as well. When you talk about these teams, there needs to be that one lad who's going to be raining down lead, but on the other side, you do want to have that support, and that's what makes a synergistic team that Zeus clearly showcases, Astra clearly showcases.
Yeah, but the stats talk, and the stats are saying that Crypto right now from his region is the best player.
Yeah,
you can see, day in, day out, every tournament back to back, he has been performing. Astra Academy, we saw Action just out there, but Zeus, whenever we talk about kill leaders, it's always these 3 players that just chime in.
They're always together.
Yeah, it's 3 names that just come down there. I mean, just think about it. For other teams, it's 1 player or maybe sometimes 2 players. Here, there are 3 players that are coming up. They are getting equal kill points. That's one thing I would say I like about Zeus and I don't like about Zeus, and that is they get those kill points. Placement points is something sometimes is, they like to go only for the kill points.
Yeah.
Majority of the times, 80% of the times we've seen Zeus Esports be working towards the kill department that much more than the placement. But eventually, I mean, the way that cocktail is created within Zeus Esports is always worked in their favor. Because if they are on point with that aggression, they automatically end up getting those chicken dinners.
Exactly. I mean, if everyone is dead, you are the last one surviving. And this game is about surviving till the end.
With that, of course, we've got the average survival coming up right here. And in that, we've got, once again, Astra's player top.
Everywhere. This team is just everywhere. MVP rankings, overall team leaderboard, overall leaders by average survival time. Top is the one who takes it. But I mean, we have his teammate Action, who is the first position on the MVP leaderboard, on the 3rd over here, and not too far behind as well.
I would say he's in top 3. That's all that matters, right? He's here as well. He's in top 3. So overall, it's good. But Zeus players were also out there. So altogether, it just comes down to one thing, and that is these players know what they're in for. They know their business, and that's right now. They are at the 2nd. Tomorrow, I would love to see when these 2 teams go head-to-head against each other.
Exactly. Oh boy. This is going to be an intense battle. But to summarize the day, let's talk about the day summary. And again, I mean, what teams are we good? See, this is a better fanned-out approach, I would say.
I'll tell you one thing. After first day,
right?
Zeus had these 2 stats for themselves.
Yes.
Second day, Zeus had the best day. Today,
all of it.
yeah, today Zeus has these two stats for themselves. Tomorrow's the
Today
last
they're
day.
sitting on the second.
Tomorrow's the last day.
Whoa, whoa. That is quite a setup. That is
It is,
quite
right?
a setup
Exactly.
for the final.
I mean, the way Ocean just described it, it makes complete sense and it's going to be well. You need to get into the
I'm
polls.
just there to talk about it.
Wow. But once again, I mean, when you do talk about that overall leaderboard, right, there is a humongous, not necessarily a humongous point difference, but the teams are getting closer, and 6 games is quite a lot.
Yeah.
To be able to get those points.
I mean, if you are on the second page of the standings, then no. But if you are one of those teams that are contesting probably for the second or the third, because we did talk about it, right? 4th to 8, it's still quite close. And those teams, if the team on the 4th position continues to have good matches in the next upcoming 6 games, then they will be able to contest the top 3 as well. So in that sense, yeah, it should be enough.
Well. This is turning into quite an interesting conversation and a wonderful turn of events right here at, of course, PMPL South Asia Championship. But only one day remains. And, of course, those of you sitting back at home, do not forget to showcase your love to all of these teams because they are bringing in some phenomenal plays. And along with which, of course, $150,000 is on the line. Well, enough banter, but boy oh boy, it has been an incredible turn of wins, like I said, thanks to OPPO F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag hook up your fun. I've been your host, Bloro, joined in along with, of course, iSuper Johnny and Ocean Sharma as our analysts, saying sayonara, take care, we'll see you guys tomorrow.